That guy took off, Gio. I had to like put my mic down for a minute. I was interested to know how that ended. Jeremy, you there?
Just me and you, Kosho. Riding the waves.
Another way to pronounce the flat Earth is the ear. This.
Okay.
Think it
What's up, Godric? You there? What about you? Do you mind? Hey, have you guys seen those truth.com commercials? And they say if you vapes cigarettes, that it gives you like popcorn lungs. Does anybody know if that's true or not?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
What's up, Godric? I can hear you, man. Can you hear me?
Yep.
What's going on, man?
I just had surgery.
Anything new?
They had to remove my thyroid.
Your what?
My thyroid.
Oh, really? That's a gland, right, in your throat?
Yeah, mine got too big and beefy.
That's just because it was a badass thyroid.
Yeah, I know, man.
He was just bullying everybody else. He should have left him there.
Show you a picture someday.
So, do you have like two of them, or you just have one?
There's what I found out. There's a thyroid which does everything basically. Then there's There's 4 small thyroids, subthyroids. So the subthyroids are still there. They should be wake up. They're just sleeping right now. But the big one is need to go.
Oh, that's interesting. So, do they have any explanation on why it got big?
I have a growth hormone imbalance. Had that for a
Oh, what
while.
is it again? What is it?
It's just a growth hormone.
Oh, growth hormone. Oh, so they have those people that get really tall, right? Or
Yeah, but
the
not that
inverse.
bad. Just more than mild. So you get like symptoms over like a decade or 2 decades, which is in this case my thyroid.
Oh, so you don't have like a gigantic cock?
Dude, shit, I wish I did. I'm just broke, average.
Me too. Dude, that's two of us, man.
I have big feet
When
though.
are they
I
gonna
I have
invent?
big feet,
When
nice big.
when are they gonna invent that technology, dude?
You know what? They are inventing it. I think they're inventing everything. Whatever you put your mind to, they're gonna invent it. You know, with technology, and it's just like crazy shit changes the way you live your life. You know, like medical treatments and just breakthroughs. You know, it's kind of amazing.
It is, man. I think with the internet and everybody just kind of brainstorming and how we're just mixing it up, chopping it up in here. We're getting things moving, man. It's like we're in the lab. We're cooking up, some good stuff here, man. But as far as like I don't think things are really advancing as people would like to believe. I mean, the car's still the same, the airplane's still the same. I mean, those are great. Don't get me wrong. We've come a long way in 100 years, but
Well, we may have max. We may have hit the barrier or a plateau per se in automobiles because we can get them to go faster, but if they're faster, they're more dangerous, right? Like we can get them to go faster, higher. You know, they took they used to have a Concorde jet that was very commercial. They took it off. Did you know that?
yeah, they discontinued it.
Right. And the question is why?
Yeah, that's a good question because,
Were they
you
hitting the
know,
nose?
yeah, exactly right. They're getting too close to the dome, man.
Or they're going too fast and figured out that there's no damn curve anywhere.
Yeah, people are saying, hold on, wait a minute. This curve should just, be self evident going this high, this fast. And we don't see none of it. So I think they did it for, they said it was safety reasons, right? There's too many crashes and it was
I'll tell you.
expensive.
I'll tell you. It just takes a private guy that makes his own plane to to do it himself. That's not afraid because he builds the parts himself, and that person's not going to be scared to go. You know.
Well, it would take like a billionaire, like Elon Musk to bring it back, or you
Well,
know.
there's another story. There's a Norwegian engineer who was building an iron ball that was going to shoot himself up into space. And he had a whole team. He had technology. He was building an iron ball right before he was going to go up an independent trip to space. He was charged with murdering a Chinese reporter like the day before, and the
Wow.
whole team got shut down.
Really? Hey, that's when
It was. I saw
uh
it on Netflix. So it must be true. Look at that
yeah,
Norwegian engineer going to space.
yeah.
So they put a stop when people started doing stuff. They put a stop to it. So there you go.
And it seems like people that, know how to play the game, play along, like Elon, you know, I mean, look how far deep he is into SpaceX and space in general. That's why I don't take any of anything he says. Like I follow him on Twitter, but I don't believe a word he says. Like about all his technology and everything he has coming out, I don't believe it. Like Neuralink, I don't believe that. Um, I was listening to the live stream the other day, and they were talking about Neuralink, and I mean that technology. They've been talking about this for like 10, 15 years, and it still hasn't hit the market. And they said that they just finally approved it through the FDA for, I guess, not human trials, but actually human use, or maybe it is human trials. But
You know how many people would just get their computer chip and link up to Elon Musk for whatever $9.99 a month, whatever it is. Like literally thousands would like sign up for that shit.
but I don't believe it's possible though, man, because like check it out. Here's where you would understand because I know you're into stocks. Look at how many companies have went belly up based off of the promises and ideas the ideas and concepts that were promised by a company, right? Let's just say penny stock, or let's just say some other company that went belly up that never materialized or got caught in a lie or whatever. There's, I don't know the percentage of companies that do that, but it's a lot.
Yeah, it's like a fly by night idea, but never manifests. They have all the money and they have the stock, and then it evaporates because it's not a real thing. It's like a scam.
Well, yeah, it's not like they had the money. They borrowed the money from people believing in their idea, like shareholders and stuff. They sold worthless share just off of promises. It's just like a old school GoFundMe. They're just getting people together to give them money so they can build their idea, and hopefully they can profit when they sell whatever their idea consists of. But man, I mean, this is where Elon figured it out though. Like with satellites, okay, you can't verify it. Space, you can fake it. So there he's good on that. But as far as like the Neuralink and as far as like the auto driving cars, everybody that I know that has a Tesla says that shit don't work. Damn, did I monologue too much? Sorry, Godric.
No, I was stupid. I was talking on mute. What happened to
Oh.
that guy? The video where the guy's like in a Tesla and he's either like getting a blowjob or he's reading a book and he's on his way to work and I've been looking at the road. Is that like happening right now?
That's fake, man. Like,
Is that real or fake?
yeah, it's fake, man. They're not self-driving. I mean, they've been promised this self-driving for years, and there's always a bug with it, or it just don't work. And yeah, it's not real, man. But shouldn't it be real already? Like the technology should be there.
Well, if they can drive one to the Mars, they should be able to drive on the roads.
Well, hang on. We got a Tesla going to Uranus right now. It's fucking the roast.
It was not.
That's the real shit, dude. The guy that has astronaut. They bit off that movie Heavy Metal, man. They had the Corvette in space with the guy with the astronaut helmet and shit, and they really did that shit like for real, dude. It's going to Uranus right now. I swear to God.
Would you go to a rock concert? What's up with
I
your
got surgery.
Oh, shit.
Metallica. He went to one of those death metal concerts where they just roar.
Yeah, I went to
man.
Lamb of God.
Deicide.
And hearing.
Did you get your voice operated on? What happened?
Thyroidectomy.
Oh, wow.
Better than a hysterectomy, bro.
No doubt.
Yeah, but you still got your uterus. That's good.
Oh, is it vasectomy? My bad.
Look. I still got my dick. I got my brain. I got my heart. I'm okay. I'm basically okay.
Don't let them dissect you, though. That's not good.
Dude, let him add a few inches, dude. I'll say okay. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, we just got this piece of pork chop over here. We'll just add that. Just use that. Thank you.
Hey, before we get too far off into the weeds, today, man, I don't know if you guys were here, but they were talking about craters, right? Moon craters, and Apocryphon brought up. This is more like serious talk, right, about the moon. So he was saying, how come all the craters are uniform? And this is a very good question, dude. But how come they're not like the impact isn't like a skid mark per se? Like say say you have something that impacts the floor, and the disturbance is sideways, but instead it's always like a direct circular.
I have a response for that.
Hold on, can I finish, Bacon?
I understood the point already, but if you want to continue talking, then go ahead.
Well, I want to completely explain the whole thing if I could. Because last time I checked, asteroids and meteors, they're not perfectly spherical. So whatever object impacts, it seems like it's like a perfect marble. Like last time I threw a marble at dirt or sand, it created an imprint, right?
Yeah, I got the point already.
Okay, like, Well, go ahead, dude. You want to talk? I'll
Yeah,
let you
it's
talk.
simple. That mark is not the shape of the asteroid or the direction of the impact. That is because it explodes when it impacts the moon. The explosion is what creates the mark. So it's the same in all directions, regardless on what direction the asteroid hit it from or the shape of the asteroid. That's just it's a circle because it exploded in that point where the impact happened. The direction doesn't affect it in any meaningful way.
This is interesting because I didn't know you guys had explosions in space. You guys have explosions in space?
Yeah, you don't have combustion in space because that requires oxygen. But if you have a lot of energy, like with an impact, that can explode. Like it explodes in the sense that it generates an enormous amount of heat, and the heat expands the matter, and it throws things in all directions. That's pretty much an explosion.
Okay, but with no gravity or no like you know, like here on Earth when we see an explosion, it goes in all directions, right? But then they say there's a downward vector and everything gets pulled down except smoke goes in all directions. But in space, would matter still behave the same and go in all directions when it's displaced?
I'm not sure if I understand the point.
My point is, being that there's less gravity on the moon's surface, why would it behave the same way? Why would there be not just one vector? Because even on the moon, it's still pulling to the center of the moon, just with less gravity force. Why would you? My point is, why would you still have craters on the moon? I could see a crater on the Earth, but why are you going to have a crater on the moon?
I don't see why you would expect otherwise.
Yeah, Bacon, your mic is really, really bad, man.
Oh, 1 second. Thanks for telling me. I guess it's better now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry. For some reason, my laptop doesn't know where to get the audio from, so sometimes it gets weird inputs.
It's like getting it through the power cable or something.
No, like it tries to get from my earphones instead of my microphone, and they're bad. Or sometimes it gets from the laptop microphone, which is also bad. Anyway, so yeah, when something hits the moon, there's a lot of kinetic energy. It explodes. Explosions just goes in all directions, so you get a circle on the surface. I don't understand why you expect anything else because the gravity is weaker. It still should form a circle. I don't get what the point is.
Okay, so smaller craters, right? That might not have an explosion. We still have perfect spheres, like sphere-shaped craters. Why are they all like perfect spherical craters? Why aren't there like some that are displaced or uneven, like of the circumference of it? Or even why isn't there evidence of like a glancing blow?
Like oblong craters?
Yeah, like an oblong crater, like a trough, or like
There are oblong craters.
like one that has like a trough, like that type of shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so they name craters. Do you want to give me the name of that crater?
I could find a picture for you. don't have them memorized.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
I think they named the main ones, not every single one.
Well, Bacon just got through telling us the reason why they're spherical craters, but now he's been informed that there's oblong craters.
He probably also knew that, but
Yeah, but they're rare. Even the impacts of the circular one, it's not impacts that went perpendicular to the surface. They're not circular because the asteroid hit it perpendicularly, or because the asteroid is a sphere. It's that shape because of the explosion. So, regardless on the direction it hits or the shape of it, you would still expect pretty much perfect circles.
Well, here's why I'm asking, because before I was trying to explain myself and I was almost rudely interrupted, but that's all right because you wanted to explain what I was talking about. But I wasn't quite finished because there is a distance from Earth to Earth to the moon, and in between that distance, how would a asteroid ever hit the moon? Okay. Imagine, like they use this example. Imagine you're in a football field and you're holding a watermelon in front of you, at arm's length out in front of you, and somebody from the stands has to hit that watermelon, and you're at the 50-yard line and they're, say, at the goal line, like at the goalpost. How are they going to hit that watermelon when your head's in the way?
do you think that asteroids only come from the direction of Earth?
Well, I mean, we see the same face of the moon, right? So how would we ever get those craters from the moon the side that we see?
I think what Bacon was trying to explain earlier is the explosion is going to go all directions, regardless of angle.
I think he's talking about how can asteroids hit that part of the moon.
I mean, it only has to go near Earth, right? 240,000 miles only means the Earth is going to block like a degree of the sky, maybe, from the moon.
Well,
Unless
unless we factor in the speed of an asteroid. So I'm gonna real quick because I don't know, but I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna check Google average speed of asteroids, and we could do a little math here.
Is this a continuation of what was being talked about like this morning? Is this a continuation? Well, it was probably early afternoon for people on the East Coast, but there was a discussion. Yeah, this idea. I mean, it's been talked about for years. Just if the claim is that the craters on the moon are caused by these asteroid hits, how are the asteroids hitting dead on the part that's facing the moon? And how are they not hitting at an angle, which would leave a huge skid mark on the moon instead of those kind of shapes we see?
That's right, Gio. I just Googled how fast an asteroid travels, and it travels 12 miles per second. So 12 miles per second, how is an asteroid going to get in between the Earth and the moon? Because that distance is only 248,000 miles.
I think it can come from an offset angle.
It's like a bank shot.
Where the Earth is.
It's like a pull. You put some English on the ball. It's like a pull shot when you bank it, like that.
Well, no, it's like that Wanted movie, and they curve bullets.
Yes, Wanted. That's it.
Well,
I mean, you can curve bullets.
When the moon's in the at the apex of its position in the sky for you, can something fall on your head that's not from exactly where the moon is in the sky?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
Can you give like an analogy?
from the moon's perspective, think about what the Earth looks like from the moon. You have a massive sky, right? And I'm sorry, Bacon. What do we say the Earth's angular size is from the moon?
The Earth angular size from the moon would be a little bit below 2 degrees, I think.
2 degrees. So we got 180 degrees. Yeah, we got 180 degrees of sky, and 2 degrees is filled up by the Earth. So asteroids can come from any of the other 178 degrees in the sky; it still hit you, right?
Well, that's a good question because all the pictures that we have of Earth show Earth really small, and every time like I look at a full moon, the moon looks pretty darn big, but it's probably because of like refraction and stuff. It makes the moon appear bigger. But if the Earth is 5 times bigger than the moon, how come the moon? Oh, 4 times. How come Earth doesn't look 4 times bigger than the moon would?
Who said it doesn't?
Yeah. Why do you think it doesn't?
Well, the pictures we have, from space begs to differ.
What do those pictures say the Earth's angular size is from the moon?
It looks small.
You probably, if you Google image, if you go to Google Images and you look up, I don't know, Messi, you're gonna see lots of pictures of Messi, and he's gonna have different sizes in all of them, right? Well, why is that the case?
Well, when I look at different pictures from the moon, of the moon from Earth, I kind of know what my what my eyes and my own observations tell me, and then I can compare to all the other pictures, like how you're saying Messi. We can look at Messi and in different photos, and he has different size heads. But if you know a person, you'd be able to compare and distinguish between what a person's head should be and what different pictures of angular resolution would look like.
Yeah, but that's it. You're not used to seeing the Earth from the moon. You have no comparison.
We're gonna say if you stood on the moon and looked at the Earth would look it would look big.
I agree, but if you're comparing pictures, like if you, or I mean, a better example would be just googling moon pictures. You're gonna see lots of sizes, and most of them they're zoomed in a lot because if you don't zoom in the moon, it's just like a tiny spot in the sky.
Yeah, but that's because the moon is distant as well. I mean, that's why you can't really judge the moon accurately when you look at it from the Earth, because you have distance between the Earth and the moon. That's why the moon also looks different size depending on where on Earth you view it from as well.
Well, that varies slightly. So the apparent size of the moon is always around 30 arc minutes. It's a little bit more, a little bit less. Like it ranges from like 29 arc minutes and 31 or 32 arc minutes. So it ranges between around 30 arc minutes. Even though it ranges very slightly and it's pretty much the same size always, you're gonna see pictures where it's vastly different. You can see pictures where it's tiny and pictures where it's huge, and pictures where it's so big it doesn't even fit in the picture, because you can zoom in and that changes how big the moon looks like. So you can't judge how big the moon looks like just based on pictures, because if you do that without any reference, you get contradictory answers. So of course that's not a valid way to tell how big the moon looks. So that's not just like that. You can't say how big the Earth looks from the moon. Look into the pictures alone. That doesn't give you any reference to tell what's the apparent size of the Earth from the moon.
Well, I've never seen a tiny moon in a picture, so I think that's kind of over exaggerating. But I have seen a very giant moon, like with my own eyes, and then in pictures as well. So I would imagine that the Earth would be 4 times bigger than that, if that's the case.
Okay, I'll show you a picture of a tiny moon. Like, just take a picture of a moon yourself without zooming in. Right? It's quite small in the picture, and if you can take off the glare by making the exposure times the small as you can, so you just get the size of the moon and not this whole glare size, then it gets even smaller. But here's the thing: even though the size on the picture varies, the angular size doesn't. That's what determines how big it looks. And you need a reference for that if you have a picture. Like, if you have a picture, but you also know what's the angular size of the picture, like, oh, this picture was taken with a field of view of 30 degrees or 5 degrees. If you have that information, then you can judge. And actually, there are some pictures of the Earth from the moon where you do have that information. And it does give you the size of the Earth that you would expect to see. Matthew already did that.
Are you done? Like monologuing?
I'm open for interruptions. Go ahead.
So this picture that you have of the moon, so we can take all the other pictures that we have of the Earth from the moon's surface, and we can compare them with this picture, and we can say it should the Earth should appear 4 times bigger than this moon picture, right?
Only if they have the same angle of view. If they have the same angle of view, then definitely that's a claim you can make.
Well, we did have the information of the Hasselblad cameras that they used, and from the satellite, that Japanese satellite, or was it Chinese, that took the picture of the Earth? You remember that one?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Maybe I've probably seen it, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to. But if you have one that you think the size doesn't match, you have enough information, and post it. Let's take a look.
So yeah, I mean, we kind of, I hate to go off topic of what we were talking about before about pictures of the moon and whatnot, but I think we breezed past the distance from the Earth to the moon and how fast asteroids travel, 12 miles per second. So how would an asteroid be able to get in between the Earth to impact the moon? I'm still asking you that question.
It doesn't have to. Why would it have to get in between the Earth and the moon to hit the moon?
Well, if we see craters from the moon, those craters got impact somehow. How did they get impacted?
They don't have to come from Earth's direction. They have all the rest of the sky of available directions for asteroids to come from.
Yeah, but those craters are spherical, and they're not oblong craters.
Which doesn't imply the impact was perpendicular. As I explained, the craters aren't caused by the impact itself. It's the explosion of the impact. So
Bacon, how come you guys wouldn't just come up with the idea that the moon got hit by these things before it was orbiting the Earth? What about that one? If I had to try to make up an apologist story for the globe and all that, I would go with that. That's at least one that you could throw out there.
That is a good one.
Just say, yeah, it just got hit by that shit before it got coming around, orbiting the Earth.
Earth didn't capture the moon didn't exist not orbiting the Earth. It was formed while orbiting the Earth.
Well, that's one theory. There's other ideas as well. You're just going off of whatever authority theory you're going off of.
Yeah, I'm talking about the model, the mainstream. Like, if I'm going to contradict the mainstream, the rest of the mainstream idea of what the story of the moon, then that's not a very good explanation. That would fit mainstream idea, right?
Whose mainstream idea? Because there's different ideas out there. Is there one that you're saying is official for that? Because I mean, even
that's the main one. I think it's the only one that people still consider. It's this one.
That the moon.
Hey, there was one more.
That the moon came off the Earth.
Yeah, it was a impact between Earth and another planet in the beginning of the solar system. That's the most accepted idea, and it has been the main one for a long time now. I don't think people usually present other alternatives anymore. They're pretty settled with that one.
Hey, there was one more thing about asteroids and speeds of asteroids. Why do we see asteroids in the sky fly so slow if they travel at 12 miles per second?
That's actually a really good point, and we should go to that. But I was just going to say that with the moon forming thing, like there's three, like these. Here are three of the theories. For example, the giant impact hypothesis, which is what you're talking about, the co-formation theory, and the capture theory. So obviously, if it was capture, then it would be the one I was referring to. But I mean, I don't know that there's like necessarily one that some authority tries to claim. I guess they always try to claim one or whatever, but I'm just saying there's different ideas about it. It's all just fabricated concepts anyways. It's literally just mind thoughts with no proof. Not that different than just like science fiction. I mean, it is science fiction essentially, but it's trying to relate something to what we see in the sky.
Right. Yeah, but my response to him, even if the moon was captured by the Earth already with impacts, that wouldn't go against or invalidate what I said. That what causes the shape of the impact is the explosion. That is said to be the case for impacts both on the moon and on the Earth. That the direction of the impact isn't that significant. If you simulate them, it's the explosion that gives you the circular shape.
That seems weird. Seems like it would definitely be oblong.
Yeah, if you think about that hole being formed by the asteroid removing matter from the Earth's surface, then sure. But
you guys,
it's the same thing. What do you mean? They don't
that's
hit
what
and
it is,
explode
man.
like a bomb.
No,
yeah, that's exactly what they.
No, it's
exactly what it is. No, they explode like a bomb. Like the impact generates so much thermal energy that they literally explode like a bomb. That is the explanation.
That's absurd.
How does the moon get hit so many more times than the Earth when the Earth's gravity should be pulling them towards us?
Oh, who said he got hit more times than the Earth?
Well, the Earth doesn't have gigantic holes all over it when we look at it from out in space.
Yeah, that's not. I agree, but the moon isn't like the Earth. The moon can preserve the impacts much better than the Earth. The Earth, first of all, have atmosphere that can destroy many of the asteroids that come falls towards it. Also, it's a living planet. We have erosion. We have
vegetation.
Sorry.
Vegetation, rain, precipitation.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on the Earth that easily wash out craters.
Mounds of dirt don't grow back.
Well, you don't need that. There's again, like I said, there's erosion. There's tectonic activities. It's a living planet. Things don't don't look the same for millions of years on Earth because it's a living planet. The moon isn't. It's pretty dry. There's no atmosphere. There's nothing going on there. There's no tectonic activity.
And you don't think these explanations seem a little shaky when you're saying them? They sound perfectly fine, and you buy and believe all of it? Because I'm just saying, someone listening, from me listening to this, it sounds real shady. Like,
if you put something, if you put an apple,
it does kind of sound like you're kind of forcing an explanation that you don't really stand behind. That's kind of the vibe. Like if you were selling this and this was like a sales presentation, it would sound like you're not confident in the position and you're kind of just like repeating the idea without actually having any like a backing in your words. Like you don't seem to be putting it forth.
Yeah, I don't have a deep knowledge on how craters get preserved on Earth, but like it's not that difficult to understand that it's much easier for the moon to preserve craters than the Earth, given that there are so many dynamic things going on the Earth.
I can buy that. I can buy that one. I believe you on that one. Like I could see where you're coming from on that one, but the one where the explosions happen and that causes it to be round versus oblong, and That just seems like an
Okay, let me
excuse,
show you
like they just
something.
came up with something.
I mean, we bombed
And
the
I'm
ship.
not saying you don't believe it, by the way. I think just to like Geo and me, I think we just don't feel like it's a good
Yeah,
explanation.
it's not
We're kind
intuitive.
of feeling that way, you know what I mean? But I'm not saying that you don't believe it, just to be clear.
Yeah, it's not intuitive.
Well,
But
Bacon. In World War II, we dropped hundreds and thousands of bombs, and all of those bombs came in at an oblique angle. They didn't go straight down. And
yeah, but I think
they all
he's
produced
saying
circular craters.
yeah, but I think
If you
he's
guys
rejecting that
Google,
they explode.
hold on. If you guys Google Arizona crater, it's called Meteor Crater National Landmark. You can Google it, press directions, and it'll actually show you. And then you got to switch to satellite. Hold on, and then you can look at the actual crater, and it's not spherical at all. It actually looks square. So do you want to explain the shape of that crater, Bacon?
What's that? Craters are not perfectly circular.
Show me one crater from a bomb. Just one.
No, hold on. There's an actual crater, meteor crater. It's named Meteor Crater. They even have the meteor, but it's not a spherical crater. It's called Arizona Meteor Crater.
Yeah. I posted several images of the
Yeah, I don't
moon of
know.
craters that are all non-circular, or don't appear like a very absolute perfect circle. I think asking for perfect circles and thinking that he is claiming perfect circles is not really engaging in good faith.
Yeah, I'm not sure how elliptical shape craters would form. I don't know that. If that's your question, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
Negator, you're saying that the
Yeah,
craters
you're
that you
explaining
posted
that
aren't?
spherical craters are created by explosions.
Yeah.
Negator, the pictures you posted, they look spherical to me. They don't look oblong. They look straight on impacts to me.
I mean, I could circle a bunch in each picture for you. That
All right, but you agree a majority of them are straight on, right? So the ones that are oblong actually work against this because Bacon's saying that even if they hit oblong, they would look spherical.
no, what Bacon's saying is that even if they hit oblong, they'd still usually look generally spherical. Explosions aren't. It's not a perfect. It's not putting pressure out in all directions equally.
I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm saying they look like they hit straight on in between us and the moon, as if stuff was projected from the Earth to the moon, which can't really happen.
Oh, that would be only for the ones in the middle. Like if you get anywhere away from the middle of the moon, that's no longer that would even if you needed that impact to come perpendicular to the surface, that wouldn't intersect with the Earth. Only the first 2 degrees of the center of the moon will have
Well, you
the
got to
Earth.
keep in mind the Earth is a lot bigger too, though.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
and
keeping
the
that in mind. That's
gravitation,
why I'm saying 2 degrees. That's keeping
but
that
it
in mind. It gives
also
you 2
the
degrees.
gravitational field of the Earth would pull a lot of those ones that are just off to the Earth, right? Ones that are just off a tiny bit from hitting straight.
Slightly, like they're very fast. Just like they can deflect the ones that would hit the moon and not hit the moon, they can also deflect the ones that wouldn't hit the moon and then they hit the moon. Just like coffee converter simulation showed. If you go to 20 minutes, 19 minutes past the hour, coffee converter posted one of his own simulations where 4 asteroids get deflected by the Earth and hit the moon.
This is exactly why I brought up. Hold on, man. This is exactly why I brought up the speed of asteroids, 12 miles per second, and by the time any gravity would ever influence the path of that asteroid, it would be minute because at how fast these rocks are traveling. So to say that gravity would, make it travel in any different direction is preposterous.
Why?
Because they're traveling so fast.
Yeah, and so
and by the time it got close enough for the gravitational force to have an impact on it and to change its course.
It always have an impact on it. There's no point in which starts to have an impact on it. It always have an impact on it. Gravity
12
doesn't
miles
start.
per second. 12 miles per second.
Mm-hmm.
How fast can a trajectory change in 12 miles per second?
If it's going close to the Earth, it will be affected by the Earth. I don't
Whatever,
understand why you don't get it. Just
Well,
because it's a high speed.
why do you want to treat us like we're dumbasses? The gravity of any object is not going to have an impact on that rock. It's flying too darn fast.
Well, we have literally a simulation of that posted 20 minutes ago. It's applying the exact.
Your simulation didn't take into account how fast these rocks are traveling.
They seem to be very fast in simulation. They are 10 kilometers a second. There's one 10 kilometers a second.
Have you ever seen crystals that are affected by electrostatic arcing? It looks just like the Boone craters. And it's said to happen when the new moon happens, because the moon completely disappears from our visible realm. And if it's close to the sun there could actually be an arcing effect. And it's also, they try to say that a new asteroid hit the moon during a solar eclipse, for example, or sorry, a lunar eclipse.
Oh shit! Yeah, I see you there.
No, sorry, during a solar eclipse, when the moon is. Well, I think they've actually claimed them in both. But anyways, like after eclipses, they'll claim that during the eclipse, like an asteroid hit the moon, because the moon's surface actually does look different. But the ancient understanding of it is that there's an electric arcing. There's like an alchemical marriage between the sun and the moon on physical, spiritual, multiple levels, like archetypally, energetically, symbolically, the sun and the moon and the kind of marriage of the sun and the moon that creates those features on the moon. Not even saying the moon is physical, but I am saying that there's some kind of marriage between the sun and the moon that has to do with the visible face of the moon that we see and these crater effects like you guys are talking about, or what they call craters, which, because you can actually do this in a lab, like electrostatic arcing, and they literally look like moon craters, even though they're not craters.
But the question of why some craters aren't perfectly circular, why some of them are like elliptical, a bit elongated, it's a good question. I'm not sure where to find an answer for that. But I agree with the question.
There's more. If like I referenced earlier, like I know that Regis is going back to craters, or rather asteroids coming directly from the position of the moon in the sky. I'm sorry, the sun in the sky, but the Earth in the sky. And the Earth being 2 degrees wide means that it only needs to come in from an 88-degree angle to miss the moon and still strike. And what more?
To miss the moon or to miss the Earth?
To miss the Earth, yeah, and still hit the moon from an 88 degrees vertical. And what I was referencing earlier is bombing in World War II produced craters.
Ignoring gravitation, though, right?
Well, what do you, when you say that, I don't understand what you mean.
Well, if it was on track, the asteroid, to just miss Earth, right? It was 2 degrees off, right? And it was looking like it was going to head for the moon from, the asteroid's point of view, I guess. If you were looking like from a camera on the asteroid and it was lined up to just miss Earth, that would probably hit Earth, right? When it got close enough to where the gravitation was too strong. So it would have to be further away than that. But Bacon does make a good point, because then the ones that didn't look like they were going to hit the moon would be swayed by Earth's gravity and then hit the moon. So I didn't consider those ones.
Yeah. No, the other thing to consider that I just thought of is that from the moon's perspective, there's only a 60-kilometer diameter circle that's ever directly below the Earth.
What do you mean?
Well, the Earth takes up 2 degrees of the moon's sky. And 2 degrees on the surface of the moon is 60 kilometers in length. So what I mean is that if I'm standing in the middle of that 60 kilometer strip, I'm looking straight up 9 degrees at Earth. Somebody that's 30 kilometers to my right and somebody that's 30 kilometers to my left, when they look straight up, their vision's not centered on the Earth anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe what you're getting at, I think it's a good point. This is why I think this it's not a good argument. The whole like the position of the like trying to debunk the moon craters by saying that the craters couldn't hit it because it's facing the moon. Because yeah, what you just described right there, like if you were on the moon and you were looking at the Earth, let's just say you're on the center of the face of the moon we see. If it was a physical rock, and if you could go up there and hang upside down on it, and you could hang there, and you would be looking back at the Earth. For you, that would be looking up, if you want to even involve the whole gravity spheres, sticking in the middle of spheres thing. So you would be looking, your up would now, I guess, it would just feel different, that when you look up, you'd look at the Earth at your high noon position, and it would not change its position. It would stay right there, because we always see the same face of the moon. So it would always be there. Of course, they don't show this. They've been to the moon all these times. We couldn't see that footage. I mean, that's the most incredible footage. Can you imagine being on a surface of a thing and looking up and seeing all of Earth up in the sky, and they never pointed a camera there? It's beyond bizarre. But okay, we'll leave that aside. Leave that aside. It would be directly above you, and it would be roughly 4 times the size of the moon. The way the moon looks the way the moon looks in the sky to us, if you were on the moon looking at the Earth, it would look roughly 4 times larger than that. So it's not really that large. I mean, it would be big. It would definitely be like 4. Take the moon and go 1, 2, 3, 4. Make it 4 times larger. It would be large, but not like, it's not like it's going to take up the whole sky. And so, yeah, in theory, you could have all kinds of like asteroids or whatever coming, whipping right by the Earth, maybe bringing some gravity field refraction deal, gets whipped into the Earth, and then just pulls in the gravitational field and smacks the moon head on. So that's why I don't think it's a good argument for,
unless you believe NASA, because the Epic Discover, did you see the picture the Epic Discover got of the moon and Earth in the same frame when the moon went in between the Epic Discover and Earth? It looked like they were like so close to each other, and like
that's
like
true.
Imagine being on the moon on that. It would look.
I know, it would be like you would take up your whole sky. I know.
So weird.
That's such a fake thing, that thing. It's the word. Unbelievable. People in the future looking back on this, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, people believe that one. Like, it's bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, they claim it's doable too. Like, I don't know what they say, focal length or something, but they act like it's not a problem. Like, it's just the vantage point or something.
This article I'm posting, this is from the Thunderbolts Project. It shows a bunch of electrostatic arcing, and it shows multiple different pictures of like the moon, and then how these electrostatic arc shapes that are made. And it's strikingly similar, even to the point to where the idea that they're just asteroids hitting is just a remedial concept that really doesn't explain the phenomenon. Because you'll see in this article, like there's different types of craters, quote unquote, if you want to call them a crater, like impacts. It is an impact of sort. It's an electric static impact. It's an electric arc. So it's just electricity. It's like a lightning bolt, which we already have lightning bolts. So we know that this phenomenon exists, and lightning bolts have their effect on the Earth. But this would be between the sun and the moon. And the thing about these things that people call craters, like these effects on the moon, is that when they do this electric arcing, they can, like, there's different types depending on the frequency of the electricity. Like some of them create different shapes. They have different like angles to them. And they also have like, sometimes they have a little like mountain in the middle, which, you know how like when you drop something in water and like there's a droplet and you know how it shoots up in the middle. And we've all seen like something dropping in the water at slow motion. So these create that as well. And they show how these electric fields, this electric arcing can create that effect as well. So there's quite a bit of I mean, there's more than just that, but that's just one to get started on because there's a lot of good information on there. That just shows these effects. There's also a thing that we're like a little dome. They call it a dome crater, where there's like a dome that kind of bubbles up in the middle. That's also like an effect of liquid and plasma, and it also has an electric effect to it as well.
When's the last time the Earth has been hit by a crater? Like, when's the last time they noticed, the moon? When's the last time they noticed like a new crater on the moon? Or
I remember a couple of days ago, there's a Japanese guy who is constantly recording the moon, and he posted a couple impacts that he captured himself. I think they're very small ones. Like, it's not big enough that it's gonna put a visible crater.
I want to say the Earth has never been hit by a crater ever that I know of.
Yeah, craters don't hit things. Like, asteroids hit them, and then they leave craters. The craters themselves don't hit the Earth.
The Earth has never ever been hit by an asteroid, as far as I know.
Tunguska, Russia. Look up 2008 asteroid in Russia. It's actually filmed.
I mean, I don't think rocks fall from the sky.
Yeah,
I think
when they find them,
interdimensional beings will come through the sky before a rock falls from the sky.
Definitely.
It happened.
Or
there's
water,
a guy here in Brazil.
Or water when there's great floodings and
there's a video of the one in Russia
opens up, and the Great Rift opens, and the water comes pouring in.
Geo, there's a video of the one hitting in Russia in 2008. There's quite a few videos who caught it, and it exploded something like 50 meters above the ground, and it detonated with the force of like 10 atomic bombs, and you had windows 100 kilometers away from where it exploded, like shattering and stuff. There's videos of it. There's loads of dash cams from cars and stuff that caught it. Loads of them.
Yeah, I don't deny that, but I don't think it's an asteroid from the sky. I think that's a military weapon, basically.
Yeah, me too. When they go to track them down, they're like these weird spiraled pieces of metal. They're like twisted and turned.
Yeah, dude, they're just testing their
like balls.
Yeah, they're testing their fake alien invasion tech, man. So yeah, they're just explosives. It's like the clandestine layers of the military that are doing those things.
Oh, did you hear about the Las Vegas UFO that apparently fell or some shit, and there was like an 8-foot creature that was seen in someone's yard? Do you guys hear about that?
I actually did watch that yesterday.
I didn't see much about it. I just saw like one short report.
Let the games begin. Who's gonna fall for the fake alien invasion? Raise your hand if you're gonna fall for it.
If they bring me money and riches, I'll fall for it. Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, then you raised your hand. You raised your hand. You mean like let me think, a financial reset because the aliens are hacking the mainframe, so you have to come to the new blockchain or their blockchain.
I know the government's not going to give a shit.
You have to go to their blockchain. It's not really the real deal blockchain.
Yeah. So it's a scam. Then we have to admit that.
Apparently, they got the UFO that fell on like a police cam. But then the person who called into 911 who saw the creatures in their yard, they had a dial-up handheld phone. That was the story. They didn't have cell phones, so they couldn't take pictures of it.
Of course.
Right? Like, who wouldn't have grabbed their phone immediately? And they said that the thing stood there and looked at them for like a long time. So I don't know.
And that was in mainstream news. That's mainstream news, or
yeah, yep.
Oh my gosh! So they're just.
But it happened back. It happened on like May 3rd or something though, so it's kind of weird. It took so long to get out.
I don't ever really track what's going on in the news, but I hear about it from here and there, and I have been hearing that they've been putting just consistently more UFO and alien stuff. Like during the whole scamdemic, you know how like that was almost the only thing on the news. So it's like, what are the themes now? You know that they're bringing in.
Yeah, I don't watch the news either. Even as a kid, I thought I knew the news was. I didn't know it was like a, like sort of like a psyop in a way. I didn't know that it was like CIA run and stuff. But even as a young kid, I knew that there was something wrong with the news. Like I would see my grandparents and my family, like when they came over for dinner, put on like action news, and it would just be sad story after sad story after sad story of kids getting murdered and shit. And I always wondered, why do they want to watch this? You know, I would go out and play outside while they watch the news because I knew something was up with it, you know?
Yeah, it's super
You know
insane
what?
when you think about how much control they have over that, because people do want to know what's going on. Like, we're curious creatures. We want to know this happened, that happened, you know, be abreast of things in different ways, especially if there's finances involved or maybe sports or all these different things. So it's such a huge responsibility to like give people actual legit information that is of the things going on. And I mean, ultimately, though, there's another way to view life where you really don't have to be all hyped up about what other people are doing. You can just be in your own flow as well. So there's that. But in today's world, it's a whole thing that they've tried to create, this like media source and this like daily consumable information. And what a huge responsibility, because whatever they put in front of your face, like, it's just going to totally influence you as to thinking of that's what life is, quote unquote, all about. And if every day you're watching these stories, which who knows some of them if they're even fake or real, like, you know, which ones are just crisis actors. I mean,
yep,
that's a whole nother.
And that's part of the problem is journalism has lost like all of its like ethical responsibility in a way, you know? It's just bizarre.
People don't think as much about people think about what they eat, funnily enough, but they don't think about what they feed their mind. Because just like you eat shit food, you know, it's gonna have shit effect on your body. If you feed your mind shit information, it's got the same effect. And I don't know about you guys, do you ever get this feeling when you watch the news that you literally just ask yourself, where is all this shit happening? You know, you turn on the news like 500 children died, there's a war, an atomic bomb went off here. And you're like, where is all this going on? You look outside, the birds are singing and it's peaceful. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, and that also breeds more of that type of energy as well. I mean, because then they convince people to join militaries and go do these things to other people. So they try to build it as the norm, all this violence and insane ways of treating other people.
Did you guys see those attacks in Paris that they faked? It's really funny, like 2 terrorists supposedly, and it's like with the police officer that he shoots supposedly, and you can see that he's shooting blanks like next to him, and then the police officer is like moving afterwards, and he's like, no, keep playing, keep acting, they're still filming us. You know, they're like filming events, because I don't even believe like most of these events that I see anymore, you know, because you see like the same crisis actors in 3 different events and stuff. Have you seen that? You'll see like the same ones in different events.
Yeah, I think the French government's trying to distract for the political situation, the political fallout. And this is the best
but it's so blatantly fake as well. It wasn't even like well done.
What about those
can't
kids
ever
that were
figure that
apparently
stuff out.
stabbed in the park? Did you hear about that?
Yes.
Yeah, that looked fake as well. It looked really stupid, actually.
Yeah,
But
I just don't like getting things wrong like that. Like I try to just leave all that stuff, you know? Like I know what you're saying, and I'm sure a lot of that stuff is fake and it's all, you know, some sort of narrative they're pushing. But I just can't stand like thinking like I don't want to be like, oh, it's all fake and just like be totally wrong with it. Not for the sake of being wrong. I just don't even want my mind to entertain whether it is or whether it isn't. I just try to leave all that stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah, you don't want to go down the whole conspiratorial aspect of possibilities. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. Like I actually think it's healthy to look at things from different angles, and obviously I'm a flat earther, so like conspiracies aren't anything I'm against. I just don't like when it's something so subjective where you can't really tell for sure. I don't know. Like I'm a skeptic with a lot of things, but I do need a certain level of evidence, which probably sounds weird to the Globers in here, but that's basically how I try to
know
look
what
at
you
things.
mean. Yeah, I notice a lot with these so-called Globers. They all tend to be leftists and government pro-government and pro the current thing, NPC type mentality.
You know, you could just talk to us. We're sitting right here.
Yeah, there's a good amount of them that aren't pro-government too, but for some reason, you know, they just take what they see with certain aspects and leave other things. But I mean, that's what I do with certain things too. So I can't be too judgmental of that.
Here's a question: is there anyone who thinks the Earth is stationary and planar, who was in the military and who, has recently come to the understanding of the Earth not being the globe, and then now they are not a fan of military stuff? That seems like there's a lot of
that's a good question.
Yeah. Like how many maintain how many of them do any actually maintain like a pro-military perspective?
That's such a good question.
Well, I know a lot of the military has woken up to this post-traumatic stress syndrome, and illnesses they're getting was caused by those forced vaccinations they had. So that's one of the aspects of it.
Are we though?
Oh, are you military? Did you have forced vaccines?
Yeah, I think Negator is, right?
Yeah.
Negator, they give you a lot of stuff though, right? Like a lot of different
yeah.
shots and stuff for certain things. Do you not get sick anymore? I heard a lot of them, like the shots are really good where you don't even get sick like for a while.
You mean that they're giving you something that there is actually helping?
Well, yeah, like I heard this before, like, the recent vaccine that people are thinking of, but like 15 years ago, I knew a couple buddies who went into the military and they got shot up with a lot of stuff before they went overseas. And when they came back, they worked with me for a while, and they told me they never got sick from the second they got those shots and whatever they were giving them.
I mean,
I was just wondering if that was the same with a lot of people in the military or not.
It's pretty subjective and hard for me to judge, right? Because that's the only life I know, and I don't know if they're allergies, seasonal allergies every year. I've been in Korea for almost a year, and I haven't gotten the flu or a cold or any type of like sinus related. But the atmosphere is not great. Not very congested, but there's a slight congestion most of the time, and I think it's related to air pollution.
When's the last time you got the flu?
I either got COVID or the flu.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. But just to kind of wrap up my response.
Yeah. You said you're in
kids,
Korea.
Well,
and
hang
you
on.
haven't got sick yet.
Hold on, man. Just let Negator go real quick. You can go next.
Yeah. Just saying, my kids get sick really often compared to me, and obviously they haven't had all the same things that I've had, but they're also exposed to other kids. More vectors. So I have had a few of my soldiers tell me, like, "Yeah, I got it," and then like it's been 6 months, and like one of them told me, like, my nose is always like I'm always got like a droopy nose, and it's gone away completely. So I don't have a objective answer for you, I guess.
Gotcha.
I mean, it could make sense. So, I mean, I'll say this as cryptically as I can, but I'll just say this. I think they are manufacturing the things in the first place, meaning the things that are making people sick. And then the orange juice then has a certain effect on people's immune systems. So I like the idea that for the public taking them, it's weakening us. But in the military, they might use ones that actually will make you more immune to those things because they need their soldiers to be, not sick, basically.
Hey, that's interesting.
And
I could see that.
Can control that with them. Yeah, it's like.
Well, they definitely.
It's like the idea of an antidote,
Like anytime you go anywhere in the world, you get new stuff based on whatever is like common in that part of the world. So I got the one for Japanese encephalitis before I came out here. I haven't had Japanese encephalitis.
Sounds nasty. Oh man, that's rough.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I did get when I spent a year in Kuwait, and I did get a really nasty stomach bug called neurovirus. So bad that they had a quarantine set up, and anybody that reported symptoms, like when you went to the medics, they'd bring a van by, wouldn't even let you go to your room to get your stuff, and take you down to a sleeping area.
What were your symptoms?
It was
the usual stomach stuff.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was diarrhea, but other folks
Sounds
were throwing up. I
Sounds
didn't
better
do
than
that.
encephalitis.
Yeah.
So were you
Wait, so
eating the local
you got
food in Kuwait?
you got the juice thing for it, and you got the disease. You're saying, or which one are you referring to? Oh no, you're talking about the stomach bug thing. But that happens to. I mean, people get those though. That's fairly common.
Well, that one was related to. So there's a lot of Kuwaiti like migrant workers that they employed to like clean bathrooms and stuff, and their hygiene was pretty bad. And like it comes from fecal matter, so somebody, didn't wash their hands very well, and yeah, it was bad. But there's no thing for that. Like you can't get inoculated against that. You just gotta wash your hands a lot.
It sounds like a virus or something.
Yeah. And then my family got what was that big one? Yeah, like 2008, 2009. Bird flu.
N1H1.
The swine flu.
H1N1.
Yeah, my wife and kids got that while I was gone, and that was really bad.
Crazy how many crazy illnesses there are around the world.
Yeah, that's when we were in Germany. So.
Well, it's quite funny. If you look at life and stuff, ever since the beginning of life, it's an arms race between viruses and like living beings. It's been an arms race between us and all the viruses that can kill us. It's quite interesting.
I don't really
it's interesting how there's no. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't think that's the thing that nature creates, though. Those are like essentially bioweapons.
Yeah, well, there's also issues from just the developing world, like with all our medicines, causing autoimmune diseases. Because there's like almost no autoimmune diseases in the developing world, like in third world countries like Africa and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. A lot of the Western medicine is good for certain things, but can really mess up our immune systems on the other hand.
Yeah. Well, I think now that that Dr. F, I won't say his name, but I think you know who I'm talking about. Now that he's resigned out of the American health system, there might be a change regarding this. might be the new hierarchy coming in that's not going to push all these diseases and stuff.
Oh, without that, I don't think that's going to come too soon, until there's a huge shift in the power structures, because they're going to keep pushing that. It's one of their biggest sellers for their whole fake paradigm, their fake empire.
You guys,
hijack.
My bad. Did you guys hear about Zuckerberg, his property in Hawaii? There's like a bunch of billionaires building underground, like homes or bunkers or something.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're planning, man, but thinking maybe they're going to try to release something else, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, well, like the thing we were talking about before with the military, like they actually use a stationary planar Earth in their models for their equipment, and they actually mention that they say the words flat, non-rotating, and many different engineering documents and military documents. So at the deepest part of the military, that's how they treat the Earth, and that's how they actually utilize it. But it seems like probably most, if not all, of their soldiers, well, a large majority probably, are going to just be going right with the globe. But I think there's a lot of people that seem like that I've met who were in the military and then have now realized the globe is not real, not legit. And then now they actually have like much less trust in the military, to where many of them say, like, if they knew then what they know now, they never would have joined the military or been a part of that. That seems to be the most common, that seems to be a very common thing that people who have that kind of life history.
Might have a lot to do with the fact that the nature of Earth kind of opened your eyes for other things too, like just different events that may have happened. Maybe they start looking into some of that. Maybe that kind of makes them that way.
Is there a doctor here?
A doctor?
Is there a doctor or nurse in this Discord?
No.
I mean, I learned how to give somebody an IV once upon a time.
Okay, IV. Okay, I took 8 times 1,000 milligrams. That's 8,000 milligrams. I overdosed the dosage. Am I okay?
What was it? Tums?
Tums.
Yeah, don't take any more for a while.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
You should be fine, but just don't take any for a couple days.
Wait, what's going on? You ate too many Tums?
Well, according to the dosage, yes.
Yeah. Well, I know people who use those who can get kind of addicted to them. Like I know some, like a little bit, older. They're older and they have like heartburn, and then they just like eat those like all the time, like candy almost.
So, I used to be like that.
Was it 8 all at once or spread over a couple hours?
It's spread over from this morning.
Oh, you're fine.
I took 4. I took 2, 2, 2, and 2 since like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
it's not all I wanted. I wasn't trying to end it. I just can't read.
That's a little over the daily amount that they are okay with, but you're fine. Just try not to take them tomorrow if you can help it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Carry on.
And that was not medical advice, so don't try suing me, Godric.
All good, no worries. You always have to put the legal in there, not medical advice. See your own professional, consult your own physician. But since I said that, this is what you do. ABC.
Yeah, it's a testament to how much big pharma actually has control in the world, because that's insane that you can't give someone the health ideas without like having them come after you. It's totally insane. I mean, health is just a component of life. Just like somebody might say, "Oh, do you think I should get this job or go into this field or go to this college," or any number of things. And people have people in their life, "Oh, I think you should go here. I think you should whatever." I mean, why is health any different? Just because there's people that call themselves professionals, and then there's some school they went to that Freemasons created, and then they think that that information somehow rules over everyone else's, that they have the authority. I mean, it's insane. Like, we're living in like an authoritarian medical dictatorship.
Dude, that is such a good point. Like, you never really like step back and look at it from that point of view. That is an excellent point. Like, it's kind of like they don't have any right to say that, you know?
Or they just like assume it. Yeah. They're just like, well, we're the authority and you have to go to our doctors. And if anyone else is out there giving health information, oh, sorry, we can come sue you, arrest you, whatever they do. I mean, I guess it's maybe not an arrestable level per se, but they just try to financially tank you so they keep their control.
Yeah, it's kind of BS. That happens in a ton of different fields, right? Particularly in fields that you get like credentialing for. So not only in health, it deals with finance and things like that, right? Oh, this isn't legal advice. Oh, it's not financial advice. Oh, this isn't health advice. Why do you have to preface that? Why can't people just talk about things?
I know. They do it with the financial thing too. Exactly. All these disclaimers, and it's like someone can't tell you, hey, I whatever. Just also, yeah, they want to control that too.
And then it's like the minute the peasants have some sort of come up, they shut things down. I was talking with a coworker today, and he was like, there used to be a subreddit where people would follow Nancy. Can you guys hear me?
Like Godric.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. I'll add in real quick. And if you ever want to disappear, just find a cure for cancer. You'll be gone in no time.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be suppressed. So, yeah, I was talking with a coworker, and he was like, yeah, there used to be a subreddit where somebody had information about every single financial move that Nancy Pelosi would make within her portfolio. And everybody was just doing the same financial moves that she was doing and raking in a ton of money. And they completely shut down the subreddit. So it's like, heaven forbid the peasants have some sort of information, right?
That's true. That is a great point. That's so scummy.
Or like when they started doing the whole everybody was investing in whatever that movie theater and all that kind of stuff, and they immediately shut down like your ability to buy the stock. It's like, wait a minute, people on Wall Street do this shit all day, every day. And the minute the average person tries to run some sort of hey, let's get together and do this, then it's automatically like, nope, sorry, peasants.
Yeah, they literally did like freeze those stocks a lot. I think it was AMC and GameStop.
Yes, yeah, that whole thing.
That was crazy.
Well, the public started shorting it, and the big guys started the money, so they didn't allow the public to buy or sell any more stock. So they controlled
they literally froze it. It's crazy.
It's an example of control.
But yeah, they definitely have a lot of the major industries kind of on lockdown with their whole credentialing programs, right? If you're not a licensed lawyer or attorney or a member of the bar, then you cannot give somebody legal advice, at least lest you be subject to prosecution. You can't give financial advice, tell people maybe what they should or should not be doing with their money. Otherwise, you can face criminal penalties. And heaven forbid you tell somebody who may be experiencing a similar health situation to you what may have helped you. So like Godric, right? So I've had issues as well in the past with kind of like acid reflux kind of indigestion problems. And I found that changing my diet, meaning I'm intaking pretty much nothing that's spicy at all anymore. I mean, I can handle the spice hot heat wise, right? But I know that it's going to wreak havoc on my body, so I've just eliminated that from my diet, as well as fried food, and I try not to overload too much on like straight carbs, and it's completely eliminated my issues. But that's not medical advice for you. Heaven forbid I tell you what has worked for me.
Pretty ridiculous with cancer too. Like cancer drugs are so bad. It must just be so profitable for, the pharmaceutical companies, because there's like, they're awful. They're terrible drugs. They're basically poison. And there's no advancements that have been made, no significant ones really, in decades. And still, like you said, Godric, find a cure for cancer. It's a quick way to end up on, like that's true. And it's kind of crazy because it's not like they have anything good right now. It's just purely profit driven.
Yeah, well, they also want to be able to financially tank you. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. Like, if you're trying to do it, well, yeah, I guess. Well, I was just thinking about how, like, for example, there's certain plant medicines that can help resolve those conditions. I'll just say, can resolve, and they definitely don't want doctors and quote unquote professionals like actually letting people know that. So they try to pigeonhole it and make their treatments be like the only thing that you can get access to for most people, which is pretty sad.
Yep. And it's the same, like, I'm driving, so I don't know who said his register. It's the same, for the most part, the same kind of treatments that have been used for decades. Like, I literally just found out last night, my dad was just like, oh yeah, in a couple weeks I gotta go do this radiation thing. I was like, what? Yeah, a little prostate thing. It's like, really? Just randomly found out in passing that I guess my dad has cancer. Yeah. And he wasn't telling me or something. I don't know. Random. But he's like, yeah, I have some radiation thing that they're going to do. He's like, I guess at this point it's just pretty simple procedure, works pretty well, and they've got it down and it's pretty routine. I'm like, yeah, sure, it's going to suck out $150,000 from us,
That's rough, man. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't talk to him too much about it. He just kind of said it in passing, but I think it's something where it's like, caught it early isn't that far progressed or whatever, and it's prostates, which I think is a fairly curable type 1 with the treatment that he's doing. But I certainly would have liked to have known earlier and maybe tried to find out if there was alternatives to doing radiation and crap like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just found out maybe 5 months ago, my uncle, right after he got the orange juice, he was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer, or I think it was liver bile duct cancer that spread to his lymph nodes and stuff, but stage 4. So, it's bad news on top of bad cancer. And He just had to move in with us. He just had a pipe burst in his house like 2 nights ago. His entire downstairs flooded, dude. It's nuts. Yeah, I was looking into alternatives for him, and he's just like too scared to even try it, you know? That's what sucks. It's like when you get that news, you kind of, not only is it hard to find alternatives because they don't want them out there, but people are so trusting of authority that they're kind of afraid to even try anything else.
And it's like it seems like when they give those kind of diagnoses, right? And like, oh, it's stage 4. They're still going to try to put you on some sort of regimen, which seems like it just completely destroys the person's body to try to save the body that they know is already too far gone. And people are so scared of the C word that they'll do anything. And it's almost like, I don't know, it's so weird.
Yeah. It's like I don't know. I guess it's clinging to hope, but yeah, stage 4, it's like, why be in all that pain? But
And I feel like almost at this point that as a society, we're so scared of that C word, especially when they're like, that's really bad, that mentally, when you hear that, is the start of the end because you almost sign your own death sentence mentally.
dude, I believe that. I believe that, Napalm. I really do. Because I just feel like if someone never knew, like they weren't diagnosed, for some reason I truly like believe deep down that they would keep on living on and being fine for a while anyway. Whereas if they do get diagnosed and it's stage 4, it's just like boom, so quick. But I don't know. But yeah, it does something weird when you get that official diagnosis. It's like, I don't know if the brain like starts believing it right there at the moment, and maybe the mind kind of makes it happen as well. I don't know what it is, but it is. I don't know. It's a weird process.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day. I almost feel like I say they, the infamous they. Something is going on that's trying to, whether it's intentional or unintentional, there's something going on that seems to be putting a large portion of our population into the spectrum. And I feel like when people are fairly high on the spectrum, they become less empathetic, slightly more robotic, and more easily controlled. And I think that might be intentional. But sometimes my tinfoil hat gets a little tight on my head.
Do you think, when you say that, do you think it's something that's happening right now, like
I mean,
changing, or over the generations?
100%. So my mother, I might cut out here, I'm in a bad spot, but my mother worked as a special needs teacher for a very long time back in the 80s and the 90s. And she started teaching blind and visually impaired students, and then started teaching kids with Down syndrome and autism. So kids that were on the spectrum. And she worked for a school district where she had all of the kids in the school district that had autism. She taught them. And it was like, started out as 2 or 3. And this is a very large school district, right? And then by the time she was retiring, there was like 6 teachers that were needed to take care of all the students that had autism. So it went from like just a handful in the whole entire school district that was able to be handled by one specific special needs teacher just within the school district to 6 special needs teachers dealing strictly with the kids with autism, not even with Down syndrome anymore. So yeah, there was a exponential growth.
Do you think it's being caused by something other than the obvious?
Well, I looked
I
at
don't
the
know.
statistics, and in the last 30 years, or wait, I think it was since the 1970s, it used to be 1 in every 1,000 boys statistically used to come down with autism. Now, that is born falls somewhere under the autistic spectrum.
Yeah, it's gone through the roof. I mean, I don't know if there's some other external cause. There certainly could be. But if you look at the regiment these days, it's we're in the very early 80s, and it's a lot more now than it was when I was a kid. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I agree. Noticeably so.
This 2001 has become specifically particularly bad. Since us who are born in the 80s in the West, we would have been given something like, I don't know, maybe 16 different strains of, yeah. And now they get something like 67 or 70, and some of them, I mean, oh Jesus, man, you read the ingredients in some of these things and you're thinking, what the fuck? One of them, for example, I had a look at the ingredients, and the mercury levels is 4,000% higher than what is recommended for an adult male weighing 85 kilograms, and we're giving this to newborn babies.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where there has been this exponential growth in people experiencing the symptoms and becoming affected and having these mental illnesses. I don't know how to say it right, whatever you want to call it. But there seems to be nobody trying to figure out why, right? Is anybody actually trying to figure out why? I mean,
People are trying to figure out, but I think those who speak up also get silenced.
Yeah, I mean, they won't even admit.
I mean, I see it.
What's going on, you know? It's going to be hard for them to.
I see as you just, Go ahead. Yeah, all I see is we donate money, put a little puzzle piece sticker on the car, walk a 5K, and think we're doing something.
Well, the beautiful thing about it is I think our body has a innate capacity to heal and regenerate itself. And by giving it the nutrition and even herbs and things that it needs, it could be tremendous recovery and resolution of so many different conditions. I just think nature is the answer. and we've disconnected ourselves from nature and all the natural treatments, and then people are eating unnatural food and then getting unnaturally sick and then using unnatural treatments to treat the sickness, and it is intense and sad and on multiple levels and traumatic and dramatic and all these different components. But to me, like, the flip side of the coin is that there's actually, like, when we really utilize nature, it's very bountiful, and the body is natural as well. But I do think the thing about the human body, it does need to be given the right things, because it does seem sensitive to that, and can be affected by what it's consuming. And then, yeah, and then one's mindset and all that factor as well.
Yeah, in the West, we're definitely tricked into thinking that all solutions come in pill form. Or dart, the form of a dart.
Yeah, I mean, even it's funny, the word doctor. You know, like, if you like doctor like a document or something, like you have, like, you like forge a signature, or you fake something, or you alter something. You know, like if there's a document, you try to like erase something and rewrite it, and it's kind of like it's like doctored, and they literally call themselves doctors. So they're doctoring the body. They're literally like, I mean, most of mainstream medicine, a lot of these, like, they're giving synthetic compounds that they made in laboratories to give to people. So they're literally doctoring chemicals and then doctoring people's bodies. For a lot of it, I mean, some of medicine's good. Like, if you get in like a bad accident or something, and they can help you put your legs back together or whatever it may be, some of that stuff's amazing, like the emergency medicine. But I'm talking more about when someone has these other, like, chronic or other conditions like these, and then they just end up, yeah, they doctor the body, and then when it doesn't end well, they just blame it on the sickness rather than the fact that they brought in a bunch of synthetic, unnatural compounds that have different effects on different people. That's why, like, on the darkest level of it, I call it the controlled death matrix. So it's basically a controlled system to control death of humans, whether they will, early death, whatever it may be, timed. It's like they want to suck all your money from you and then control when you pass, is what their kind of goal is, it seems, by all these different diagnoses and then claimed treatments.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I mean, that was like the original snake oil salesman, is like they had, sketchy, kind of unnaturally derived, like the old, like, witch doctors that would, like, cook up, like, they would put like a monkey brain and some slime from the pond and God knows what else, and cook it at some extremely high temperature. Whatever, like the whole idea of witches and snake oil salesmen, or like witch doctors, sorcerers.
Right, but do you think there is something to, like, tinctures and things like spagyrics and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. Homeopathy as well, yeah. There is, yeah, which is what's very interesting about it all as well. But I think there's like the light side of it and then the dark side. It's like the shadow side and the light side. So there's like the light side of using certain compounds for actual benefit and for healing and so on, whereas there's then the negative side, which is used for poison, that's disguised as medicine but is actually poison.
Right. Oh, by the way, I microdosed some psilocybin a couple of weeks ago, which I haven't done anything hallucinogenic in a very long time. But it was just a small dose. It's fun.
Nice. Yeah, that one can be good for micro dosing. Yeah, it can just give a nice little effect to your day, and it can be really, really powerful at low doses, which is what's interesting about psilocybin caps. Well, that's cool. So did you feel it much, or was it kind of just energetic? Because it depends on the dosage for a lot of people, where like if it's up there where you will kind of feel it, like, yeah, you'll feel it more. Whereas if it's super, super low, then it's almost more of like a homeopathic kind of effect, meaning it's not as physical, but it's still like in the energy field and can actually still bring all those benefits, which is what's interesting, even if the dosage is super low.
Yeah, no, I felt it, but it was like, it was just below the like hallucinogenic side of it, right? So like kind of getting you close to that, but not all the way kind of thing. I took whatever. I don't even know what it was, but it's also like going to a concert with friends, right? And then hanging out afterwards and all that kind of stuff. So it was like, it was good. It was good for, 4 or 5 hours of not really feeling the need to like drink alcohol or anything like that. Just kind of like feeling good, having a good time, but not to the point of hallucinogenic effects or anything like that. But right on the border, like when you first, like if you took a larger dose, when you first start to feel things kick in, right before you actually fully start to go on the trip. I just kind of felt like I was right in that zone for like 3 hours or so.
Yeah, like right at the threshold.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
What up?
How's everybody doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Outstanding. We're breaking the conditioning.
Breaking the conditioning.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Breaking through the firmament.
Yep. I mean, we're gonna get there. I'm working my way there right now, actually. I'm en route. Coming to the firmament. No, I'm just excited. I kind of feel like some good energy right now. I've been feeling very positive the last couple of days about the world. I feel like people are really waking up, and people like us who've been in it for years now we're just about to have a real pleasant surprise, and we're going to have so many new people to talk to because they're going to be interested as to why NASA's lying. And they actually want to know because they're going to start seeing things that aren't going to make sense. They're going to start critically thinking. It's only a matter of time. You can't stop what's coming.
Dude, I went down the whole fake alien invasion rabbit hole with my boss today. Kind of laid it out. I was like, hey, don't you find it interesting, the timeline? He's like, yeah, I'm into aliens and shit, but if the government tells me they have some aliens or something, he's like, I'm not believing any of that shit. He's former military. Go ahead.
That's kind of what it's going to come down to, is how many people are going to go for it. Yeah. As much as it sounds like a sci-fi movie, I'm always surprised how much it resonates like with me, that there's something to it, which is kind of crazy to think that if we actually live through that. But Platypus, did you hear? I didn't even see it really, but people were mentioning it on here because I don't watch any of the news or anything really. I just hear about it in a way. But did you hear that something in Las Vegas where someone claims like a UFO landed and some creature got out and stared at them for a while and then ran off or something, but they claim to not have any footage of it? Did you hear about that?
Actually, I'm the one that came in here earlier and told everybody about it.
Okay,
Yes.
tell me more about it,
Yeah.
because that's absolutely insane. Like, if you had told me in like 1998, if you had said to me like, "Oh yeah, in the mainstream news, they're just going to say that UFOs are landing and aliens are jumping out and running around," like, I would have been like, "Wow, that sounds like a serious, just total sci-fi movie." I mean, all of us would have said that, So to think that they're actually starting to do this, and then dude, what it might lead to, like, I think they're going to shoot themselves in the foot even more than they did with the scamdemic if they try to pull it off, but. I mean, what a show it'll be to see what they actually are going to do.
Yeah,
I'm on the edge of my seat.
It's 2023. An alien ship lands, a creature gets out, and nobody catches it on camera. I know what everybody ate. I know what everybody ate for fucking lunch today because they posted it online and they took a picture. But nobody caught this shit on camera. Come on.
I know there's probably like 50 phones pointing to every spot on Earth at every time, and somehow I'm just kidding, but I know it's classic.
Well, okay, so this is what I saw. It starts off with showing a badge cam of an officer catching this blue streak going through the sky, some blue object going through the sky. Then the news anchor says that an hour later, a 911 call is placed by a family that is basically saying there are some really tall people, like 8, 9 foot, 10 foot tall people with big eyes, big mouths in their backyard. And the people in the 911 call, they sounded, if you've ever seen a child that doesn't have all their words yet, kind of trying to describe something like a concept that they're not familiar with. It was listening to that happen to an adult, where they're just like, yeah, the eyes were really big and the mouths were really big. Like, I don't want to butcher it, but like, I don't know. It sounded interesting to me. My intrigue was piqued, and
well, Balanced Truth just posted one. This is
nice.
8 News Now, Las Vegas. 100% they're not human. It says witnesses details alleged alien encounter. So, dude, this is on the news. That is insane, bro. We reached the day that just they're not humans. There's an alien encounter. It's just right on the news.
Yeah,
it seems like they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna go for it. Who knows what it'll be though?
I'm voting for Alien Invasion 2025.
What if it's just a huge flop and it's like hilarious to watch them do it? That would be so cool. The concerns though is if they bring in these directed energy weapons. Well, whatever these fires are in California, whenever Ron gets in here, we'll have to talk about it. But yeah, I mean that's definitely directed energy weapons. All that smoke and all that. Yeah, in my mind, all these fires these days are. Natural fires just don't even do that. They're not able to fill half a country with smoke. Like natural wildfires do burn, but the smoke goes quickly. These are different, these things. But anyways, yeah, if they use the directed energy weapons, that would be, because then we're looking like a World War III thing. But I guess it depends on whether they use them everywhere or only in small areas. So that's part that concerns me. That's not going to be all kind of fun and games or whatever. Like if it's not only going to be like silly shit on the news, but actually it's going to be affecting real people's lives, because they probably kind of have to make it affect real people's lives in order for it to, you know what I mean? For their propaganda to kind of be propelled. Like it would, so.
Yeah,
that part's concerning, but
those people, like, I'm not honestly them faking aliens on the news and just, messing with people's minds and then putting beams in the sky. That doesn't really bother me that much. Like, it's kind of a lame plan, and I don't think it's going to work. What would really bother me is if they were getting ahead of the story and there actually were some fucking big people with big eyes and big mouths that were seen by this family. And the reason why there's no interview with the family is because they're all like in shock in a police station somewhere right now or something. And they're actually like just getting ahead that like, yeah, there are entities that are now starting to be able to enter into our realm. We're transitioning into a period of time where like the pure physical reality is not going to be explained everything that's about to happen. That would be a little more concerning to me. But I dream.
Well, isn't there some biblical something in the Bible where certain fallen angels or entities have been basically banished until a specific time, and then they do allegedly have a time where they have a slight
Yes, that's
period in
correct.
which they come out right before the end.
Absolutely, yes. Christ has a 1,000-year reign, and then the devil and his army are loosed again for a little time.
And it's not a lot of time, actually, right? It's like
it's not, and it's interesting that you just brought this up. I was just describing amillennialism to a friend of mine yesterday, who was kind of asking me, like, what are some alternative theories about like where we are on the biblical timeline? And I said, well, there are the people that believe that the Tartarian Empire was actually the 1,000-year reign of Christ, in which a Christian world governance brought about all this amazing technology and all this amazing architecture, and then the devil was loosed for a time again, and that was basically famines and plagues and war, which would just be like World War I, and then World War II. I know that sounds crazy. That just puts us like right at the edge there. But basically, the time is now that he's been released for a short time, and like that would mean that like the trumpets and the trumpets have been blown, the vials have been poured out, rapture already happened. We are the descendants of the people that were not raptured.
There's a lot of issues around whether or not there's a pre-trib rapture and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna get into it. I've no desire to go there. I'm just saying what I've heard.
Right, and there's a lot of it that makes sense, right? Like you hear the trumpet sound, and then we have Donald Trump and Mike Pence. Trump Pence. Like what? How is that just not coincidental?
Yeah. I'm a little too old to believe in coincidence these days. So like, if it's really making me want to call it a coincidence, I just put it on the back burner, like with the Mandela effect and like wormholes, time travel. It's fun to think about, but I just don't have the answers.
Yeah.
There's always some kind of compelling thing that would make you want to like kind of go down that rabbit hole and see how deep it goes, but it's really it's hard. It's difficult.
I'm the same. I just kind of keep that to the side, right? And I don't necessarily. I just find it interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the news said there was aliens in somebody's front yard, and nobody really batted an eye. It only made it to the local Vegas news. Not very many people talking about it online. You've got a whole lot of evil stuff going on in the world right now. There's 40 million slaves in the world today. That's more than the Roman Empire had at its height. Half of them are sex slaves. There's somebody could make a very strong argument for like, yeah, this is the devil's last hurrah. But they'd have to, yeah.
Yeah, we're certainly getting there with a lot of. Just within the past 5 years, the amount of progression that has come to where we literally can't even define what a woman is, right? Like, where did that come from, and how did we get there so quickly?
Yeah, what happened there? Jeez.
Well, that
was like locked everybody down and then changed everyone's gender identity. What's up with that?
So the lockdowns, what a lot of people I don't think realized was in that confusion, they changed a lot of food on people.
Ooh.
And they shut down the markets and the grocery stores they shut down the restaurants, right? Restaurants order from a lot of wholesalers. A lot of restaurants can go like farm direct, et cetera, et cetera. Now they got everybody eating the whatever they allow through their quote unquote what was it? What did they call it? The supply chain, right? There's a supply chain issue. The issue is that they're trying to get you on the most unhealthy, packed full of bullshit food that they can, because they're also like, here's the thing: if you're eating junk, in order to complete the magic spell, they gotta have you consuming junk in your mind, right? So you can't breathe. You get poked with some mystery injection, probably gay guy cum and friggin' saline solution. and they just got you eating the worst food ever. And, you know, you don't realize any of this. You're just worried about wiping your ass. I mean, honestly, it's just a form of torture, guys. This is just demons torturing people, making people hurt themselves, because when people hurt themselves, God cries. And these demons hate God. They hate God more than they hate us. You know? I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, there's a lot transpiring, and it's like, if we can make such large leaps within such a short period of time, where will we be in 2 years? Where will we be in 4 years? Where will we be in 6 years? What does this world look like, you know?
Yeah, the sooner you can see through to that future and start acting the way that you're like, how would you have acted if you knew that COVID was going to happen, aside from trying to like profit from it? You know, how you'd be like, okay, all my friends and family are going to absolutely be faced with one of the most critical choices in their entire lives. No one's going to believe me. And if you really think about it, even if you do shout your head off and, you know, alienate yourself from people because you're acting crazy, and then when it does happen, you know, you get the I told you so, and you get all these people saying, okay, well, what do I do now? It's like, well, yeah, what do you do now? You know, how do you, like, you just riled everybody up. You better have a freaking real good plan of attack. You know, I would just honestly just try to better my relationships with all my family members so that we, you know, trust is number one, loving each other, because they hard sold people on this. They coerce people into doing really gnarly stuff. Your influence has to be stronger than the television. It's like, yeah, that's where we're at. If you want to save your friends and family's lives the next time they try to psyop you, psyop all of us, the bonds that you have between them need to be stronger than the bonds that they have with the TV or the smartphone. I wish I had a better explanation for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's like two possibilities that we could go into a dark area, a dark thing where their New World Order thing is pulled off, or whatever their next New World Order thing, or we go into this like golden age of something totally new and different. But I mean, a golden age meaning just something coming out of like this dark age that we've been in, or at least semi-dark age. It's not been completely dark, but because there's light in it as well. But just this like enslavement and this reign that's been going on for all this time. It's like this whole kind of takeover that's happened. Because if any of this takeover, these kind of entities are like dissolved or in some way lose their power position, I think the potential for positivity is huge and for positive things to unfold, which is why I kind of was just using that phrase like golden age, but like some kind of a time of things getting better rather than getting worse. It's like the opposite of whatever the NWO thing would be, which is sure would be worse for everybody, like health wise. I mean, already seeing what they're doing, like, we could all only imagine if it was like 10 times worse, 20 times worse. But then if it's not that, then is it just sort of neutral? I mean, you could even make an argument that someone else gets in power and then it goes even darker. I guess you could say that. Or you could say something changes and it's just kind of neutral. Or there's the potential where if something changes into where there's a lot more resources available and truth and all of that, to where in the totality, it might take many years and there's still going to be a lot of pain and suffering on the way, but maybe in like a decade from now, or even less maybe, but somewhere around there, like things could actually be 10 or 20 times better or even more, and, you know, headed forward in terms of a lot of things. So I think that's worth keeping a positive vision for.
Yeah, 100%. It's always darkest before the dawn, right? So
Did
that
you check out
things.
those fires?
Did Ron just come in here and ask about the fires? Damn it, Ron.
It's all over like Canada, like, because I'm getting smoke over here.
I shouted you out like 10 minutes ago. I mentioned this, so here you are, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, because Oh, like Detroit, New York, all these we're getting smoke from the Canadian fires, but I went and looked, dude. The similarities, the cars burned out. He goes, in that video I dropped, he goes, there's a lot of things that don't make sense here. Cars burned out next to the house that's perfectly fine. Children's playground set. It's like, duh. Like all the plastic. It's one of those selective fires. But it is, unfortunately, they did light some of the forest on fire, but the majority of it is like houses completely annihilated, next to things like plastic trash cans that are untouched. I wish the average public knew the shit that we're talking about, because it's painfully obvious what's going on. Like even the reporter, it doesn't make sense.
Can you send me your best like fake do weapon imagery and like?
Platypus, I think you're hot making bud.
No, I think he's talking to us. You're just super distant. You're like quiet and we can hardly
Phone
hear
in the
you.
pocket. Phone in the pocket.
My phone. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I put my phone in my pocket. My bad, guys. I was gonna say, Ron, if you want to send me the best do weapon selective fire content, I will put something together tonight, and we will get some people seeing it. That sounds like let's do it.
There's so much of it, though.
Yeah, didn't you get millions of views on a video recently?
Yeah, I have 8.9 million views on that's my most popular video. And then I posted something 6 hours ago. It has 1,000 views, 100 likes. 10% of people are interested in what I'm seeing, and most of them are not my followers. So,
Bro, if you can get millions of views to a video, see, I think there is okay, so if they do pull some kind of World War III or fake alien invasion or whatever they might pull, if they're going to use these directed energy weapons and blame it on some other alien force or whatever they might use, then it would be really essential to help. The key to that, for the truth of people not falling for that, part of that could be showing that they've already had these things, they've already been using them, and to help them understand that this technology does exist and that it isn't necessarily some outer influence or whatever. It's not some alien weapon or whatever. So yeah, if you're able, if you feel called to that, if you're able to reach a lot of people, just to even get them thinking, to plant seeds, I think that could be helpful to help navigate it. Just whatever it is or isn't. I'm not saying what the truth is, but just having more awareness is always good.
Dude, as soon as Ron came in here and started talking about it, I was like, or just said I wish more people knew it. It was like a light bulb went off in my head. And yeah, people want to know about these things. There's a bunch of people are kind of sick of the whole Bigfoot, UFOs, and government conspiracies. They want to hear some more intricate. They want to know why the
new conspiracies.
Yeah.
Do you see this article with how they describe this? The do weapons.
My hands are busy right now, but I'm gonna check it out in a second.
This is from 2019. I was talking about this in 2017 on Gab, and my account got shadow banned. I was getting lots of interaction with posts that I made on Gab. It was like a Twitter alternative, because Twitter was banning people, including me. I'm like, you know what? Fuck these guys. Let me try Gab. And it was fun because it was just a bunch of trolls, and it was mostly memes about, small hats, right? You could post the most any meme you want and with no problem on Gab. But on certain topics, the flat earth and the do stuff, I was getting no interaction at all. I'm like, huh? And I had 5,000 followers and nothing, crickets. And yeah, I suspect that was in the shadow banned on those topics, even on that platform. And this is in 2017. No one was really talking about it back then. I think I got one or two people to interact with me, and they knew about it because they lived out west.
Okay, this is how we do it. We started off with just they're back at it again, guys. Just like last time in California, or in Paradise, California. Boom, show a bunch of shots of what's going on in Paradise, California. Show them why it's weird. Look, why is this happening? Why is this tree not on fire and this car is freaking melted? Now let's look at what's going on in Canada. Boom. You show them all the new footage from, the last couple of days. You show them what's happening in New York. Put a fucking catchy song on that bitch. No, hell no. No,
well,
dude.
I'm just saying your main account will get shadow banned guaranteed.
It was going to get shadow banned from the beginning, brother. I'm just going to push the envelope until they friggin' stop me.
All right, yeah. I mean, if you want to do that, but there's certain topics will get you banned or whatever, and that's probably one.
It does seem like it's kind of lessened though. Like overall, I think it seems like they're putting less resources towards the internet censorship. Ironically, why is the whole question, but that's the sense I've been getting in terms of recently. Like they've laid off a little bit up with it.
Dude, if you look at some of the videos I've got up there, like full on COVID is a scam. The vaccine's got graphene oxide in it, and like there's
well,
like
let's not get.
18,000
Well,
views
let's still be. We're still.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. My bad.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, unless I should go pull it down right now, I guess we'll see.
I'm so sorry.
We're testing it. I guess we'll test it. Whatever.
I get fired up, guys.
I mean, I have to, on some level, trust everyone who's speaking that they have their own. It's all to me. We're all one, so it's not like us against them, or it's the group mind is bringing through what's. And if you just said that and I don't delete it, and it's meant to get the channel, then all right, we'll go. We'll just stream elsewhere. I mean, if that's what it is, you know what I'm saying. But at the same time, still try to moderate in some way, just to try to. But yeah, I don't.
I was in a complete flow state and like really forgot where I was talking. I do apologize.
It's one of those things. It's allowed on Instagram, but not on YouTube or like.
I don't know. I say whatever I want. I was nervous when it got like 1 million views. I'm like, oh man, everyone's gonna call me a retard. I should just delete my account. Like, I don't want all these people looking at me. And then I was like, no, wait a minute. You could say some good stuff. So now it's just like, I mean, I did a video about how I don't believe that 17 million minks were killed in gas chambers in Denmark, because there was like a news article about that, and there's like people in the comment section being like, oh, he's talking about the Jays, and like it's all good. It's all good. Nobody cares. Nope. Instagram's not blocking anything, or either it hasn't been reported or what. I don't know, but
you know what a good way to do it would be to ask questions like, why is this plastic trash can like not harmed by this wild? Like, point out things like you don't really know, but make it painfully obvious. And that way, like if you tell them what's going on, this is a new weapon, blah blah. Like, be more subtle. And
dude, that's exactly what I do. I just say, guys, what is this? That's all you have to say. Just ask people what it is, and if they see, dude, the comment section takes care of itself. That's literally my favorite thing about Instagram. It's the comments.
Yeah, see how many people are completely brain dead. It's like a test. Let's do a public test to see the average intelligence of see what the comment section, if it lights up. No, dude, I've seen this before. Blah blah blah. Let them answer the questions.
Yeah. Can you hear me well right now?
It just cut when you asked that. It was very faint.
What about now?
Slightly better.
I can't have my phone like anywhere near my pocket. So annoying.
Yeah, the mic must be on. They must be using the phone mic, but then the wireless ear thing, like the part you hear through, is picking up, but like the mic is still on your phone. It's picking up that mic.
Yeah, these headphones, I use them when I go skateboarding, and they're just getting trashed. That's all.
You know what it is? Maybe the mic is busted on your wireless headset, so it's picking up the backup mic on your phone.
That's got to be it.
Because it was almost like you could tell it's completely muffled out when you pocket the phone.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna be finished up with work here in like an hour, and then I'll get home and I'll make it. No problem.
Oh, dude, I got so much material. I'll send you links. I'll send you some links to some good stuff. There's a guy out west by you. You might want to reach out to him. A Plain Truth. His name Jamie Lee. He's got all kind of material, and he's got stuff still up on YouTube. He posted. I mean, he's kind of like heavily shadow banned. You can find him if you want, but there's like it doesn't show up that he gets hardly any views or comments on his videos. But he's still out there trying to put his shit out there. but it's only
Nice.
reaching people like me that already know about this shit. You know what I mean? Like the people who know to find him. He's been they still let him stay up there, but
Dude, if I can just reach one person and I never have to hear about it and I never have to meet them, it doesn't matter to me. Like if I just reach one person, I'm fine. I'm so good.
you should start with your neighbors, like the people around you. Like, hey guys, check out these fires. Like, if you could get little clips and show it to them. Like, even that clip was on mainstream news. It was like that video I dropped. It was like 2 minutes. That was one of the first ones I just checked. I'm like, oh, it's only 2 minutes. Let me see what they say. Only the first half is relevant. The rest is like just showing trees on fire and shit. But like the reporter asking questions, a lot of it doesn't seem to make sense. Like he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. It's like the reporter at CNN. I don't see any signs of an aircraft at the Pentagon because it wasn't one, you idiot. There was no airplane.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that on Instagram too. I get all kinds of DMs of people like, I don't know, maybe from their perspective, they think I'm like new to conspiracy. So they'll be like, by the way, 9/11, there were no planes. And they'll get my DMs like that. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I know. It's crazy, huh?
Do you think they used anything to fly into them? I don't know. Sorry if I'm going on that topic, or if you don't want to, but yeah,
they did. Thousands of people saw the second plane fly into the building.
Yeah, I think something flew into the second one, but I don't think it was the airliner they claim it was.
You know what it was? It was a
hologram. It was a hologram.
They can't make holograms like that.
Yeah,
You
well,
want
they
to
did. They did.
There's
Go
a
look at
whale
the footage,
jumping on
dude.
the gym floor, and there's like lions, and there's all kind of stuff they can do. And that's not even the best technology. There was CGI or not CGI, but holographic fireworks in where was that? Seattle.
Okay. I can prove to you that it was a hologram right now. So if you go pull up the footage of the second plane hitting, there's an angle where you see the plane literally glitch. Half of it glitches into the building. There's a frame. And then you see the nose come out of the other side of the building.
What are the chances that it's a glitch with the video, not with what actually happened?
The video is CGI. That's why it glitched.
Yeah, it's CGI, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I'm saying people saw it with their own bare eyes.
Yeah, and I've literally seen videos of no plane hitting it, just the buildings explode. I have it on my phone. I'll post it here. No plane.
I'm saying that thousands of people saw the second plane fly into the building, and you can't fake that.
Yeah, you can with a hologram. I just said you can do it with a hologram.
In broad daylight in 2001, they had holograms?
Yep.
Yes. You got to understand, they're
That's hard to believe.
50 to 100 years more advanced in the technology than what they released to us. So what we're getting old technology. Oh, look, the new iPhone. That shit is way old compared to what their black, the technology that they keep from us. You think they're giving us the latest and greatest?
So you believe in like advanced technology with zero evidence? You believe in holograms in 2001 with zero
You
evidence?
saw the holograph, dude.
You saw videos.
You want to see advanced technology? Go look at what's doing this damage.
I'm sorry, what is your highest standard of evidence when it comes to these things?
I just need a little bit of evidence to believe in.
Oh
things
yeah,
like
no,
magical
I need way more than eyewitness testimony and videos that can be easily doctored. There was a group of Brazilians that were doing a little dance on top of the building that day. This event has been foreshadowed throughout media and culture for decades.
Matthew, do you know these 1,000 people that you claim witnessed the plane hitting the building? Or did you just? You don't know any. So somebody told you that, and you just believed it, right?
Randomly picked a number
with no actual evidence.
I saw videos of them watching the plane hit.
So videos of them watching the plane hit, or you saw videos of a plane hitting it?
Both.
Okay. There's 3 actual shots
of the second plane hitting. There's dozens, I think.
Dozens, up to 12 total.
I don't know how many. I would guess between 10 and 50.
Wait, so hold on. You think that with the United States at the time needing a lot more oil to be able to facilitate the technological and industrial boom that it was about to go through. Just like accidentally, a bunch of dudes that don't even speak English with box cutters flew planes into buildings, 2 of them, and then 3 of them fell. And the jet fuel melted the steel beams, but not the passports. It destroyed the black box, but not the passports. And then we went into a, just a chill little 20-year war in a Middle Eastern country, which main export on the black market was opium. And then simultaneously, the United States is just like flooded with opioids. Like you're not noticing any patterns.
Yeah, that sounds about right. How you described it.
What are your thoughts on Larry Silverstein saying that, we made the decision to pull the building, and he was referring to Building 7? What are your thoughts on that?
He was talking about I don't think he meant like intentionally detonating it, but rather pulling the firefighting equipment from there and giving up on it. That's how I interpret it.
Yeah, typically if somebody was referring to pulling people out of a building or pulling things away from the building, they'd probably say that. But if they say we made the decision to pull the building, and then there's videos of people on the street being moved away because the building was going to fall, and then it falls at free fall speed, and it was not hit by a plane, and it was announced prior to it falling by a British reporter. Why would you think that all these things are just coincidental?
In the fog of like current events and things happening, people get things wrong. And so none of those sound
She didn't get it
suspicious to me
wrong.
at all.
She predicted it. She didn't get it wrong, dude. She predicted the future. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the police were saying this building is going to fall. The news people reported it wrong and said, "Oh, this building fell."
So why didn't they know that the other 2 buildings were going to fall?
Because nobody predicted that ahead of time.
So a plane hits 2 buildings. They don't think the buildings are going to fall.
That's right, they don't.
No plane hits a building. It just has some office fires, slight damage from debris from the other 2 buildings falling. And then they say this building's going to fall.
Right. It was damaged enough, and you could see that it was like leaning and structurally unsound, so they evacuated. That's why nobody died in that building.
Leaning and structurally unsound. Do you have like images or any?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a source on that
corroborate
one because the NIST report says that those buildings, it was barrels of diesel fuel in the basement along with office furniture. So like a couch. It was basically a couch fire that brought a building down in a free fall demolition. And I would like to ask you if you believe that shit.
Yes, of course. Buildings fall at free fall.
Let me finish my sentence. If you believe that you can get buildings to fall free fall into their own footprint demolition style with a bunch of couches and kerosene, why is it that construction companies and demolition companies spend thousands of dollars on high grade explosives when they can just start a couch fire and get the same result?
Because it's a much more controlled and sure way of bringing down a building to plant demolition.
Dude, that was perfect. That was picture perfect demolition. That was exactly the desired effect.
It didn't look that picture perfect to me. I mean, there's a lot of dust and rubble and unintended.
Yeah, that's what happens when you blow up a building. That's exactly what happens.
What are your thoughts, Matthew, on a person from the news station dressed up as an average citizen on the street who is giving a street interview, basically verbatim giving out the official story as if he's just some pedestrian on the street, where he says, and then the buildings fell, obviously due to structural fires caused by the jet fuel, blah, blah, blah. And he goes through this obviously scripted thing. And when they cut to the newsroom, the guy's like, I know that guy. He's a cameraman.
Yeah, that guy's definitely
a
crisis actor. That guy's a major crisis actor. He's not even a good actor either. I've seen that footage. Yeah,
I think there are no such things as crisis actors.
100%. That's what that guy is. He's so fake. He's so
Have you seen that interview?
Yeah, yeah. Well, they wanted to get those terms in the news, as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so detailed. Like, imagine you were actually there, right? You're just a random guy. And there's an explosion, like whether you saw the plane or not, the buildings are on fire. It's crazy. There's fire trucks going everywhere and sirens. And then these buildings come down, there's dust everywhere. To then be interviewed and to have this like detailed information of and the wording, the same wording that we use now, due to the structure of fires and the steel beam. Well, he's like, yeah, the steel beams melted. Like he said the whole narrative. How could he have even had any idea of that when it just happened?
Because there's no other explanation for what happened. It's obvious that there was a fire going on. Fire creates heat and melts things.
And he just happened to work for the news station too.
I gotta ask here. So, you think the government's just like telling us the truth all the time, or
No.
like you think they're just batting 1,000?
No, I mean,
No?
the government is made up of people. Some people lie, some people tell the truth. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Use critical thinking. Don't trust.
Okay, so
everything.
where do you draw the line? Like, what are you pretty sure that the government is lying about? And then what are you like? Okay, I'm not sure. And then you're like, okay, they're definitely not. Where do you differentiate? Like, do you think January 6th was like an insurrection? Where like what do you?
These are words that you can't use, man.
I don't know. Is that one of the words?
I don't think so.
It's ridiculous. But yeah, like, dude, okay, that's a good question to ask people, actually. Like, because if they believe that, then wow, like that's tough. I mean, that one's like literally Mickey Mouse Hollywood style, like that whole thing. I mean, they did get people to go there, obviously, but
I feel like anybody that
you believe that one.
Anybody that hasn't figured out 9/11 yet is probably going to believe that.
Well, not necessarily. He doesn't believe the government's batting 1,000. He said that. So there's got to be. I'm thinking he's got like maybe one or two examples.
Well, yeah. So it's basically money. Whenever you have lobbyists spending lots of money influencing government and laws, you end up with things like the food pyramid, where lo and behold, here's meat and dairy. You should eat this amount of dairy, when really it's probably better for humans to not eat dairy. It's just the dairy industry.
Oh, Jesus.
Things like
I don't agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, there's certain nutrients in animal blood that we actually require, and we don't really drink blood anymore. Like, we eat usually only the muscle meat, and some people eat the organs, but there's actually different nutrients in the blood that our body actually requires, and dairy has those nutrients because dairy is made from blood. So it actually has, like, dairy has come through in the clutch, in terms of, especially with the fact that blood may not be clean as well in today's world. Like, dairy tends to be cleaner as well, whereas the blood, if it's from a toxic animal, that could actually, be problematic. And they've kind of eliminated blood from our diets. So there's a lot of other reasons too: the calcium, the fat soluble nutrients. I mean, there's a lot of bad dairy out there. So obviously, like, there's a lot of very toxic ones, and it's problematic on a lot of those levels, the genetic modification and stuff. But as a nutrient, it's like you need either a staple of either to have blood and organ meats, but dairy kind of fills some of those gaps that other foods don't. Like, even eggs don't fill those gaps nutritionally, which is why butter. And so it's a very unique food, and there's a lot of benefits to the nutritional part in terms of what's available in today's world.
Okay, so yeah, that could be. My point is that that money unduly influences the information we get. That's an example. But just in general, if you're looking for other examples, like the advertising industry, the whole consumer society, that advertisers are trying to say, you turn on the TV and you're like, you will not be happy unless you consume this product or buy this thing, and that's kind of that. I would say that's the biggest source of lies that we see every day is those kinds of monetary lies.
Did you see the pictures I dropped of the Pentagon? There's there's a fireball, and then there's the aftermath. There's a couple vehicles. There's the lawn scene where there's like no debris on the lawn. It's clear that what's that?
Sorry, no, I think I'm in bad service. I'm just cutting out.
Or did I drop? I dropped them in the right chat, I think.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so Matt, you're saying that like they may lie about food pyramids or whatever, but you don't think there's like larger coordinated events that they're selling as basically like at least partially Hollywood level just coordination. Like you don't. I'm guessing that's
I think that's too hard to pull
draw the
off.
line. You draw the line there, perhaps, and then therefore and then you go with the moon landings for that reason.
Not for that reason only, but I think these kinds of big, high level conspiracies are hard to pull off, and so I don't think they're true. And yeah.
Okay, wait. Can I just provide you an example of the time that a government lied to you and still hasn't admitted that it lied, even though there's declassified documents? So the world believes that Hitler shot himself in a bunker. We have declassified documents that show that is not true, that our government spent millions of dollars looking for him in South America.
Yeah,
they knew he was alive.
So
you're going to tell me they're going to lie to you? Yeah. So, okay. So they're lying to you about literally the worst dude ever.
No, I don't.
But they're
know
fucking telling.
It's possible.
Well, no, you do know it. There's declassified documents. Our government just hasn't formally admitted that we knew that Hitler wasn't dead, because what would that do to the world right now?
Nothing.
No, it would be a fucking massive deal.
Really?
If our government admitted
he's dead already.
Because they'd have to rewrite history books.
No,
do you understand?
Say,
do you understand? Do you understand what people are going to do when they realize the government has lied about? Dude, I mean, I don't know how often you deal with liars, but when somebody lies to me, right after I'm incredibly disappointed in them, I immediately think, what else are they lying about? Because that's what a logical, insane person does.
Right.
And that is what every other person is going to do if that kind of truth were to come out. What else are they lying about? And that is not a good way to keep control over your subjects.
Yeah.
There's a lot more at stake here, dude.
Sometimes the government lies.
Yeah, so to what extent? Yeah, that's the question. I mean, if like...
Yeah, and that's a
Who
hard
wants to see my puppy? You guys seen the puppy yet?
I think you're lying about your puppy. Pixar doesn't
I have to prove it to you.
But Matthew, like, okay, is it that you don't think that there's a level of coordination going on? Like, do you not think that there's
Chihuahua? Yeah, I don't think that like high level, like trying to craft a narrative and like fool all the people by intentionally lying. I think that is more rare. I'll say it that way, more rare than you think it is.
Wow, that's I wish I lived in that world where, like,
here we go.
People were just telling the truth about all this stuff. Like, cool. I would like to live there.
You don't know people who tell the truth?
Everyone has the capacity to tell the truth.
Yeah, many people do.
In this, dude, can you stop interrupting about your dog? We're like,
look at my puppy.
I like your puppy.
Thank you.
Like back to the technology, they had the same technology in World War II that they're using now, and they haven't released it to the public.
Anti-gravity craft,
the Hiroshima stuff.
Craft that have no visible means of propulsion that are able to make 90-degree turns in midair, make no sound. Yeah, they've had them for a while.
That too, yeah.
So you guys distrust the government and like are skeptical about everything, but then you hear some weird idea like there's magic floating craft and you believe it somehow. I don't get.
Well, no, I don't have to go there. I'm saying the weaponry, the weapon has a common theme, the same weapon that you could find in Hiroshima. I'm just looking at the remains. The remains of the buildings and the cars and stuff look the same. So, and what else would do that? Where do we see these remains? We see them at 9/11. We see them at Oklahoma City. We see them at Hiroshima, Dresden. Same shit going on.
Yeah, building rubble looks the same no matter how you bring down the building, pretty much.
No, it's like a steel beam twisted, like that type of buckling that is abnormal, that you don't see. It's not a normal situation. Steel doesn't buckle like that.
Matthew, if you were to later find out that there actually were way more lies and deceptions going on, would you look back on your current self as being naive?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think that I think there are some things that I don't know, that I believe that are false, and vice versa. Some things I'm suspicious about, which are actually true. So I don't claim to have like the definitive answer on all these things.
Yeah. Well, then why not just be neutral on it instead of coming to a conclusion without the evidence?
I suppose I'm open to change. I see what you're saying. But when giving my opinion about what I actually think is probably the case, that's what I'm doing here. I'm saying these are my suspicions, my current guess. So you are right that it's better to probably keep an open mind on a lot of these things.
But you're telling me that the people that have the most to lose, if you were to find out that they're lying to you, are going to tell you the truth. Like these people with all these resources, when they get caught lying, we stop paying taxes. We start revolting. That's what happens when people are hungry and pissed off and everything sucks, and they realize it's because the government's a bunch of thieves, lying thieves, taking our tax dollars and doing all this horrible stuff with it. They lose their grip. They lose their mansions. They don't want that.
Yeah, Matthew,
Yeah,
so what are your thoughts on something like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? The excuse to get us into the Vietnam
I
War.
think that there are some overeager generals or people who really wanted to have a war there. They kind of exaggerated the story, lied about some things.
Maybe they had, I don't know, backdoor drug deals going on in those countries.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, don't you find it interesting? Do you know who the rear admiral that was in charge of the fleet there in the Gulf of Tonkin? Do you know who that was?
I don't.
Yeah, his son's very famous. I mean, a rear admiral's really high up, Do you know who his son is?
No.
Yeah, he was highly influential. Somebody's hot micing. He was highly influential.
No, it wasn't McCain. Spoiler
No.
alert.
No. His son was highly influential in the counterculture and the movement with drugs that got a lot of the anti-war movement shifted into psychedelics and tuning out, and dropping out, or whatever the phrase was by Leary there. They kind of co-opted a legitimate movement and shifted it into sex, drugs, and rock and roll instead of actually trying to rally around and get the support needed to actually pull people out of those countries. The man's name was Jim Morrison. You familiar with who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know most of the groups around that era were all children of military, as well, most of them children of people in military intelligence?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were literally just army boy bands that were designed to get Americans on drugs and off of the idea that war is bad so that they could have forever wars for the next 50 years.
What is the evidence now? Jerry Garcia, Gloria Estefan, Jim Morrison.
Well, it doesn't mean they're all like that. It doesn't mean they're all in that, though. There could be some sort of like operatives, if you will, or some people involved in Tavistock, but it doesn't mean, I don't think you can just lump them all in together.
Jerry Garcia. He was a CIA operative.
The fact that
I
the
absolutely
Hispanic name
don't think that's the case at all.
the fact that the Hispanic name Garcia ends in CIA is merely a coincidence.
Dude, Jerry Garcia is legit, man. Jerry Garcia turned so many people on to so many good things, dude. Like, he had his own like drug problems or whatever. Like, he did have his own like issues, but he was a beautiful soul, and I absolutely do not think he was an operative.
It's already been proven he was, man.
Well, the Grateful Dead.
I'm just letting you know I don't agree. I mean, obviously you're free to have your opinion. I'm just stating mine.
Yeah, for example, the surname Garcia existed for hundreds of years before the CIA existed.
I mean, you guys are like,
Nobody's saying that because it ends in CIA that
yeah, no, that
actually
was not his argument. I'm more curious. Like, do you have actual documentation that proves that his parents were, or that he was involved in the CIA? I mean, because I'm kind of a Garcia fan myself, and I would be disappointed to find out. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. You know.
Well, the Grateful Dead kind of admits it in some of their songs and stuff, right? They kind of allude to it.
I would not go. I wouldn't know anything about that. It's
not in terms of being any type of operative. I think they were around a lot of people, and there was a lot of drugs and psychedelics and things sort of in their circles. So, I mean, there's no doubt that, like, for example, they had some. What is that motorcycle gang?
Hell's Angels.
Hell's Angels. Yeah, like I think there was some wrapped up because I mean they were touring and all that, but so yeah, who knows what they may have kind of run into in their journeys. But I mean, they're still playing today, the ones that are still alive. I mean, they're beautiful souls that have brought a lot of beauty into the world. Now Jim Morrison's a different character. See, I don't think they're not even in the same category. Jim Morrison's music does seem kind of Hollywooded, just the catchy lines and the kind of heavy rock and that whole style. The Grateful Dead are just like dudes in t-shirts, literally just jamming and just trying to have a good time ultimately amongst, and just making beautiful music. But yeah, the whole Jim Morrison thing, and I don't doubt the Beatles and some of these bands, there's other things going on with them for sure.
They were all manufactured, dude. Like, that's the vibe.
No, dude, there is real music in the world, man. All of music is not just some huge CIA op, dude.
That's not my point. They're put into the public eye for a reason. And okay, the music might be good as well.
For those ones, yeah, that's the thing. Those are the ones that everyone exactly. Whereas the Grateful Dead, you had to find that. You had to really more seek it out. Like they don't put the Grateful Dead on mainstream even radio and shit. They hardly even play their songs. I mean, nowadays they might somewhat, but back when they were popular, they weren't even playing. Grateful Dead was not even on those. I mean, they got in there at some point, in the 90s, they got on some charts, maybe with Truckin' or something. But I'm just saying they were not pushed by the mainstream Hollywood world, whereas the Beatles were obviously, and Jim Morrison was, and other bands like that.
There's a lot of low budget ones too. They're on every level. These psyops go deep, man. Okay, there was this obscure cartoon, and it was called Lasers from Space, and it was 1991. I can go I'll get you the video. And it's I've never seen this before. And it was just so obscure. I'm like, holy shit.
There was a movie, a made for TV movie with the actor from, what was it? Dawson's Creek. Remember that show? Whatever that blonde haired guy is. Anyways, it was a made for TV. Yes, that guy. It was a made for TV kind of style movie thing. I want to say early 2000s, about this group of individuals who worked at this mountain weather facility, and they were controlling the weather. I need to find that because it was very interesting that this was all being put out right as there's a ramping up of what people tend to notice in the sky. Let's
Is
put
it
it that
called
way.
Storm
It was something like that.
series?
What was it called?
Is it a series called The Storm with James Vanderbeek?
Yes.
I'm from Kirk, the character.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Did you find it, or had you seen that?
No, I'm just being triggered by trivia.
Ah, gotcha.
I looked it up.
Well, what you brought up originally, though, Napalm, that's a very poignant point, good point about, because I agree with you what you were saying there in terms of basically LSD, got out there, and then mushrooms and cannabis, and a lot of the younger youth was that whole control they had in the 1950s and even early 60s over the world, just teenagers, you had to be a specific way and wear your little the same clothes to schools, they all wore the same pants, coming out of the 50s, everyone wore the dress codes, and just that whole just
Get a
lining
school
up
uniform.
like a factory. Yeah, uniform. That was the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly, school uniform. Just that whole militaristic style of things, and then like a lot of the youth started coming in contact with music and then of course the psychedelics, like you said, which I think was actually authentically waking people up in a lot of ways. So much so that they had to co-opt it, like you were saying. And I agree with you that they came in and then they just muddied the waters and brought in all these other characters and tried to do whatever, like kind of almost like an assassination on the psychedelics in a way to try to make those look like they were some kind of problem, and then causing other just all kinds of other dynamics to co-opt it. And then they kind of did, there was like the Woodstock, like 69, and there was still a lot happening then. And then right into the 70s, like it seemed like once their co-op worked, they turned it all into heavier music and like hard drugs instead of psychedelics. Like they tried to get everyone on like the heroin and cocaine and meth and speed, and like they brought all those drugs into and got a lot of people hooked on them and just like knocked it out, it seems, in a way.
Yeah, there's been a whole evolution of that kind of movement or whatever direction of things that just happen to show up and happen to be the drugs of the time of the era. I think it's fairly strategic. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, we share that. But we were originally talking about the government, right? So Matthew, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? This is something that only recently got declassified, right?
Right. And so I think 50 years from now, there's stuff that's happening today that will be declassified.
Like
and will be
9/11, right? Let's just take that one as a possibility that maybe 50 years down the road, when most of the people that were involved in or whatever are so old that they're towards the end of their life, or the half of that generation has already died off, then you let them know. And they don't even care. They don't even hear about it because it's not broadcast on the news, right? It's not like the news came out and said, oh, by the way.
Oh, dude, they just changed a paragraph in a history book, bro. No one would care, right?
Right. But you know what I'm saying?
It's a pretty big deal. I think even the old people would care at that point.
Dude, I was just giving you that exact same example with Hitler, and you were like, that's what you said. You said, oh, they would just change a paragraph in the history book. No one would care. I literally quoted you.
World War II is a big deal, and everybody cares about that. I'm just saying that one person in World War II, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, nobody knows anybody else that was involved in that war except that one person, Matthew. I guarantee you ask anybody on the street, name one person that was a main character in World War II. What do you think they would say?
Hitler.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. That's weird. Just one person, right? Wouldn't
But
make
I'm
that
saying the fact about how he died and where isn't that important to the story of World War II.
Matthew, do you know a lot about World War II? Like, obviously, you know who Hitler is, right?
I mean, I know a little bit. I've read history, so I know some about
Okay,
World War
do you know who the president of America was during World War II?
II. Truman at the end, FDR before, I think.
It was Eisenhower.
That was a gotcha question. You passed. Congratulations.
Eisenhower was after.
So fucking dope if you hadn't known.
I'm an Aussie, so yeah, don't take whatever I say.
Don't worry, we don't anyways, Ruth.
Already been doing that. Just
Yep.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I hear you out, Ruf. I always hear you out.
Yeah.
I consider your points and then dissect them and shred them.
Nice.
Yeah, one interesting thing I learned about World War II is that when Winston Churchill heard about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he said, "Oh, good, we're going to win the war now." You realize at that point,
Yeah,
the war was won.
the entire point of World War II was so that Israel could be established and strong European stock could be thrown into the meat grinder that is war. That was literally all that was about. Just setting up getting rid of all the strong guys in all the best countries, so that there could be a global culture established that is run by the same people that run the money.
The Jesuits.
Those rich guys. You know the ones, the rich ones, dude. Follow the money, right? You got to follow the money.
That's some jealousy.
No, I'm not jealous, dude. Little hats, big problems, but you know.
Well, the U.S. came out pretty good on top at the end of World War II, so it was good for us. I mean,
Well, tell that to the people who died there.
hardly anybody. Yeah, not that many people from the U.S. died compared to millions.
250,000.
That's
less
way,
than a million.
dude. I care way more about the 250,000 Americans that died than the fucking, probably like, I don't know, not that many who started the war. Honestly, forget that, dude. That's so messed up.
Each death is a tragedy. It's not like the tragedy Olympics or whatever.
No, it is. It is. If you start a fight and then you get punched in the face, I'm not gonna cry for you, bro. If you start a fight and you drag your buddy into it and he gets hurt, I might be like, yeah, that's messed up. Why'd you do that? Why are you going around starting fights, dude? I don't care if you get hurt from starting a fight, but you're getting, my friends hurt. That's not chill, dude.
I wonder what would have happened if the U.S. had stayed out of World War II. Do you think Germany?
Oh my
would have
God,
won?
it would be. I don't care. It's some stupid European war that has nothing to do with us. If we were the main deciding factor in winning that war, we would have kept the U.S. mainland safe. And I don't think an expanded German empire or a defeated German empire by the Europeans, if they clean up their own mess, I don't think that would really affect us. There's no way I would, if I was alive then, I would not have been tricked into fighting some banker's war. I would have stayed on the farm.
See, the problem is the propaganda. Like people like, ooh, they attacked Pearl Harbor and let's declare war on Germany. If you look at Pearl Harbor, there were some good screenshots I had. It looked like the same shit. Metal ships on fire. It's like, what is this? How are ships on fire like steel?
Oh, well, dude, regardless of how they did Pearl Harbor, the cold hard facts are that the entire U.S. naval oil reserve was 4 miles away. One bomb, 4 miles away from Pearl Harbor would have taken out the United States Navy entirely from the Pacific Campaign. There's no way we would have participated in that war. But did they go and bomb that? No, they just blew up a couple of ships. They just did enough damage to drag us into the war. It's all scripted, guys. It's fake.
Does anybody know of the conspiracy of Pearl Harbor where there was battleships that were sunken and the sailors were alive in the ships and they were SOSing and they were communicating for help? But when we knew it, but we didn't go save them because we wanted casualties. Did you hear that? Hear that conspiracy that we left them to drown?
Yeah, I've heard that, so that it would be a bigger tragedy.
Yeah, more body count.
Dude, did you hear that Germany bombed the Statue of Liberty during World War II? Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, I did.
Do you believe that?
From a submarine? How'd they do that?
Exactly. I want to know that too. You should look into it, bud. There's some weird stuff going on in World War II that doesn't really make sense.
I saw a video Eric Dubé did recently where he's talking about like the I think he calls it like the Illuminati flame. It's the thing that the Statue of Liberty is holding, that flame, and that's connected to like Freemasonry. And then he broke it down. It was pretty cool. I mean, I think it was mostly someone else's work. Like he was quoting other people during it. So I don't know what parts exactly were his and which parts were quoted because he was quoting other people and stuff. But he basically breaks down like it's pretty awesome. Like the word Columbus and like column, that word, it's like CBS, Christopher Columbus, like there's all of these like Columbus terminologies that are used in a lot of like the foundations. Like for example, Washington D.C., the District of Columbia, and Washington D.C. is like separate from the rest of the United States. What is that about? I mean, that's basically where the takeover is happening, like Washington D.C., which is where the president, where all that shit's going on. So it's literally called the District of Columbia. And the Columbia figure is like also like a god and like their kind of cult religion thing. And that's what like the Statue of Liberty is. It's like it's like the flame of Lucifer. Like there's so many different symbols that are connected to that. But that particular a lot of those themes, and then he links it that there actually is like a Columbus-based Freemason group that is said to be like one of the first ones that came over and like did this takeover, like in terms of the District of Columbia and then Columbia Broadcasting, CBS and all these other like Columbia terminologies, and then these things like the Statue of Liberty and these other figures. They have other ones in Europe, like these statues that have a lot of the same symbology. They put the flame at the base of 9/11. They put the flame when JFK was quote unquote assassinated, allegedly. So now that's one thing. Like, yeah, it's like a grave. You put the flame there, but they also do it in like the war memorials as well. Now you could say, oh, they're just burning a flame as kind of and yeah, that's how people see it. But at the same time, it's like their same symbology. It's like they're putting their gang sign at all of these sites through that as well. So yeah, the Columbus Freemasonry group, I thought that was pretty interesting. It definitely resonated with me that seems like there's a lot of connections there.
Like they were Knights of Columbus.
Look at the photograph of it's called Satan Summoning His Legions. That's Jacob Rothschild and Marina Abramovic standing in front of that famous painting. And then look at them side by side.
Dude, I was just going to add on, the Statue of Liberty is a dude. That's a tranny.
It's Satan. It's literally Satan.
Yeah, it's literally Satan. It's pretty crazy. You know what? I dated this French girl for a while, and she told me that in France, there's like this colloquialized saying in French, and I don't speak French, so I don't know how to say it, but I can tell you what the English translation was, and it's that because they understand that France sent the United States the Statue of Liberty to be planted there, and I guess during the construction, there's actually a great deal of the Statue of Liberty that's beneath ground. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but they say, the French saying goes that the America is where freedom goes to be buried, but it's like understood as like where freedom goes to die. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Hey Gio, do you know the dove is the bird is called a columbra?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, he talks about that in this video as well in detail. Yeah,
And they're also those are the birds that like a dove is a type of one of these, and a pigeon is the same type of bird. So like at the Vatican, like when they release the peace doves and stuff like that, that's sort of a columbra, if you will, or a Columbia. I don't know. Isn't it funny how all these things kind of relate to each other? Even Columbus with the Pope signing off on the voyage to the Americas in 1492. I don't know. It's also connected. It's funny.
Yeah. Columbus comes over and establishes the District of Columbia, where they then take over, the presidency and the whole. They basically took over the Republic of America. I just posted that video just because I mentioned it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've even seen an Eric Dubé video, actually. But I did click on this one, and it's got some good, interesting information in there about this. All these, the Columbus link to this like Freemasonry group that.
Yeah, well, like the Knights of Columbus would be something I think about, but maybe it's not what I think it is.
Yeah, it is the Knights of Columbus. Yeah, and they have all these different names that they go by as well. But yeah.
Yeah, they got all
The Knights of Malta, the Club of Rome, the Club of 300. They got so many
what it
names.
is, you think? Maybe those are.
Hey, you ever seen when the Pope released the birds or the dove and instantly the crows attacked the doves and killed them in front of like millions of people. Like the
I
crow
don't know
literally.
if it was a crow or like a different bird, like a falcon or a hawk or something.
It's right there. It definitely looks like a crow, bro. Or a raven.
Also, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Wonder if they planned that or what that was about.
No, I think that was just showing that the Pope is unofficial. That the whole
I think
the
they
whole
planned it.
papacy. Nah, they definitely didn't plan that, bro. That was.
Oh, just God did that. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was just yeah.
That was
just nature
the creator
doing its
pulled
thing,
it
bro.
off.
Pulled it off. Yeah, showing that the Pope is basically evil.
Maybe that bird was like knew that bird was like captured and was like, oh, I'm just gonna wreck this thing. Like it's like knows that it's like not used to the nature or something. I don't know. Well, though it seems like that could have been staged, or they would have trained it to happen maybe as some kind of symbolic, like the dove.
Oh yeah, I see the pics now. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I was
black
going to say with the Columbia thing, like Columbia Pictures, and that woman in the Columbia Pictures, it's like a similar figure. I know what you mean about the Statue of Liberty being a male as well. There's that, but there's like it's like they made that thing more masculine. But anyways, in the Columbia Pictures thing, which of course they're like the globe that shows up, in all these movies and obviously Hollywood. So the fact
Is
that it's
that
called
universal?
Columbia Pictures as well, and then she's like holding up the flame as well.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there one Universal Studios too? There's a globe symbology, but yeah, that was before the globe was invented. They had the globe symbology in the movie logo, the film studio.
Columbia Records as well.
Well, it was a globe, but it wasn't meant to represent Earth. It was actually Saturn. I don't know if you remember that. Not that you would. It was really a long time ago, but I don't know if you've seen that. The Universal. It was before it was the Earth. It was Saturn.
Yeah.
Really?
Don't you find it interesting also that the Olympics, they carry this flame as well, right? And the flame is lit throughout the whole entire games.
Right. It's the eternal flame. Yeah, sorry.
And the flag is comprised of interlocking rings, the same that you have the Statue of Liberty holding the flame with chains around its foot. So the flag of the Olympics is basically symbolizing what could be considered a chain, and they carry the torch, which are two things that directly tie back to the same symbology. It's just interesting.
Doesn't this go like the people, like the Zoroastrian faith, or they just have like a fire inside all the time? It
You
never
guys
goes
keep
out.
saying symbology. Do you mean symbolism?
Is a symbol?
No, he means symbology. You just saw
Symbology is
that
the
that
study
gay.
of symbols.
No, you just saw that movie and you think you're clever like Willem Dafoe. You're not.
I am clever.
I just took a screenshot from that video and it shows, Columbia Records. Look at the sun symbology on one of them. And then again, that like same kind of figure with the flame.
Yeah.
The sun symbolism.
It's all matraic though. I mean, even
they worship the sun. Remember heliocentrism?
It's
Right.
symbology, Matthew. Symbology is the use of signs, right? So if we're
And so it's the
implying that
study
they
of
are
symbols.
using signs,
Are you studying the symbols or are you using the symbols?
just that. Keep reading the definition. The study or the
hold on, I'm gonna
use
look up the
of
definition. You're right.
signs.
I should look up the definition first.
Yeah. We're alluding to people utilizing signs and symbols. So it's proper to call it symbology. It's okay. Anyways, sorry.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, I think it was like Jordan Maxwell. I think Jordan Maxwell says that the Statue of Liberty is Queen Semiramis, but I take difference to it, and I think now I'm pretty sure that it's the second stage of the matraic initiation where you dress as a woman and wear a crown on your head.
Yeah, in my opinion, from the research that I've done, she goes by many names. She's Nimrod's wife, who is also known as the Whore of Babylon, who is a scriptural figure in the end times, figuratively. But she's known
got
by
like is there a flame symbology associated with this, or What?
Yeah, she's known as Semiramis, Inanna by the Sumerians, Ishtar.
Keeper of the eternal flame. That's a moon goddess. There's no symbology on this. Like
Well, no,
behind
she's morphed into many different characters throughout time,
Yeah.
just like Peter Pan. You know, Pan is
just like Peter Pan.
Yeah, it kind of morphs, like they morph throughout cultures. But it goes back to the whore of Babylon, which is Nimrod's wife, who had an unholy union
Okay, well,
with
I would just say
Lucifer.
it's even further back than that shit, and it's Matraic. That's what I'd say. It's
Well,
before
well,
the Bible ever existed. You know what I
well,
mean?
no, it's not even about the Bible. It's before Abraham even walked the earth. You had Babylon, right? So
Yeah.
at Babylon, Nimrod, like the king of Babylon, and his wife. That's where this all goes, bro. It all goes back to not to Rome with Mithras, but to Babylon. You know how they say all roads lead to Rome? I would say no, all roads lead to Babylon.
Well, I mean, yeah, they just hijacked a lot of the archetypes and symbols, and I mean that's really all they do in terms of the ones that have are using these now for like contorted purposes, because they're taking the symbols and the some of the mythological beings, some of them they make up as well, though, I think, but they're taking these and like twisting them and co-opting them and then using them because they know that they resonate with people. So they know they can get the resonance, but then they like put like a black magic kind of spin on it and try to use it for either deception or kind of like as a gang sign or whatever. But I just see it as like a huge co-opting.
So like by the Egyptian
it's kind of what
account,
like all of sorry, let me just say this one last thing. It's almost
Sure.
what like all of Freemasonry is like the biggest co-opt religion thing in the world, whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's not even a religion, whatever the group of Freemasonry. Like, have you ever seen like I've seen these like antique like boxes, and they have all there's like a Freemason box, and like it has all these symbols all over it, from all these different religions and all these different things. Like they literally are like co-opting all of those things and then like hodgepodging them together in their own like little network thing. But they take all these symbols from others.
Yeah. So something happened to Nimrod where he died, and then like Semiramis or Inanna was like the queen that was like in charge, kind of like this, the feminine, like feminine power, right? So she represents like a feminine power, and like, but then she wanted to bring her husband back from the dead, and you got the Egyptian story that she goes down to Sheol and retrieves all his body parts that were chopped up, but she's only able to retrieve him except for the penis. But then like you have other stories where she had like some unholy union and was able to reincarnate him through her son that she bore. So her son actually was a reincarnated Nimrod, and that she then continued to have incestual relationships with her own son. And from that union came another guy. It gets weird, bro. And I don't know how legitimate any of this is, but
well, the reincarnation part is obviously false. That doesn't happen.
Oh, no, yeah, I know, but I don't know if she actually had, like, she might have actually believed that her son was a reincarnated Nimrod and then eventually had sexual relations with her own son because she was tapped
Dude, that
in the
is
head.
so crazy. Yo, yeah, definitely very demonic behavior.
Yeah, that's who this statue is.
I think
I was gonna say.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, please.
Well, no, it's a slight different topic, but it's just something I also want to mention. So go ahead if you want to respond to that. Go ahead.
I actually forgot what I was going to say now. If I remember, I'll chime back in.
All right. Either way, I mean, did anyone else want to respond to that then, or? Well, I was just gonna say because I had it pulled up, but have you guys ever heard that the dollar sign is actually code for ISIS, like ISIS, and you know the dollar sign with the two lines through it, ISIS. Have you heard that?
You mean the old one with two lines through it? The new one only has one line.
But it still works with one line too, because it's still you can just double it like ISIS.
Right.
Wait,
the whole dollar sign is like the whole dollar sign thing and money itself. Like they're using that symbol, in a sense, like as a control mechanism, and they put it right in the sign that we use.
Dude, there's so
'Cause there-
many hidden things on the dollar bill, just on the dollar bill alone, like hidden in the artwork.
Hey, Ron, are you going to be up for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Okay, because I'm going to start working on the script and the storyboard for that. I'm going to make it probably a minute and a half, sort of informational, between, you know, drawing connections between the Paradise Fires in California and what's going on in Canada right now. So maybe I can run the script by you to make sure I cover all the points.
Yeah, for sure. There's lots of clips. If you want to clip some videos, a plain truth. I'll send you a link. You could check out some of his other, like, once you have the link, you could check out all his other videos. He's just got so many. Like, I don't want to spam
Perfect,
all
yeah.
your links.
No, I'll probably just take the best 2 or 3, get the point across, and then just move on to the next.
You know, it's funny, these
I had
copper
this.
statues.
Yeah, I had this queued up before. So there's another Statue of Liberty in France. Did you know that, Platypus?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I just posted an image of it in the chat. There's like another one that's in France. Yeah, it's like overlooking like. I think it's smaller though.
See, but it's always overlooking water. Like, it's in the bay, like in New York.
Well, you
it's
know why,
overlooking
right?
water. What's that?
You know why they're always looking over the water?
Why is that?
So every single time a demon appears in the Bible, it either comes from or is banished to the oceans and the lakes and the streams and the rivers. Like when Jesus casts these two demons, or sorry, this legion of demons out of these two dudes, the demons plead with Jesus not to like be banished to hell and to be allowed to stay on earth. So like, please let us just go into the pigs. And the demons think they're like tricking Jesus or whatever. So Jesus says, okay. And he puts them into the swine. And then together as a legion of demons, they all run off as swine off this cliff into the ocean. Right. When the behemoth in Revelation reveals itself, it comes out of the depths of the waters, out of the depths of the sea. Every time in the Bible, they're in the ocean. Where do 90% of UFO sightings take place? Above or around water, large bodies of water.
It's also like the Admiralty law, like the law that we live under, the universal, the UCC law, the Admiralty law. If you look at the Phoenicians, like Letters British, he calls the controllers the Phoenicians that came out of the water. It's probably related to them. You know, we call them other things, but he calls them Phoenicians to maybe not get banned.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, but it's
Dude, I
definitely
made this.
it's definitely Satan, dude. If you look at the Statue of Liberty, there's no liberty there. Like everything, okay, everything we're presented with is false, right? The globe is false. Statue of Liberty, there's nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, it was apparently designed by a Freemason. It's got his name on that last one I posted, Frederic Auguste Bartholdi. That's
Yeah.
who it was designed by. So it literally was designed by a Freemason.
The hidden hand, he's posing. I mean, that's what the narrative they tell us too. We don't know if that's even true.
Wolfgang, I was in the military, bro. I did 4 years of ROTC in high school. I've been in the national parade. Like, I used to be very patriotic. I love Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers, World War II documentaries, bro. That was my thing back in the day. And then when you slowly start coming out of Babylon, start realizing all the deception, bro, it's kind of like, you know, it's a lot, man. It can be overwhelming because, you know, you love this country, you love the people in it. But then you start realizing that it's all like evil, bro. It does something to you.
Yeah, dude.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's serving the beast. That'll be it. See, but you didn't do it under that premise. That's a lot of people. Like even my dad he was in the military too.
Both
and
my
like,
grandparents, veterans.
right, and that's why you probably felt pressured. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I want to do with Grandpa and my dad. Like, you want to follow up the tradition, and you don't realize you're just a minion for the the New World Order. You're doing their bidding. You know what I mean? Unbeknownst to you. And that was the propaganda with Pearl Harbor, 9/11. Like 9/11, oh, let's get them. Let's roll. This whole made up shit, dude. Everyone felt the sense of patriotic duty or whatever. Like, oh, we got to get these fuckers who did this. Meanwhile, it's whoever within the dark branch of the government, and they're using this shit all over the world, even right now in Canada. They're blazing shit. I don't know, like they have plausible deniability, and that's one of the claims they made in that weapon system. Plausible deniability. Like, in other words, you don't see who's pushing the button. You just see shit bursting into flames. You don't know who or what's doing it, but you just know it's happening. Who do you point the who's fucking doing it? They can blame anyone they want because they control the media. They can blame it on whoever they please. Oh, it was Osama bin Laden. Okay. No, it was Saddam. No, it was like anyone. It was Bashar of Syria. Like they could blame anyone they please.
Dude, I was just sending a text message real quick, and it auto. So I was just typing really fast, so I wasn't like capitalizing things. It left God uncapitalized, lowercase g, and when I typed in Satan, it auto capitalized it. That's pretty weird. So Ron, I'm scrolling through the live stream chat. Did you post the stuff up there?
No, I'll send it to you. I think I put one video, a plain truth video. Like there's a plain truth 3, and if you just search his name on YouTube, you should be able to find. He's got various channels, and you could go through. Because I could spam you 100 links, but like there's just in almost all of them, you could just read the titles and find pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I got it right here.
There's one, Paradise Lost. You go there, he's got Paradise Lost. He made a whole documentary about it. Like he interviewed people. He went on the ground. He lives near there. He's in that area in California where that happened. But
yeah, he came in and talked to us a couple times. Like, remember that?
Yeah. Guess what? You know who he was with? James Munder, and he died suspiciously. James Munder. You know what? And James, I was friends with James, and he put that out there on one of his streams. Like, what? Look at this shit. Like, look at all the shit, man. Only the houses are burned. The trees. He's like, what's going on here? Like, he was pointing it out because I was red pilling him on that stuff, and then he made videos because he had a big YouTube. He had like 200,000+ subs on YouTube, and he would get a lot of views. And when he put that out there, it was reaching all those people, right? And something happened to him. He died suspiciously in a car accident, and I'm like, it wasn't like immediately after that video or anything, but it was I don't know. I think he might have been targeted, like a targeted individual. There was people harassing him. They broke into his apartment, fucked everything up. It was just weird, man. I think he was a bit naive, like he was into the Q thing, and he kind of thought there was good people coming to save him, so it made him maybe he stepped out on a ledge like a little bit too far where he shouldn't have, and I don't know.
So car accidents are fairly commonplace. What's suspicious about a car accident?
Oh, I'm just saying, I don't know what happened. There was another guy, he was a reporter from Rolling Stone, and he died in another car accident. It was kind of suspicious.
You know who else died in a car accident suspiciously? It was Michael Hastings.
That's what I'm
He had
talking
information. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I was spaced out.
Oh, I was saying
at
the
the end of the
Rolling Stone
conversation.
reporter, yeah.
Yeah, Michael Hastings, where his car exploded into a tree. I actually went to the crash site the next day. It was right by my old job, and there were no marks. Like he tried to slow down at all. There were no skid marks anywhere. And there was a video too, a CCTV camera of moments before he strikes the tree. Like it's just out of the camera's reach, but he is accelerating all the way into the tree. And this was the guy that was fearful for his life because he had information about 9/11. These people are sick.
That's what happens when you get a good reporter. Like somebody reports on something. Like, okay, the guy on the Pentagon, he was on the Pentagon lawn, he let it slip. Oh, I don't see any remnants of an airplane hitting at the Pentagon. I can't find any debris. And then the other guy, there was a video I dropped earlier. There's really suspicious stuff that doesn't make sense about these fires. You know, he's just pointing it out. I don't think every person in the media is completely in on it. There's people that are just doing the job. And the same goes for NASA. Like NASA employees, that 99% don't. They just think they're doing a legitimate job.
Yeah, I agree. I've had a lot of conversations with people who say they're in the aerospace industry, and I mean, they have no concrete proof that anything that they're doing is actually going to space. They're just tinkering and sitting in front of computers and running numbers.
Or the guy who machines a part, he spends like a whole week machining a part very, carefully and precisely, and then he bubble wraps it and sends it to NASA, and they throw the shit right in the recycle bin. It's like, okay, here's that $5,000 part they ordered. You know what I mean? He just carefully packages and he machines it, and gets a check for it, and then it goes right in the trash.
Is that just your guess? Are you just speculating they throw it in
What
the
are they
trash? Or do
doing
you
with
have
all
any
these
evidence?
parts? What are they doing with all the parts that aren't going into space? They're building. People are building these parts, these components.
So based on your preconceived notion that they don't go to space, that's why you think they throw them in the
No,
trash?
my proof that they don't go to space. They're building shit.
No, they're not throwing it in the trash.
Isn't that circular reasoning?
I'll tell you what it is. I'm sorry, but I don't want to get off on that because Ron, you're making a good point here. But what you got to remind this guy is that 90% of all of the technological advancements that have come from NASA have to do with undersea exploration. It's literally all about being underwater. That's all the tech. Look it up. Look at all the famous NASA inventions. They're freaking underwater suits and special seals and stupid zippers and stuff that work underwater. That's all it is.
Yeah,
They
but
admit
there's
that.
other components for like jet engines and stuff. Say you're building a rocket booster. They're not using that stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that they're using, like you could see there's a cardboard latch in one of the videos where the guy's coming out of the space shuttle. There's like a cardboard latch on the roof. He's popping through it and it's just all flimsy and shit.
You're not talking about the airlock, are you?
Yeah, whatever it is, it's a prop.
No, it's a heat shield.
Okay, well, it's just a flimsy piece of whatever.
Right. It's not
They
the
want it
airlock.
to be light.
You think it's meant to be the airlock?
I think it's meant to be a prop, just like the original lunar lander was just a prop.
Yeah, it's
a
all
heat
fake.
shield.
It's on a set. No, they're in a set, dude. That's a prop.
Right, but you preface it with it's all floppy, right?
Okay, that's just one example. Yeah, there was a floppy door on the top of
Right.
it.
It's not a door.
You would build the shielding into the piece itself.
No, they didn't. Are you an engineer?
Didn't they fix the hole on the ISS with duct tape?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I don't know.
Do you think
tell me. I'm
duct tape
I'm
wouldn't
not a
hold?
scientist.
Well, I can show you duct tape that can withhold 3 times atmospheric pressure.
And you know
That
what?
enough
The
to
whole
hold-
thing was made of duct tape and aluminum foil.
Okay.
Toilet paper rolls, dude. Seriously.
Right, but if duct
they're
tape
just
can
wrapped.
hold 3 times atmospheric pressure, can it hold a hole in the ISS?
They just got like a broken clock, some toilet paper rolls, some tinfoil, and duct tape, and they just made a movie. You guys, they had Stanley Kubrick directed.
Okay, but if duct
Walt
tape
Disney
can
helped with the
hold,
animations.
If duct tape can hold 3 times atmospheric pressure, can it hold a hole in the ISS?
No, because the ISS
No.
isn't
Okay.
real. It's fake.
There you go.
It's all fake, dude.
There you go.
There's nothing up there.
There's nothing up there?
Yeah,
Really?
there's nothing up
Is
there.
it a hologram or something?
Is what a hologram?
The ISS.
Yeah, but we can see
No,
it
no,
going
no.
overhead.
I mean outer space. Yeah, they've got junk. There's space trash. They got space trash,
something
but it's not like in the same place where the stars and the planets are. It's just really high
Okay.
above our heads.
But is there an object up there that is the shape of the ISS, is as high as the ISS, like 400 Ks, and does it go 28,000 kilometers an hour?
There is something.
Oh, you got
There
that.
is
Go ahead.
something that is shaped. It's not as high as they claim it is, and it's probably not going as fast as they claim it is.
Okay.
But
You can measure
there's
the height.
something up there.
You can measure the height and you can measure the speed.
We can. When you say you, who do
Yes.
you mean by you can do this?
You can find a friend nearby, a few hundred Ks away, and you can, with that friend, measure the height and the speed.
Honestly, I'm pretty good about this. I've
Okay.
got a really good sense of intuition. Like my gut is very strong. I'm just telling you right now,
You're a
dude.
flat earther. I'm telling you, your intuition is shit.
Yeah, I guess I would have to agree.
We're just gonna have to agree to disagree, I guess, dude.
Well, you said it's not 400 Ks up. You can measure the height of the ISS. It is 400 Ks up.
Then they would have a picture of the complete Earth.
It's
Why
too
would
close.
Yeah, you're kind of being a
Dude, they're
disruptor
never gonna
right
show
now.
us.
I'm
I haven't
interrupting
been
your
exactly
fucking
polite. I'm
theoretical
not trying to. I'm
conspiracy
sorry.
musings.
I'm,
All right.
I'll be more
Oh,
polite.
what were you
I'm
saying,
a little
Platypus? No. I think there's a little bit of a delay, but what were you saying?
Oh, I thought you were saying I was being disruptive because I was being a little grumpy. I'm sorry.
No, dude.
he's
I was
talking to
saying,
me.
yeah,
talking to
Rude's
me.
coming in trying to talk shit and start some shit, I guess, because we're kind of having a chill convo and you're trying to like attack people and shit. He was just saying he had a strong, he was just speaking about himself, and you're just randomly attacking him for no reason.
Well, I'm not attacking him. He is saying that the ISS is not 400 Ks up. You can measure the height of it.
Well, okay.
You didn't even let him finish
I'll tell you
saying what
what.
he was saying because you just had to like insult him. It's not
I
really.
haven't insulted him. He said the ISS is not 400 Ks up. I'm telling him he can measure it.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not an
here's the
insult.
thing. If it is 400K up, right, then obviously the firmament is higher than 400K. Okay? That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Well, if that's the case, then we can measure the height of the sun as well.
Well, you can try. Yeah.
Well, by your same logic.
Yeah, we can try. We can use the same logic to try. But what you'll come up to is that it will be too far away. That you can't measure accurately. The angles you get.
Is it? Can you trace
Yo,
the angle?
Speaking of the sun, have you guys ever seen the second sun?
No,
There's only one sun. There's not two.
No, dude, I saw it once and I got a picture of it. It's on my old phone. It was
okay.
It was insane.
Are
It
you
was
sure
like
it's
6 in
not
the
just
morning.
some? Oh, go ahead.
Listen to me. It was at 6 in the morning and I was biking to work and I got to the top of this hill. So I've got a pretty good view of the rising sun. And you know how you can kind of stare at the sun a little bit? Like not stare, but like you can look at the sun when it's first rising. It's not as intense.
Right.
Just above it was a smaller sun. That's the only way I can describe it. Same color. It's a circle. Smaller sun. And I got a picture of it. It's on my old phone.
Cool.
But
yeah, please
it was
show
really
us.
tight. Yeah, I don't. It's not gonna happen tonight because that phone has got a inflated battery. I need to have the battery changed on it, but I'll get around to it.
Okay.
Was it a cold morning? Because it might be ice crystals or a sundog.
Was it a cold morning? No, these weren't ice crystals. It was like a second sun.
Right.
I put on a pilot's uniform today, and I made a video about how chemtrails aren't real. People seem to be liking it.
Oh, contrails are real.
Oh, what was his name? Where's Wally put out a video the other day where he was looking at the ISS feed, and there was a contrail from a plane, and he looked up the actual plane and demonstrated its route and everything. That was pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah. So you got pretty good CGI, these NASA guys, even working in the chemtrails for planes.
Well, they even had holograms to fool thousands of people in New York City on September 11th because there was no plane, even though thousands of people saw something hit the second plane hit the building.
Yeah,
That's what we were talking about
like
earlier.
50 bits of video about that second plane, isn't there?
Oh, you want to talk about the holograms? Here, you know what? I'm not at work anymore. I can bring up the video here. You could tell me whether or not it's a hologram.
How would we go about determining what is and isn't a hologram?
Well, when you see the plane glitch into the building halfway through, and then in the next frame, the nose of the plane is sticking out behind the building, you can kind of come to your own conclusions.
That's not the nose.
In September Clues, have you seen that documentary, Platypus? September Clues?
No, I don't think I have.
Dude, it's pretty incredible. Like, he basically goes through, it's very engaging, and there's tons of evidence. It's like all evidence based. But he shows in vivid detail how the whole 9/11 event was a coordinated media event in terms of the media, all the mainstream media completely coordinated on multiple levels. He shows all these layerings and mirrorings and all of these components of the footage, showing how it was all like centrally designed, basically. It's incredible, and it's all evidence-based. It's very, very captivating. It's kind of a classic. It's been around for quite some time, but it's a little harder to find. There's a thing called Clues Forum as well, which you may have heard that term. Like, that's what that is, like Clues Forum, in terms of the kind of the community that, or some bit of a around that documentary. But anyways, but the thing about the nose coming out the other end, he thinks, he basically shows how he shows evidence, at least in some of the footage of the news footage, you know, because there's a bunch of different ones, and he goes through every one in detail, or at least most of them in detail. He shows how what he is that it was an actual layering, like they layered essentially like a CGI airplane in the position of whatever that thing that. But then there's a question, did something hit the building at all? And then there's the question, I mean, yeah, you're talking about the hologram idea as well. So there's different ideas. There's multiple components. But what I'm talking about is he shows how the actual footage that the news showed us basically had the CGI airplane put on there, basically like on the fly editing to make that shape actually be the thing. But that's for one of the footages, because it's the one I'm referring to where you see it from far away and you see kind of the dark looking plane thing coming, and then like the explosion happens, and then coming out the left side of the building, you see this like almost like what looks like a nose of an airplane. Well, what he shows from all of his from that is that he thinks that was the layer of the CGI airplane. So it's very interesting because it's like it's helicopter footage. So they're floating in the air for that footage, right? And then they're like, oh, we're going to our chopper. So the guy's holding the camera, and he shows what he thinks in detail where in order to do that masking, the camera guy has to hold the camera in a particular position in order to have the mask work, because basically on the other side of the building was going to be where the mask layer was. And so he shows as the guy's holding it, there's the mask layer, and the plane or the whatever hits, the explosion happens, and there's a series of black frames where the footage goes completely black. It's crazy, dude. He shows like right at that moment where they would have had to like change the layer from the CGI plane, because that's when it hit the building, right? So they have to remove it. They can't just have some CGI airplane flying across the screen. It needs to be removed. So he shows evidence that that what he thinks is that that's the actual CGI layer, at least in this particular footage I'm talking about, that's the actual CGI layer that blows out the other end. And that's why it has the shape of that. It's like a perfectly shaped nose cone. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even damaged at all. Like, that thing gets damaged by birds hitting it. It's not going to blast through steel beams in a whole building and just come out whole the other side. So, and he also shows that the masking layer of that actual thing that comes out like overlaps over the other layer, and it gets like cut off at the very end, like the nose is cut off. Anyway, so he shows in detail how like that was all because of the mask layer on the footage that it ran into. So
that's incredible. I agree.
Well, dude, check out the.
I agree with that.
Let me just
with
respond to him
Gio
really
that
quickly.
that documentary is incredible, but in a different sense. Incredible.
Wow, dude, that's awesome. So, if you Gio, check out the video that I just posted in the voice chat. This is the one where no planes hit. You know, this is some footage that somebody got with their camera. And by the way, this didn't surface until 2022. So this has been kept in somebody's basement for a while.
That's crazy.
No
That
plane,
is the picture of
no
a plane
fucking
hitting the
plane.
second. Yeah, there's a plane is hitting the other side of the building.
Well, but you don't see it even hit.
Right, it was flying straight towards the observer from the other side behind the building.
But you would have seen it come. Well,
Hold on. Are you sure? Which side of the building are you facing right? Which side of the building is the camera seeing right now? Is that the north side?
I don't know the directions well, but
Okay, so then you don't know what you're talking about, and you're literally just making that up. Then, if you're going to tell me that the plane is supposed to be coming from the other direction,
I'm postulating a reasonable explanation.
You're wrong. Is what you are.
Well, I don't think I am.
Well, any direction it would have come from, you would have seen it. So, like,
except from right behind the building,
and from.
Well, look at the shadows on the smoke. Figure out which way is north. Figure out where the sun is, and do prove it wrong. Because I scalped this video off of a very very reputable source. They're not just goofing around.
I believe it's a genuine video. I'm just saying that there is another explanation.
That's weird.
Well, the thing, okay, there were some witnesses that claim that, like, okay, if the whole thing is a hoax of sorts, a whole media event, they're going to have a bunch of crisis actors in there saying shit. So they definitely that's a whole thing in terms of the quote unquote eyewitnesses, and then how many of them are real. What I do know, when I researched a lot of them and looked into a lot of them and basically found everything I could, there is a high propensity of ones that do seem to be authentic, like not ones that they're just putting on the news or whatever, but actual people that like wrote about it or had different documentation and things like that. And a lot of them say that they saw a smaller looking airplane, like it looked like almost like a small Cessna. So that's interesting, because if it was a missile, like if there was, I know Platypus, you're saying that there was nothing. Like I don't think there was any planes, but I do think that second tower got hit with something. And the idea, like, because they can mock a missile to make it look like even like an airliner, and people are really not going to know the difference of the size of it when they just see it at a distance like that. So like now there could be multiple things. When you were mentioning the hologram, they could have put a hologram around the missile, if you want to even go that route as well, that possibility, because there's footage of that, like some of it where they show it from underneath and people show that it's like transparent. So there's a bunch of possibilities, but I do think something hit that second tower, because some of those eyewitnesses seemed really potent in terms of them saying they saw like a smaller looking, like kind of darker colored craft or something. Well, I don't know if they said darker color. I'm adding that actually because of some of that footage. But no, I think the eyewitnesses were just saying it looked like a smaller plane.
But think about this. It's 2001. Nobody has camera phones, right? Everybody's just minding their own business. Nobody's like really staring at the sky. If you just place strategically 100 crisis actors or 50 crisis actors on the ground, and the moment that the explosions go off in the building, you have them start screaming, "A plane just hit the tower. A plane just hit the tower," just screaming that. Everybody around them didn't see it, but the explosion happened, and then they heard people yelling, "A plane just hit the tower." I mean,
that could have worked
right there.
That could have worked for the first plane, but the second plane, lots of people were looking up there.
I mean, that's when the hologram comes in, dude. Like,
it's all holograms, people.
Matthew, I just looked at the other footage, Matthew, of the second plane, and the video that was just posted in our chat here. The plane would have come in from the left side, not from behind it.
Yeah, that's what when I initially saw it. I mean, that was because I'm pretty aware of how that hit. I've seen it from all angles. So yeah, that was what I thought it was. But I only watched it once. So I'm kind of multitasking, so I didn't look in more detail. But yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Because yeah, that smoke that's going off to the left, that was where the plane came from, like from that other side. Yeah, because like the one building got hit on the, like from this footage on the right or whatever, and all that smoke was blowing that way, and then the plane came from the left and hit it.
Yeah, I just looked at a couple different angles.
Because when it blew out, like that nose thing, it was blowing into the other building. You know what I mean? Like that nose part. So yeah, that would have been right on the right side there. I mean, one thing though is could this just be? I don't know, man, because that footage. I mean, I guess they could have edited it out if one wants to think that big. Because that definitely shows nothing hitting it.
Dude, my buddy's
One
aunt
thing I
was there and saw no planes hitting the building. And I remember her telling me this when I was probably like 17 or 18 years old. This is like 8 years after 9/11. And I just thinking like, wow, this lady's nuts. Like she's trying to tell us that no plane like hit the second building, that she was watching it, and then like no plane hit. And then when I saw this footage, I was just like, whoa.
The one
What
thing I
about
was
all the
thinking is
footages though
maybe
that
you
show
just couldn't see it. I was thinking maybe you just couldn't see it from that video that was posted in the chat here. Like maybe it was just too small or something. But from the other angles I looked at, the plane looks huge.
Yeah, dude.
So you definitely would have seen it.
There was no plane.
If a plane were to fly straight into a building, would there be an angle from which you wouldn't see the plane? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, but the plane came
There you
from
go.
really high. If you look at the footage, but Matthew, did you hear what I said? I looked at the other angles, and it would have come from the left side, not the back. On the
But there
video.
is an angle from which you wouldn't have seen the plane, just the explosion.
What do you
What
mean?
does that have to do with anything, dude?
But
He's
not the
telling
angle
you.
that the video that was just posted. From the angle of the video that was just posted, that's not possible. Because it would have come in from the left. Like it would have hit the left side of the building from our orientation. Not the back side.
I don't know which angle the video is taken from.
Why don't you go, dude? Honestly, you seem to have contention with the claim, but have absolutely no desire to verify it for yourself. And this person,
Your
this
own
other
research.
person, just went ahead and did it. It's like, I mean, see, I can't post the entire clips, like where this is from, because when I uploaded this along with the rest of it, Instagram instantly struck it down and like fact checked it and shit. They were like, "Well,
Gotta do your own research, Matthew.
this."
Do Ruhif's research for him too, if you have the time.
Well, I mean, this would just be like an ultimate gotcha point, where you have an opportunity right now to prove me wrong, to get me to rethink what I believe to be true, and you're not taking it. So it's just, you don't seem genuine. It's very like weaselly like behavior. Because I would tell me I'm wrong.
Flatbush, the woman that told you that there weren't any planes and you just didn't believe her back then, have you spoken to her since about it?
No, she actually passed away like a few years later.
Under mysterious circumstances, no doubt.
I don't see that.
Actually, no, I think it was like a cancer or something. But I'm not even friends with the guy whose aunt it was anymore. It's just lost to time. But I mean, I never forgot that, because I've always kind of been conspiracy minded, but that was just like way too out there for me. Like at that point, I was like, George Bush did 9/11, like there's oil in Iraq.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Right, I know, but I mean, I wasn't that far down the rabbit hole. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I would have laughed.
Well, it's funny though how actually tiny of a role that that George Bush Jr. guy even had in it though. Like he was just like he was reading the story to the children, but that's like about it. He was told what to say, obviously, but I mean obviously he's connected to the whole group that did it, but his actual like clearance level on it was probably very low.
Wait, Gio, have you seen that video of George Bush reading the book and like what the teacher is saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Where she's like steal, plane, hit. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, they were trying to do like a black magic ceremony. Basically, they were like doing an actual little ritual there, and
yeah, that was crazy.
Co-opting the innocent children.
Like that always blows my mind. Like when like a normal, quote unquote, normal person sees that, and they're just like, oh yeah, that's just a coincidence. How is that a coincidence? Guys, it's almost midnight, and I'm just drinking coffee. So that's how we do it.
I mean, my current conclusion is that they did use a missile of some sort, but I mean, obviously, I wasn't there physically, and all I can do is just look at the footage that's available and put all the information to the best of my capacity to do so. So, yeah, and then from there, yeah, just being able to kind of tune into it or tap into my intuition sense of it. But, I mean, yeah, that footage you showed, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the intuition part is huge. Like that is what they do. They do not want you to trust your intuition. They don't even want you to trust your biology.
Well, yeah, you
know
heard
what I mean?
Ruhif and Matthew both like ridicule you when you just mentioned it. Like it's like in their programming to just be negative about it and shut it down and ridicule it and mock it.
No, I just trust logic and reason more than intuition.
Oh, you're a man of logic and reason. Logic and reason. I'm like slurring my words. That's good, dude. That's awesome. I would love to have a. Do you mind me asking? Are you an atheist?
No, that's not logical.
Matthew is most certainly not an atheist.
Okay. What are you? What do you believe in?
Evangelical Christianity would be the easiest way to.
Oh, well, that's awesome. So, do you believe that the Bible, what the Bible says, is true, or are you one of those people that says like some of the Bible is like interpretation or metaphors or whatever,
and the rest is corrupted?
Yeah.
What the Bible says is true. You have to look at the genres, and yes, sometimes it speaks in metaphor, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, so do you believe in the Genesis, creation of the world, or is that metaphorical?
I believe that God is the cause and designer of the universe. Yes.
No, but as it was described, where there's a firmament, and there's waters being separated, and so on and so forth. Various days of creation, a seventh day of rest. Is that metaphorical, or did that actually happen?
That's metaphorical. It actually happened, but
okay.
it's not in that order. You have to look at the other creation accounts too.
Which creation accounts will those be?
Genesis 2, where it takes 1 day, and Nehemiah 6, where the stars are created before the earth.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, Carnivore is now saying that the plane came from the backside of the video, which is 100% incorrect.
No, I think what
Incorrect.
Carnivore says is a reasonable explanation.
No, you don't. You don't. You definitely do not think that, because
of the
you would have
original
literally
video that
just.
posted, it was from the left, 100%. Go look at it yourself. Carnivore is 100% wrong.
Carnivore doesn't even eat meat.
Really? Carnivore's a vegan? That'd be funny if somebody like named their child like Carnivore, but they actually were vegan.
Matthew, I'm disappointed that you don't want to go look at the footage and verify which direction the plane is coming from.
Honestly, it sounds complicated. It may be interesting to look at some point. Honestly, the reason I don't think it's that interesting is because I don't trust your epistemology, and it just makes sense that there would be a angle that you can't see the plane. So
Yeah, nobody's saying that the angle in which you wouldn't see the plane doesn't exist. We're simply saying that the shot is not from that angle.
it must be because you don't see the plane.
But you won't verify that for yourself, which is just mind blowing.
What Carnivore said about Carnivore said about
hold on, dude. Okay. This is basically black and white, right? It's like I tell you I have something in my pocket that is blue, And all you have to do to find out whether or not it's blue is ask me to take it out of my pocket, and I will present it to you and show it to you. But you just don't want to do it. You just want to be like, no, it's not blue. You don't even want to find out. Like, doesn't that bother you? That
No. Yeah,
truth,
Matthew,
the
that was
truth of the
really
matter
weird that you
is
said that.
right there. The truth of the matter is
Smoke.
right in front of you. You can grasp it, but you don't want to. That's nutty.
The smoke is blowing diagonally. The smoke is blowing diagonally
Right.
from one building to the other.
Right.
The plane hits on the side where, if you're looking at the smoke coming toward the second building, it hits on the side that is on the left side of the corner from where the smoke is coming at you.
Yeah, hidden from
There's
the
no
other.
better
That's
way
how you
to
do it.
explain it. So now look at the video that was originally posted and then compare that to another one where you can see it, and it is plain as day. It would be coming from the left side of the video that we're talking about. I would bet anything. $5,000. Whoever wants to bet, let's do it.
Dude,
So
I
I
think
don't
it
want
would
to
be
hear any more
easier
talk
for
about being wrong.
yeah, it would literally be easier for Matthew to just claim that somebody
Yeah.
CGI edited the plane out of the video. And that would be, honestly, like, that would just be a much stronger argument than simply
Or for
having
him to
no
just
argument
go
because
and
you
look.
refuse to look at the. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
It's
just
crazy.
go look at just go do it. You're literally saying there has to be an angle because I don't see a plane. The argument is that there's no planes that hit the building. That's what's being said. You can't say, but there's no plane, and I know a plane hit it. You can't do
I
that.
just realized your name is Matthew Learns. It should be not that. It should be Matthew does not want to learn. Matthew learns when he feels like it, when it's convenient to his argument, maybe. But yeah, gee whiz, bud. And I hate to give you such a hard time, but it just any interaction beyond this between us is I'm not gonna forget this. That, like, if there's an opportunity for you to see the truth for yourself and make up your own mind, you won't take it if it doesn't align with your worldview. I mean, surely you must have changed your worldview at least once in the last 10 years. You don't think it's going to change again? You don't think you're wrong? Like, you think you're right about everything? I know I'm wrong about a bunch of stuff. I just haven't figured it out yet.
No, I think that's a wise way to say it. Obviously, all the things that I think are true now, I think I'm right about, or else I would change my mind. But realistically, I know that I'm going to change my mind about things. So, yeah.
Yeah, but you won't be able to change your mind if you don't want to go and seek out that information and verify things for yourself. If you're just going to wait for the fact checkers to come around and prove everybody wrong that you disagree with, instead of doing the work yourself, it's not going to be good for you, dude. You're going to let other people control your worldview. You're going to forget how to critically think. You're just going to be spoon fed the latest thing. That's it. They decide good and evil for you. Why would you have obviously you're interested in the material that is discussed here. Otherwise you wouldn't be. Or you're here for other reasons. I'm not really sure.
You're a shill, Matthew. You've just been outed as a
That's
shill.
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I
Trying
think
to
some
get my
people,
NASA paycheck.
dude, I got my kicks. I got into Flat Earth because I was trying to troll them. Like, and then I started realizing some crazy stuff, dude. Like, I was in politics Discord servers, just like arguing about like abortion, arguing with atheists and stuff. And I was like, oh, there's flat earthers. Let's go troll them. And yeah, that was the end of that.
Yeah.
Same thing's going to happen to me and Ruhif any minute now. We're going to eventually realize, oh my goodness, we've been lied to, and the Earth is really flat.
Well, do you think that
both of you have? Go ahead.
Any minute.
All right, I'll just go. I was going to say, I think that you both have been presented with enough evidence for you to make up your own minds, and that you probably have some preconceived biases that are heavily enforced by societal norms, and it's going to be hard
Projection
for
is
you to let those
enormous.
go.
The projection
The
is
what?
off the charts.
Okay, well, that doesn't change the way what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you guys think that the truth always will come to the surface eventually, even if you're under a false understanding at the moment that eventually the truth will rise? Do you guys have that viewpoint on things?
Yep.
Yeah, I would
Yeah, I
say
would say
eventually.
yeah. And that goes
I mean,
for,
some things
for
are lost.
anything with anyone ultimately. But well, you were just saying like the thing about the Earth. I mean, you guys have like everything at your disposal that the rest of us had to figure it out. So if you're not figuring it out from what you already have, whether you could do more research or not, that would be up to you, or do your actual own real world observations or whatever it may be. But for some, if they can't figure it out with all the information, especially if you're really like into actually learning about it and knowing as much, just knowing a lot for years and hearing a lot of things, that it may be that it won't happen for you until like the rest of the world, like the larger authority, as it were. Well, not authority, but I'm not even saying the current authority, but whatever the larger consensus is. And so maybe it may be when that consensus changes on the larger scale that some individuals will come to the understanding of things that especially in terms of the Earth not being a globe.
But the way you say that, Gio, is you're basically saying you believe the Earth is not a globe because the government told you it's a globe. The government didn't tell me it's a globe.
I never. Well, just to be clear, though, sorry to interrupt. I never said that, though. Just being very clear, I never said.
I know you didn't say it, but you're saying when the government basically admits that it's not a globe, that's when I'll change.
Well, then don't say you're saying when it's not something I'm saying. Use different words because
sorry. The implication you think that about us, right?
Yeah, like there's a certain amount of information that's available in today's world. Now, if there's more of like physical, tangible testing that's done in the future, if you guys were to be involved in that, you might be on the tip of the wave, tip of the curve, no pun intended. You might be on the tip of coming to that. But whether you are or not involved in that, a lie that is a lie will always be dispelled. Now, this globe lie, in terms of within the human world here, the human consciousness, as it were, meaning that, I mean, whether it's today, tomorrow, next year, the next decade, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, whenever it is, this, I'll just use the word if just to be neutral from your guys' perspective. If the Earth is not a globe, it will be known. I mean, it's the globe lie will not go on forever. And that's why I was asking, do you think the truth always rises to the top and that, lies or deception end up falling away? Now, whether that happens in this lifetime for you or me or anybody, that's obviously to be experienced.
Well, Gio, why do you think that the truth will always come to light?
I think it's the nature of truth to always be headed in that direction.
So that's almost like personifying truth, though.
Well, like the idea that truth always stands the test of time and it always rises as well. Like it always is kind of wanting to break through the haze and clouds of the deceptions. And then on the other hand, deceptions always break down. Like they can sustain for a while, kind of like a dark cloud or something, but they always end up breaking. There's always a breaking point, just like the way nature works, where the clouds break and the sun comes back. Even though there could be.
Well, what if I told you that deception is a sin, right? And God, in His mercy, conceals the sins of men. That if you do something and you don't tell people, that God will conceal it. Like it'll, it could be something between you and God, and that deception, that lie that you might have told or what have you, it'll die with you. How do you kind of reconcile that God is the concealer of our sins and our flaws and stuff like that, versus this notion that the truth will always come to light?
Well, before I can maybe respond, is there any way you can maybe kind of like clarify exactly what you mean by that? Like in terms of,
So like,
I mean that only kind of the concept of like God holds the truth, in reflection with you, and that it's more between you and God versus the truth coming out, like in terms of being brought to the light.
Yeah. So like, let's say I did something wrong, right? And the only one that knows is God. Apart from me and whoever I wronged or whatever. Let's say they're not in a position to tell, or if maybe it was something that was victimless and no one knew what I did, right? The only one that knows is God, and he's and he concealed that by not allowing other people to know, right? And I would be almost like I'd be ungrateful to God to then propagate the sin that I did, to spread it and rat myself out, basically, So how would you reconcile the fact that God keeps the sins that we do hidden, unless we fess up or mess up or whatever and spread it ourselves, versus the truth coming to light on its own, or the nature of truth coming to light?
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. I think I followed you. Yeah, there's a lot of deep concepts there. There's a lot of layers. I guess one thing I would say is that, because we were talking about, like, let's say the lie of the shape of the earth, like the cosmology, like that's like a huge thing. Like it's not necessarily a personal karmic thing where where it involves like a personal kind of situation or like a wronging. This is like almost like on a more massive scale, just because of in terms of from the perspective that
it's like too big to hide. I'm with you.
Yeah, like the earth isn't a globe on that level. But because when you start talking about like sin and karma, like I use karma in terms of some of the concepts around this. Yeah, that is a much deeper thing, because, for example, somebody, well, it's like, okay, not everyone's truth comes out to everyone while we're in a physical body. Meaning, if someone does some crime, it's not like everyone on earth is going to know exactly who, that exact crime. I mean, many might know, but on that level, so yeah, I mean, there's certain like crimes that happen that obviously like it is a sense of like between them and sort of the creator, that or whatever, that higher power or the beyond, as it were. That if one sees it that way and so on. But then you get into like atheism or there's all the other concepts as well, like in terms of that. But from the idea that there's like a moral framework, in the beyond, as it were, that I could see what you mean in terms of like personal sin. That like one may do something and then it's like only between kind of them and God in a sense, and then like the others that were involved with them in it, they may know about it, but if there was something that went down, like I'm not necessarily saying that everyone in the town is going to know exactly what happened, like, because it's not always the case like that. But what I was more alluding to is like the concept that like deception and lies are always in like a cocoon state to be dissolved. Like they're literally like waiting to be dissolved. Like they're always in a state towards more dissolution. And then the truth on the opposite is always has like a strength and is always wanting to break through and like bubbles rising to the surface in that sense.
Yeah. No, I agree with that to a large part. I don't think it's truth doing that, though. I think it's that we are created with this affinity for truth. We have a natural disposition to seek truth. And so, we have kind of like a radar for it. And when something doesn't seem right or doesn't add up or whatever, it makes us, it catches us, or we catch it rather, and we dig more and what have you. We have like a nose for the truth. I think that's the way we were created.
Yep. Well, I think too that like the truth stands the test of time, whereas it's like the truth is like light, whereas like light is like infinite and is like ever flowing. It's like a free energy. Like light is like the creator, God, creative intelligence, whatever terminology one would want to use for like that ultimate is like pure light. And then the light actually creates the darkness for the interest of having an experience related to the darkness. And then the darkness can be like the void, and it's like the absence of light, but the light is primary. Like there's actually just as much light in the dark as there is in the light. It's just like a different modality of it. So from that perspective, the dark is always being overshadowed by the light, like ultimately in the end. So even though like the dark can and this even links to like, evil and things like that, where like the dark can like reign in the world, especially in the physical world, the way that like the echoes of karma and that those darker energies can play out, but they always end up dissolving, and the truth energy or the light energy having that like indefinite strength and like that free energy quality of it. I think that's why like the good always wins in the end kind of concept. So I was just kind of linking that as well with this whole shape of the earth, this whole like global era thing that they've created over the last 100 years, and then the kind of empire they've built around it, and then the implications for this particular truth having a certain potency in terms of, I think, helping to liberate humanity and bring more sovereignty to humanity in the future, if this were to be able to unfold in that way.
Yeah. Apparently, Platypus. Apparently, the video you posted is a fake.
You think?
Oh shit! My mic was off. My bad. I was just saying. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
Well, one of the two is a fake.
That's true. One of them is fake, or maybe both of them are.
Yeah, at least one of them is fake because one shows the plane, one doesn't. But Platypus was right. Platypus was right about the angle. From that angle, you should have seen the plane. So I was wrong about that.
Yeah, when I first looked at it, that part did. Yeah, that's correct. It should have come from the left, right?
Right.
Yeah, left, right. Yeah, it should have come from the left. Period.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the way it exploded and exactly. Yeah, that was my understanding just from looking at it. That was the side we were looking at.
I never realized until today that the planes came from different directions.
Oh yeah,
Dude, and those guys,
like almost 180 degrees. Yeah,
right.
They didn't even speak English, dude. They just made that plan in a cave. How crazy is that?
People who don't speak English are still plenty intelligent and smart. I mean, most people in the world don't speak English.
Well, I just imagine being at the airport with your box cutter in your pocket, and they're like, "Yeah, you have anything pointy?" And you're like, "Oh shit, how do I say no in English again?" I don't know. I feel like there would have been some like logistical foul ups if you don't know how to speak English and you're like at the airport trying to hijack a plane. No, I don't know.
They asked fewer questions back then. Because of 9/11, they ask a lot more questions now.
Yeah, that whole story is fake AF.
Seriously, though. It's just like, come on.
It sounds more fake than magical hologram machines.
Awesome, Matthew.
Well, when there's billions of dollars of military R&D and trillions of dollars of oil and all kinds of goodies and resources that you're trying to go for, yeah, you'll pump out a couple holograms. You'll come up with some good content to support your narrative. You've only been making films. You've only been the leader of film creation for the last 100 years. You know, it's not like you don't have the ability to do it. You already faked the moon landings. How hard could this be?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ruh, if you're hot, Megan.
Yeah.
Are you learning your numbers?
I can't screen share this actually. I don't think.
That's called an intentional hot mic right there.
He's like, carry the 7 squared to the power of 34. He's doing the math equations. Are you smoking sativa right now?
There you go. Can't stream it.
Ruhif is definitely taking bong lows of some fatty organic outdoor sativa.
Yeah, dude.
From Humboldt. I know, just straight shipped directly from Humboldt.
I'm stuck though. I've been stuck on this for like 10 minutes.
Ruhif, do you get high on cannabis?
No.
Ever?
Once, and I didn't. Once, yeah, it was shit.
And you freaked out and had a paranoid attack?
No, I actually didn't feel anything.
Oh, you smoking swag, dude.
As for me, it's
Smoking
against
oregano.
against the law where I live.
You're in Utah,
here
or
in
California.
Where are you?
California.
What do you mean
It's
it's
against the law.
Are you kidding?
No, it's against the law to use cannabis in California.
What are you talking about?
Dude, are you high?
What is going on? You don't know? Dude, it's completely legal here. What are you talking about?
No, it's
Dude's
a
high.
legal. It's not against California state law, but it's still against federal law to smoke weed in California.
Oh, come on, Matthew.
Am I wrong?
Come on, Matthew.
Dude.
Plus, my employer forbids it.
Have you ever heard of anyone these days in California getting like busted by the federal law for like a joint or for weed or anything like that? Like that doesn't even
Not
happen.
unless they're on federal property like national parks.
I don't even think with that. They don't care at all anymore.
Sounds
dude.
made up.
You can smoke around cops, dude. I've been to like places like just where like people are smoking joints right next to cops. Like they do not care here at all.
That's true. Separate question: is it against federal law still?
I think in technicalities, yeah, they haven't like legalized it on that federal level because those are the psychos that are trying to do their whole thing. So yeah, they haven't like changed that part of it because they don't have to change their own thing, but they are not able to enforce it. Like they're not able to get the enforcement anywhere at this point. They have like no control. They have like no power.
Right. So it still stands that it's against the law where I live. It's against the federal law. So yes, I was trolling a little bit.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say. I mean, yeah, you would have to be because I've never heard of anyone actually being like, "Oh, it's against federal," so I'm gonna, not because people just go to stores and buy it, and it's just completely.
I think that does have an effect for some people. Some people who choose to be people who follow federal law may still avoid it based solely on the fact that it's federally illegal.
Nah.
I've never heard of anyone, but I mean, it's possible.
One time I was gonna smoke weed, but then I was thinking about federal law, and I was like, "Damn, maybe I shouldn't do this." You know,
the Federation will come after you.
Well, yeah, and the fact that my employer forbids it, they also forbid me using tobacco. So, that's
whoa, dude.
Oh yeah, because you're a teacher. Yeah, see, dude. Yeah, that exactly, man. They're well, yeah.
We're not allowed to use tobacco or to gamble.
They're putting the grips. So, do you get like actually tested for cannabis, like for weed?
No, you don't get tested.
Okay, so you could still be the cool teacher that actually just says "fuck them" and does what you want to do.
Oh, that's tight.
I don't think most of the students wouldn't have that attitude. I think.
You ever roll a blunt for the kids?
If I did that, I think that most of the kids would be upset.
They'd probably be really high, honestly. Are we talking like high schoolers? Because that's kind of what I was thinking when I made that comment.
No, these are
children.
College kids.
Oh,
you're teaching
so
college? Well, that's
Yeah.
even more chill, dude. I mean, college.
What subject do you teach?
Are
I
definitely
teach
getting high.
intro to computer science. Sometimes I teach math. Other times, kind of depends. But I'm just a part-time.
Gotcha.
What did you say, Ruth? I didn't hear what you said.
Like he's famous for being a college teacher.
Well, I mean, I didn't remember if it was college or high school.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard him say. I guess I probably have, but yeah.
Yeah, 130 million people have seen me teach my class.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
130 million people have seen you teach a class?
Well, sort of. I posted a small clip of one of my classes, and a lot of people saw it.
Nice.
I'm stuck again. Fuck.
We were teaching the clip.
Where to post it, Matthew?
I'll post it. Hold on.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you guys in Australia, you just got mushrooms legalized, right?
Not quite legalized, but yeah, available for prescription.
But can you just also have them on you? Like if you just have them, you grow them or whatever. What are the?
I don't think so.
So
what happens if you? Sorry.
No, you're good, man. Go ahead.
What happened? Okay, so somebody just gave me some mushroom chocolates the other day. They're in my freezer right now. I don't know how strong they are, but I've been for some reason like I haven't wanted to take them until like midnight, and I'm just trying to figure out like if I eat them and fall asleep, like will I just have like trippy dreams or will nothing happen? Because I'll probably fall asleep if I take them.
I mean, depending on the dose, I mean, usually you can't really sleep. I mean, I think lower doses, some people could maybe, but I mean, depending on what dose you're taking, like physiologically, it can be pretty challenging to actually sleep because it seems to have like an activating quality. So you might find that you can't sleep, but it depends. Everyone's different. It depends on the dose and all that. And the type, there's different types. Some of them are more like mellow and some are a little bit more activating, like different strains. Kind of like sativa and indica. It's not quite the same, but there's like a somewhat, some mushrooms are definitely more mellow. Usually the older ones, whereas like the little ones, if they're the little mini ones, those ones are just, they're very energetic.
Yeah, I don't know how strong they are. All I can tell you is that I was able to beat my buddy at ping pong, and he usually beats me. So I don't know. He said he only ate like one of them. I think your hot mic can do it. Or I don't understand what you said.
So does your buddy beat you off often?
Yeah, he usually wins all of our ping pong games. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. I was surprised that I was winning, and then he told me he was on mushrooms and gave me some.
Yeah, it can be quite a heightening activation. Have you heard? It's not mushrooms, but it was with LSD, where that guy Doc Ellis like pitched a no hitter when he was on LSD.
No, but that's tight.
Yeah, dude, this guy Doc Ellis, he was like a pro baseball player, pitcher, and he was just like one of those like kind of rare, just like partying dudes, almost like a John Daly kind of character, just like totally like just partied and all that, and was also really talented. Anyways, apparently, like the story goes, like he was they had a game, but he was not scheduled to play in the game, so he decided to take some LSD. So he took the LSD with his friends, and they were hanging out and whatnot, and then he got the call that he had to come in to play and even to pitch. So he went to the game and literally pitched a no-hitter while he was tripping. And his whole story of it is like incredible. Like he says that like he was so honed in to like every pitch, and he was just getting like every curveball and every pitch he was pitching like perfect. He said he was almost like reading the mind of the batter to like, outsmart him. And yeah, pitched a no-hitter while he was tripping. He said like even when he was tripping, he was having like visuals, like he was seeing that, having the like wavery and the colors and all that. Like he was actually having that while he was pitching, but he was totally on point. So yeah, I mean, LSD can give like, and mushrooms as well, can give like very heightened capacities and perceptions in certain ways. That's a unique example in that case.
It's like the Matrix. He was manipulating the ball around the bat. He's like puts all this spin on it.
Yeah.
Like how he's dodging the bullets, but he's doing that, putting English on the ball and making it do all crazy stuff.
He's like doing psychokinesis through the ether to like alter the position of the ball.
Crazy. I don't know. Maybe he was reading their minds. If that was his only no-hitter.
Well, I think it was also against like a good team too. Like it was like a rare thing. Even in baseball history, it was kind of rare too. Like it wasn't like they were just many. Yeah, it wasn't like they were just playing some like low level team, or it was like a real deal game. Yeah, right. With the
But it's rare that you would get. It's like a hole in one in golf. It's like it's not something you do every day.
Yeah,
because all you got to do is get one base hit the whole game, and it's not a you know what I mean? It's like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, 9 innings. I know. It's crazy. Like nobody made contact and got on base the whole game in a professional
Yeah,
base.
right. For professional ball players, not one. That's pretty rare.
Yeah.
There were some drugs. I think they were like I forgot what it was. I think one of them was Sudafed, and I think they were like if you have that in your system, it can be performance enhancement. Something about the Olympics, but I'm thinking maybe that was an ingredient used in meth, and maybe like meth would be definitely like give them more energy, more clarity, whatever. Not necessarily meth, but things like Adderall.
Yeah, phenylmethodate, right? It's all meth, basically.
Yeah, but one would contain the acetaminophen.
Yeah, that's just fucking painkiller.
If you took a Sudafed, it would be like it would make you sedated. It wouldn't enhance your, you know what I mean? It'd make you more sedated.
Sudafed's basically got speed in it.
Have you done
They've got a replacement.
The other ones, back in the day, they were like they would make you drowsy.
You sound like you have experience, Ruhif. Is this something you got into?
I've got experience in a lot of things, Gio.
Have you given a toke to the old meth pipe?
No.
No meth pipes, just a little speed and some 8 balls of coke.
But I'm not personally. What's the word? I have a lot of next person experience with a lot of drugs, but not me personally. Like the next person, whoever I'm sitting next to, I have a lot of that experience, but not fuck all personally.
Not smoking the crack pipe.
No.
Ruhit's asked a lot of questions for a friend of his. Just asking for a friend.
A friend of his has really had some wild things happen to him. Yeah.
This happened to a friend of mine.
And there's many of them. I mean, he has many in his close circle, for depending on the situation. So,
yeah. I myself have not done many drugs at all, but have many friends that have done many, many, many drugs.
Well, you said one night on here that you had a thing with coke for a while, but I didn't know if you what that.
I've done coke twice, literally twice in my life. Ah, fuck! Now you made me make a mistake. Well done.
How do you know it was cocaine?
Oh,
you only done it twice.
Really, what's Ranty doing now, man?
Oh, he's chilling. Yeah, I haven't spoken to for a couple of weeks.
Good answer. That really helps. Is he still got a YouTube channel, or what's he doing?
He does, but he's not working on it at the moment.
Who is this?
Ranty.
Remember Ranty? Do you know back in the day that Ranty guy?
Yeah. Where's Ranty, Bruce?
He's around. He's around.
Where's Ranty?
He is
Now
around.
Shane.
Shannon, actually. Shannon.
Can you tell him that if he wants his money back, then I said to him?
Yeah.
No, don't tell him that.
I mean, he was a focus of attention there for a while. You remember when that all happened? That was. I know, he got his little final limelight. Bizarre situation that was, for sure.
He was kind of sus. Like back when he was one of the people that would live stream on YouTube, and that was before Discord was popular, because there'd be a few people live streaming just with like a chat.
Yeah.
It was like he would occasionally. There was another guy. I think his name was Justin Brown, and there was Dell, and basically people would just hang out in there because there was no community for flat earthers. So whatever live stream, kind of go hang out with people and meet new people.
He kind of started in like the Nathan Oakley group a little bit, and then he ended up creating that the Ranty's Roundtable. Ranty's Roundtable.
Yeah, he took
Like
out
an
then gave it
after
to
show.
Brandon.
Yeah, they were, hey, I'm gonna stream it. He's done. Let's go hang out on my channel, and I'll stream. And then in the chat is where people would hang out. Almost.
I think he got a bit sick of the open hostility on Oakley's channel, and wanted to have a more backward and forward sort of format for people to discuss things rather than just an hour and a half of abuse. And then headed off and did his own thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he did always keep it pretty cordial overall. I mean, for the most part, at least. Yeah, like at least that was the general vibe. I mean, I definitely have heard some shit shows over the years he's been involved in, but I think at the beginning, yeah, he was kind of trying to keep it a little more professional.
Yep.
Brandon, where did he go? He just vanished as well.
Brandon vanished. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just was there one day and gone the next.
Yeah.
Thank God for Geo. Gave us somewhere to hang out.
Exactly.
Yeah, Brian Leakey was saying that he has talked to Brandon a little bit on Skype. He said Brandon's responded to a couple messages on there. And I think didn't he turn it? Somebody said he was in Gems at one point. Like Brandon, like popped into Gems like a couple months ago or something. So, but yeah, I mean, he did. That was such a quick exit. Like he was doing his show and all of that, and yeah, he really just left and virtually like no one's even talked to him, like other than just few people, just a teeny bit of contact.
Yeah, I think Ruhif got to him as well, so it turned him into a Glober.
Exactly.
Is that what Ruhif's going to claim? He's going to.
Yeah, he's working on you now, Gio. He's just putting notches on his belt as he turns people back to the globe.
Oh my gosh. He thinks he's got Jeremy on the hook.
Yeah, Jeremy with Glober next week. Next week, mark my words.
2 more weeks. 1 week to flatten the curve, huh?
1, 2, 3.
To flatten the curve. Oh man. Wouldn't that be the opposite though? I don't know.
No, I was just quoting the saying. You know, the one about the thing.
The one about the thing.
You know what I'm talking about.
I mean, the thing that they did to stop Flat Earth from coming out, that they used the name in it.
I've not done this one.
100%. 100%, dude. That I told you. Yeah, we've talked about that before. I think that had a
because
big,
it came. It
dude,
was like
think about it.
they did the censorship and then they did the lockdown. Yeah, it's like right secession.
Yeah, they did that huge YouTube purge where they purged all these conspiracy channels. They added the fact checking thing, and like they mainly hit 9/11 videos and flat Earth videos because they knew people were about to be locked down in their homes. But it kind of backfired though, because you had all these like alternative streaming platforms pop up, like Rumble and BitChute became really popular, and people found a way to. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. The information still got out, even maybe more so in a way, because like maybe that even caused some of those other platforms to even get more traction because people are like, oh, why can't I find this? Why can't I find that? So people are linking shit on these other platforms, and then now those people are going there, and then the whole TikTok thing. So and now they're trying to go after TikTok and whatever else. So yeah, it seemed like it kind of did a reverse. That's the thing, like being these like evil dudes. It's like even like whatever thing they do, we can react, meaning we the people. Like there's always going to be some reaction. It's like playing a game of chess, so like they make their move, but what really reaction are they getting? And then if it ends up backfiring, then they're literally shooting themselves in the foot for whatever their agenda is, at least.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around, that backfiring. I think in a lot of ways the pandemic backfired. I mean, if you didn't go along with it, and you made it out onto the other side, you are that much more impervious to their bullshit from here on out. Like if you didn't go along with it, or you've woken up because of it, is the government ever going to trick that person again? Probably not. Like, what the hell are you going to get me with? I wouldn't even believe it if there were freaking, hologram aliens in the sky.
Yes, you would.
Yeah, they actually lost a lot of people. Yeah, they actually,
did.
yeah, big time.
And the people that they tricked, I mean, I hate to say it, but TikTok, man, it's just a matter of time before that thing gets you.
Yeah, because the people that are going along with it sort of would have anyways. They're sort of already in that camp, and all the other people that were like somewhat on the fence, they just lost like all of those, or a huge portion of them. Because even though those people on the fence, they may not know for sure, they're definitely walking. It's like knowing there's landmines in the field. Like before, you didn't know there was landmines. You're just running about, just getting exploded left and right. But now, like they actually, at least people know there's landmines. So it's like at least be on the lookout. See what other people are doing, check out BitChute, like look at some other places, see what's going on, because there are landmines about. And that is, I think, one of the biggest ways that the whole last couple of years have really changed in a worse way for whatever their agendas are, and a better way for us.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are still technically asleep, but maybe they're sleeping with one eye open now.
Have you heard what woke stands for? Willfully oblivious to known evil.
That's just a backronym.
No, that's what it stands for.
A backronym is an invented acronym based on a word that already exists.
No, I'm just saying that's where it originated.
That's false.
No, it's not.
Stuck people. Someone help.
I'm just doing what he's been doing all night. He just goes nuh-uh, and I just go nuh-uh.
Never mind.
Like if you're gonna come at me with that intellectual caliber, I will just fire it right back.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, they co-opted the word woke. It used to be an effective word, but I guess we let them take it from us.
Aren't they doing that with all like the word truth and woke as well?
Yeah, they're making truther like a slur.
Well, then that whole Elon Musk, that new thing he's doing, like Truth GPT, and then Trump has that. What is that thing Trump has? The Truth Network or whatever that one is.
Yeah.
Truth Social.
What is it called?
Truth Social.
Okay, yeah. By the way, is he running or what are they doing
He's
with
running.
that? He is
He's running. He got indicted today, though. Again.
Wait, he is running for sure. I don't pay attention to the news at all. Like
He announced a long time ago he was, but it's like we know it's all just dog and pony show. It's all
Who else is like running? Who are going to be the main ones?
Pence is running.
Asa Hutchinson, Mike Pence.
Pence, what a joke.
Who else is there? Oh, DeSantis, obviously. Nikki Haley. Fuck.
The whole thing is a joke, man. It's fucking.
And who is Trump's VP going to be?
Who knows? Probably Nikki Haley.
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, that would be hilarious.
I mean, I always like. Yeah. So he's gonna win.
Buzz Aldrin.
They're gonna pull the Trump card.
Hey Jimbo, I've got no idea what the question marks mean, by the way. Yeah, I don't know what they didn't say what they mean, so I just assume it means you don't know.
Hexel.
I assume that centerpiece will be the last piece to the puzzle.
Steam community, how are we supposed to solve puzzles with a question mark? Yeah, they just give no info.
Are all
Rory,
five
what are you
of
doing?
these?
Are you doing stave off dementia, or what are you doing with these puzzles?
Yeah, basically.
Ruhif, are you Australian or from
Yes.
the other place? Okay.
Not Kiwi, no. Not New Zealander.
Sorry, I'm an
You
American.
gotta listen to the
hard to
eyes
tell.
if you want to tell the difference between a Kiwi and an Aussie.
I think
try.
these 5 are bombs. There's only one
Hold
of
on. So you
these.
got 1, 3, 3. 1, 2. Hold on. Count 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, incorrect. Cancel that.
Nah.
What are you guys playing?
Called Hex Cells, and
Is
it's
this
hard.
like Minecraft? Not Minecraft.
Yeah,
Minesweeper?
Minesweeper. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, I've got it. Look at this one. Here we go. So this one, one of these is a bomb. Has to be one of these, which means that's not.
What does the
I'm
2
looking.
mean on the outside? That is that
2
row. There's
means
2 in
there
that
are
row.
2 in the column, and they can't be consecutive. The other dashes mean they can't be consecutive.
But isn't there 3 in that column with the blue one?
Yeah.
Standard direction.
Yeah. What's the blue
So
one?
one of these is a.
But you've got one
One of
marked
those
blue
is,
there.
and
What's
both
that
of
one
those
higher
are.
up? Does that one not count?
Hang on. 1, 2, 3. Anyway, we got somewhere finally. So one of those.
So you've got one marked blue in that column, and that 2 isn't counting that one?
No, it is. Yeah. So there has to be 2 blue in that column, and they can't be consecutive. So one of those definitely was.
Oh,
which
one
means
of those
these
definitely
ones
is.
weren't.
Yep.
And that one's
Gotcha,
not.
gotcha.
And that one is. And that one's not. Boom, boom. Now we're going. Boom, boom, boom. We're getting there.
I'm watching this directed energy weapons video right now. This is hilarious.
What is it? Where's the link?
Oh, it's something. Here, I can.
Is it the one with the cartoon?
Yeah, dude, with the little Asian kid and the magnifying
Yeah,
glass
yeah.
and the black,
Don't
scientist.
Don't share that out. I don't want that going down. Like
All
just
right, I
DM it
won't.
to certain people, yeah, because I don't want that channel going down. I'm surprised it's still up there. And I think there's like snitches in here.
Bitches get stitches, bitches.
Snitches to erase our good shit that's still left behind, our remnants.
This is really good stuff.
Yeah, that video, it's like, really? They made a cartoon series like that long ago? It's like, oh my god.
Yo.
Aside from the space angle, you know what I mean? The space nonsense.
Far out, man. You can do this way quicker than I can.
Dude, and I think that you guys, you want to talk about dues, or you guys want to talk about your game?
The game, preferably.
Want
Well, go in another room and play your game. Like we're just
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Yeah, you guys are like killing me, Larry.
What? I didn't hear. What did you say? Want to talk about? You said.
Oh, we're talking about directed energy weapons.
There's a whole heap of evidence.
Oh, dues. I thought you said Jews. I was like, man, wow, that's an interesting question.
Yeah,
No. But I mean, you could call them jumbo energy weapons, in which case they would be Jews.
They do use them a lot. Jewish lightning. They do insurance jobs and stuff.
They call it the Mitzkrieg.
Yeah, like say there was a guy, right?
Oh, dude. Hold on, just before I forget this, you know what we should say? How they This is how we should say they're starting the fires. They're using Mazel Tov cocktails.
Just call it Jewish lightning, man. That's what it is. They pull the insurance job, right? Like there was a guy that bought a hotel and it was a bad investment, and he poured a lot of money into it and no one was going to this resort. So he torched it with a dew weapon. One or two of the buildings, there was about four buildings that surrounded a main swimming pool area, and a couple of the buildings were completely gone, just reduced to nothing. And then the one building that survived, they're going through it. They're like, yeah, there was a fire here. And these are all concrete block buildings and whatever. And the building that survived the fire didn't have any smoke damage. The majority of it, there's no smoke residue at all. He's like, look at the clothes in his closet. They're still clean. There's no soot. And the room next to it was completely blackened and charred, which if that was a normal fire, that wouldn't be the case.
The woman that put the video, she was touring it with the justification
There's different
thing that she got.
there's different types. There's one that pulverizes, and then there's another type that can when you say fire, it's not necessarily fire because these are non-combustible things that are burning, for lack of a better word. I don't have another word to replace burning or fire. There's no word in my vocabulary, but it looks like it's burning, like concrete block or concrete buildings, which everyone knows is a non-combustible, non-flammable material, but yet it's burning. So how do you explain it?
With a conspiracy.
Well, the building obviously disappeared. Something consumed it.
Sorry, I missed. What are you talking about? Something. What's burning that shouldn't be burning?
Concrete, steel, things like that.
In what?
In hotel buildings and other structures. Brick.
Oh, just generally. So you haven't got a specific example?
Yeah, I do. I have lots.
Sure, I saw that someone was saying in New York in 9/11, there were cars and engine blocks that were literally cut in half. Like half of it was melted away, and the other half of the engine block was still there.
Yeah, it's like it has the effect of burning, but it's like not even hot.
Right, that too.
It like melts.
It doesn't affect flammable materials nearby. That's another thing. Because pine trees are enormously flammable. And this one with the Hilton Hotel, there was these large pine trees right next to the hotel. They never burned. But yet the entire concrete building is gone, down to the elevator and everything. All that material's gone. So it's like, yet these pine trees didn't catch fire. There's a white flag near the sign in the air, and yet there wasn't enough residual heat to like, or smoke. There's no smoke staining on the flag as well. It's clean.
What caused the fire?
What's that?
We didn't start the fire.
Who said it's a fire though? That's what I mean. It's like I have nothing else to call it. That's my whole point. If it was a fire, the pine trees wouldn't have survived. Those are the most flammable, right? That if there's a fire, the most flammable stuff would go up in flames, but it didn't. And not to say that they can't start forest fires. They have different versions. They could switch it from one to the other because they have different effects. There's what's called a hot and a cold directed energy weapon, and it looks like there's another one. It's like an explosive type that pulverizes things.
What sort of energy is it emitting?
I don't know. It's It's usually a microwave and an electromagnetic field. It's a combination of 3 fields.
Boom.
And I guess I'm not sure exactly, but I think maybe they can manipulate one or take one away to get the desired effect. I do have a screenshot from a video that's no longer available, and this is what I saw in the sky. I screenshotted it right before this massive explosion, and I saw the same thing in Lebanon. It looks like a rainbow color light, and it's just like a millisecond, like 1 frame in the video. It's very quick. If you blink, you missed it. You see that? That like a rainbow, a shaft of light, and then there was an enormous mushroom cloud, and you could see the shockwave travel across the ground and the dirt. This video was removed. Couldn't find it, but I did screen capture this one shot. The name of the video is on there too in the corner. There's an S. What was it called? Subscribe. Shit. Too bad it doesn't have the name of the video because I couldn't find this. I was looking. Oh, you want to see something? Here's a Home Depot, right? It was affected by it. There was a girl in here. She lives right by it.
Dude, Ron, did you hear that in Las Vegas in the news, there was in like the mainstream news in Las Vegas, like the local news, they did a story. Somebody posted it earlier. A story that an alien craft like landed in someone's backyard and like an alien like got out of it. And they, yeah. It's like mainstream news. Did you ever think in the 90s that there would be on mainstream news like, oh yeah, UFO lands in someone's backyard and there's an alien? Of course, they didn't get any pictures of it.
I actually have the National Enquirer. They used to have those at the supermarket.
I know. The National Enquirer is now mainstream news.
Yeah, there was all kind of tabloids. There would be like aliens or Elvis sightings or whatever. And the more I read into it, I think Elvis did fake his death, just like all the rest of these fools.
I mean, the whole fake alien invasion thing with directed energy weapons does sound pretty sci-fi. That they would actually try to pull that off. It is pretty crazy, but I mean, okay, we're now out of the scamdemic thing, and what do we see? But they're shooting down UFOs and alien sightings and stuff. I mean, it seems like it's already starting to be put in their
They've got
content.
to put someone. Look at all the fires that have been happening since like Paradise, California. Before that, it was Fort McMurray, Canada. It was Australia, maybe 2 years ago. Now it's back in Canada. It's always
talking about the wildfires.
Huh?
You're talking about the wildfires.
Well, yeah, if you want to call them that. Like here's a good example of something that's flammable. It's encased in molten aluminum, pine needles or fern. Looks like a fern leaf, this one. And then there's mulch and leaves on the ground, right? Now check this out.
Fires in Australia aren't suspicious.
Sending it to the chat. You see the molten metal solidified around, I think it's a fern branch. And I have one with pine needles too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you found the clip.
So what do you think about this molten metal and pine needles picture?
I need to save that. Awesome, dude. Dude, you're awesome. I was looking everywhere for that clip. Carnivore is the man.
What do you
Carnivore is
think about
indeed
this
the man.
picture with
I
the
think
pineapple in the middle? No? Okay.
is Carnivore coming to the light side?
I don't know, dude. He found the video clip that I was describing. He's like, I don't know how he found it.
Nice. Yeah,
I don't know.
he can be resourceful. I don't know if I've ever heard his voice in VC, but
He's
does.
AI. Maybe he's AI, dude. He found that from that clip.
He comes up with stuff quick. Like he finds stuff.
That's what I mean. He must be AI, dude.
No, I think he has talked. I mean, some sound has come through at some point. Maybe trying to think if I did hear his voice one time. Maybe on Brandon's or something. I don't know.
He's in here. He's listening.
I know he is, but is it a real
Keep an eye on you
person?
fuckers.
I mean, he's been here almost every day for for years. So yeah, I mean, he's but he never
I've heard him speak.
he never talks on mic though. Has anyone heard his voice?
Come on, man. Now's the time.
Step up, Carnivore.
I think it's like word on the streets is that someone has heard his voice. I'm trying to rack my brain if I ever have. I kind of don't think so, but I've heard.
He says you have in the live stream chat.
When he yelled at Chris. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe briefly once. Yeah.
Vaguely think that I've heard. It might have been back on Brandon's.
Is he
vaguely
American?
remember.
Is he American or is he an Aussie?
Back on Brandon's is what I'm thinking. Yeah, if it was.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
American.
Is he an American?
Yes.
He is.
Allegedly.
It's Friday.
I'm a little confused by this video here that Carnivore posted.
That was the one I was talking about from Iraq. It said it was a roadside bomb, and it's like, nah, it's no roadside bomb.
Yeah, that looks
It's
like
weird though, because
blast.
the whatever the beam is, it's to the left of the explosion. Do you see that?
That's where it's coming from. Yeah.
Do you see?
Now, if you look at that grain silo explosion in where is it, Lebanon, it looked just like that. There was a flash of energy and then a huge explosion. And then the ships caught fire. The steel ships caught fire. I'm just saying fire, but you know what I mean.
The steel ships in Lebanon caught fire.
Yeah, there's like no other way to describe it, but it's we know steel does. Like, see this
Where's
building.
that? I've not seen that one.
What was where was that city in Lebanon where that had happened?
Is
The
Beirut,
explosion?
I think.
Beirut, yeah.
That was hectic. Hectic. The fuck?
Now, see this building. This is a modern hotel. It's built to the fire standards and whatnot, but it's like, even if it wasn't, there's things in the building like the staircase, the elevator, you know, things that are concrete and steel. The studs in the building are all steel. The outside facade is all concrete block. It's like, where did it go? It looks like it's on fire and it's going down very gradually. It started from the roof and it just kind of decayed. It's like a slow consumption. And there's nothing left at the end, but yet it never ignited these surrounding pine trees that it's like literally the trees are growing around the building. So what is it? Like, fire is hot. Fire would have lit these trees up, but there's even a flag it's white still. There's no smoke. There's no soot. If there was a huge fire nearby that flag, it would have surely combusted, but at least had soot, like black soot, smoke staining. It's still white.
Flag?
There's a flag by the hillside. I'm saying none of it makes sense. None of it. Like that Home Depot, there was no smoke. There was no smoke on the walls. Same thing with that hotel that I was telling you. They torched it for an insurance job.
Oh, fuck.
Rue, if you just simply had a change in cosmology that the Earth isn't a globe, do you think would you question 9/11 more? And do you think if just from the fact alone of the Earth not being a globe, would you then think directed energy weapons are more likely?
No, I see those things as like just categorically different. One's like a historical event, and one is something you can discover right now.
So, Gio, I think I would more readily believe in 9/11 being a hoax than the Earth being flat.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Not a hoax. Not a hoax. It
Well,
wasn't.
inside job, whatever. Yeah.
Or whatever
Yeah.
you want to say that it is, that wasn't a terrorist attack. I would believe in that before I believe the Earth was flat.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in a way like less deep of a truth. Well, it's not really the best wording for it, but what I mean by that is that it's like a lighter shade of red pill, if you will. Like understanding the Earth is deeper. There's much more coordination you have to consider of the Earth not being a globe than you do it just from 9/11 being a media false flag kind of media event. Because I guess with 9/11, you could write it off and be like, well, maybe it's just some corrupt people, or it's just a couple couple of them, or I'm not sure where you would even go with it to try to like, what do they call it? Purple pilling, where you kind of like pink.
Well, yeah, it's a little. The purple is like mild, and then the pink is close to red. So there's different shades of red pill.
Which in my mind is just linked to the depth of the truth and the layers of truth and how, like, what they've, because if you're gonna like pull off a deception, like a series of deceptions, then yeah, there could be a scale of like which one is like more. Because yeah, the shape of the Earth is big. I mean, 9/11 was like one event that happened. It was a thing on the TV. Buildings did come down. It was a major thing. But when you think about it, it was really just like happened one time in 1 year. In the and so on. Whereas the globe thing has been going on for way longer. At least I don't think as many thousands as they try to claim. Like I don't think it's nearly the history they tell us, but at least 100 to 150 years the globe thing has been going on. So that's way longer than just one.
Yeah. If you found out Earth was a globe, would you be more likely to believe humans were created by Anunnaki from the Pleiades?
No.
What?
What?
They go together, hand in hand. Globe, alien, human origin.
Ooh, I don't know. I see those as pretty different.
Oh, you're just like Ruth.
I thought you were going to ask that if the Earth was a globe, would I believe in secret space programs?
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Would you?
Like that they're lying to us about space, but they're actually just hiding the real one that they're not showing us, and they're just giving us the fake shit so they can hide the real space stuff for themselves. Like that's a fun idea, a fun theory.
But so, where would you think humans come from if we live on a globe? Evolution.
Okay, so you're going from that angle, like what to not do the Big Bang story?
If you followed me and you still believed in the globe, no, you went back to the globe, you'd still be woke, Gio. So
no, I would be deathly asleep. I would be painfully asleep.
No, I'm thinking hypothetically, you're as woke as you are now, but you also realize it's a globe. So then you turn into someone like me where everything has a globe explanation, but it's still far out mental.
No, someone who believes in a globe has their head completely up their ass.
Oh, come on.
You can never be woke and have your head up your ass.
Well, that's what I think about flat earthers, but I don't have to say
Yeah, because you're just here to sidetrack the whole conversation. Like any legitimate person that just weighs it on its evidence would see that it's legit.
I can join in on your conversation. I believe in direct energy weapons. I agreed with you. There's hot and cold. There's different ones they use. I was going to ask Gio, let's they were already doing disclosure for the alien psyop, right? Before 2019, and now we had 4 years off basically for the other psyop, which took over. Seemed they thought that the last psyop, the pandemic, was more important. Now they've gone back to aliens, and I'm wondering, do you know what the next one could be? Because then we can weigh it up, which they're going to do next, aliens or something else.
The aliens was the last card. So there's asteroids before aliens, but they're still putting the breadcrumbs for something that might be 50 years away.
Yeah, that's
that makes
possible.
sense.
Do you think they're going to do an asteroid next?
Well, that's what Carolyn Rosin said, and she was Werner von Braun's secretary. That he told her on his deathbed, "You must warn people." He's like, I guess he had a moment of guilt before his death, Werner von Braun, and he's like, "Look, he regretted what he had done, and he felt he needed to warn humanity of what's coming." It's like someone has to know. He didn't want to take it to his grave. I think even Admiral Byrd may have leaked out some of
What
this
if-
stuff in his
If
diaries.
they
Admiral
tell us on the news there's an asteroid coming, all the normies believe them, but people like Tactical French Cat and Mark Taylor, they've got telescopes. Let's say they look in the sky and they can't see it, and they tell us, but there is nothing there, so they must be lying.
What if it's not an asteroid? What if they hit it with that same tech? You saw that explosion in Iraq? What if it's that same thing, but they say it's an asteroid, and you see a massive explosion? Yep. Here's the asteroid damage, and you don't know any different because unless you're filming it with a high quality camera, right at the moment, you don't know when it's coming. Like
But they
that, it only takes a millisecond. The chances that someone
bombs.
is filming at that millisecond that it hits, right?
Then they've got
is
to
to your
convince astronomers that there's more coming, and they'll look in the
Well,
sky
it's
and
going
they'll
to be
see it.
more than one. It's not going to be just one.
Well, even if they blow up 3 continents, yeah, and say, look, 3 asteroids have hit, astronomers will be looking in the sky for the next one and say, hang on, there's nothing there.
There's nothing there already. But I'm just saying, it's like what it's going to be is a bunch of explosions like that, boom, boom, like the same size you're seeing there. It's not going to take out a whole continent. It's going to be a bunch of small ones.
I think
And
I'm
there's-
with you. We're going to have weapons from the sky, and they'll slowly reveal.
What about this idea? Yeah, because I mean, obviously, we can only really speculate unless we're like Nostradamusing the future in some way. But like, what if they combined a financial reset with a hacking event in addition to an alien thing? So what if they claim that like the aliens are like here, they're like tapping into our satellites and tapping into our systems, and they're hacking your bank account and they're hacking your social media and all that. To then, because people freak out about that. Everyone wants their privacy, and everybody wants their data to be secure and all that. So what if like the cloud gets hacked or whatever, and then the aliens are now, so now they're like a threat, to your bank, to your money, whatever. So then they try to say, now we have to everyone has to get on a new system, a new like financial system, maybe that'll be connected to these central bank digital currencies and whatever blockchain hijacking they're doing, co-opting. So that would be a possible way that they could get everyone on their new money, their new system, which might even have some social media thing. And it might even have like a more limited version of the internet. Like if you can't get like just the internet the way it is now, and it's more like, because they have to like lock it down and you have to only go through these secure networks.
Yeah.
That's possible. And then bring possible alien shit, which like, yeah, maybe some directed energy weapon events or maybe a little climate change added in there too. But yeah, like a whole like alien, like a financial hacking alien reset thing. It's possible.
Sorry. Before the pandemic, people had mentioned it. Bill Gates, Fauci, they'd mentioned it in talks, but none of us could remember. So when it happened, it was a shock even to us. Truth is, so they could bring anything out, and it could be a shock to us. But I'm excited by the alien phenomenon.
Yeah, it was called Event 201. Event 201 was the precursor to COVID. Because it everything that they discussed as a possibility actually happened. So it's like,
I know what
It's
you're
like,
saying, Gio.
what's going to
market
happen
obese
with
shit.
Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 since they wargamed it?
Yeah.
Here's someone said something about the ships burning. Here was an article on Zero Hedge. There was 7 ships, metal ships in Iran that caught fire in the dry dock. They were performing maintenance on these ships, and these are metal ships. So the thing is, if you agree that if you think the official narrative is true, like how Israel, and I think it is to some extent, how Israel doesn't like certain neighbors. They didn't like Iraq. They don't like Libya, Lebanon. They don't like Iran. So okay, they're fucking with Iran. They're fucking with Libya. They're fucking with Lebanon. I mean, Lebanon. They did take out Gaddafi as well, who put like fresh water in the ground in the desert for his people, and they fucked all that up. Yes, Israel doesn't like anybody. They subverted all the governments of the world. But
The thing is, Don, heliocentrism in the globe is like central to this whole fake empire takeover that these have done. The Jesuits, Freemasons, all these different, names and terms, these families. So it's like the global central piece of the whole thing. That's why, like, it's like we even use that term, like globalists. Like they are like the globalists. So with the globe lie continuing, like the globe lie has to go for these entities to be taken out of power. And because I know that they exist, like whatever the they is, I do know that you are aware of their presence. Let's put it that way. But
I'll give you, they've fudged the globe math and they have imposed a model on humanity, but I don't think it's a linchpin to evil coming down. I think it's just because,
this is why
to me, it's just
important.
a cosmology that seems correct.
You're missing the bigger picture. I use this analogy a lot. Like, picture you have a 1,000-piece puzzle, and you're just seeing little bits and pieces of the fragments. You're seeing one puzzle piece, another puzzle piece, but you don't see the big picture. You haven't completed the framework.
That's not true.
So, like,
I've studied it for 6 years.
no, okay, but you're only seeing fragments. You're not seeing
that's
the
not
full
true.
picture.
I can tell you it all.
There's 1,000 pieces. You haven't seen them all. I haven't seen them all.
I could tell you the whole story from what I've seen.
But you haven't fitted them together. You have fragments. You have
I just
bits and
disagree on the Earth shape. That's the only bit.
because you're missing that big piece. You're missing
No,
a
I'm
big
not
piece.
missing it. I've looked at it for 6 years
here's-
and decided the globe
A
fits
wise
better.
man thinks he knows it all. I admit I don't know it all. And I know a lot more than you.
Well, could this apply to you that you've missed the globe piece? You think flat Earth is the truth bit, but you've got the
No, I
wrong
know
puzzle
it is.
piece.
I
So the
know
rest
it
of your
is.
puzzle is going to be wonky now.
I know it is 100%.
Yeah, I know it's a
There's
globe.
not
100%.
there's not one doubt. It's If you don't understand it, it's so simple, and to fake that you don't understand it, it makes you lose credibility.
But that's how I feel about you too. But we still agree on lots of other things.
Well, we can't. That's like anybody who doesn't see it. I mean,
That's how I feel about the globe and the flat Earth, except opposite. But you can't join me on the team of full truth until you realize it's a globe. But we can fight together.
well, no, that's
against
the
lies.
psyop team, the fake team. That's that's my litmus test. If you're like pushing the globe bullshit, then I know I can't trust the rest of
Yes,
them.
and I'm
Even
saying
if we
that
agree on
applies to
stuff.
you for flat Earth.
Everybody
from me.
Well, but
Pretty
Don, but
much
how
all-
would that match with the fact that you're coming here to hang out with us to have these discussions? But then, you know what I mean? Like, you're coming here to be like, hey, I want to hang out with you guys because you have interesting things to say about this, and that. But you're just totally wrong about one of the core things that has brought a lot of these communities together.
Yes, it would make sense if I denounced you all completely. But like I say, we can fight together against lies with the truth that we do agree on. Because cosmology doesn't have to be a linchpin. We can move around that puzzle piece.
See, that's the way.
We can wage psychological war together against the elites on the surface of Earth. It doesn't matter what shape it is.
You can, but you don't have the smoking gun that says, "Aha."
Yeah, but I think that about you. You haven't got the smoking gun bit right.
It is the
You think
smoking
Earth's
gun.
flat.
It ties them all together 100% without equivocation. There's no way this could exist without 100%
what ties it all
cooperation top
together.
down. No, this is the linchpin that proves they've all got their hand in the cookie jar. Every one of
Tell you
them.
my linchpin.
The flat Earth. It's
I'll
like
tell you
one.
my linchpin.
It's a common thread.
Anunnaki bloodline and Abraham.
Okay, now that's some horseshit. Anunnaki is some horseshit. Like
That's
that's
where
like
the
you
authority
have no
comes from.
definitive
How do you think
evidence.
they got the power?
How do you think they've got the power? They fucking through their secret societies.
Yeah, and where do you think? How do you think the power works? Why do they manage to have secret societies and rule you, but
Because
you
you
didn't
they have
you didn't
unlimited
manage it?
funding through printing the currency. If you can print currency into existence and indebt every nation, you could control that nation by the balls with an iron grip.
And you were just unlucky. You didn't manage to be part of the family.
No, it's they have their own bloodlines. I don't want to
That's
be
what
in
I
their
said.
bloodline.
So then follow that
Yeah,
back.
dude.
Follow
We
that
were
back
not.
to where it comes from.
No, dude, we were not born into that. We're not meant to be born into that. I mean, I think that anyone who's incarnating, in my viewpoint, as a soul, like into a human body, yeah, you're incarnating in a particular thing. So the souls who did incarnate in those bodies, if they're even human, ultimately. But I mean, there's obviously some humans really, helping them. I personally don't think at the top that they are human.
I'm telling you, the linchpin is they're not human in their bloodline origination.
Well, if you're talking about the ultimate they, then yeah, I don't think they're human, but I think
They have dragons. Have you seen they have dragons in their family crest and things like that? So they may be, people call them lizard people, whatever.
We can find
That-
out linchpins.
That is not a linchpin because that's not something you can nail down at speculation. And it just makes you sound like a conspirator to other people who are not like fully.
Oh my God, you're saying Earth's flat. So that's kind of
No.
equal, mate. It's kind of equal.
No, because there's evidence of the Earth being flat. The other stuff is just
There's evidence of Anunnaki. It's in the text.
Well, but dude, the thing
Pictures
about
of
the
them.
Earth too, though, man, is humanity have always had planar, stationary Earth cosmology since the dawn of time. So whatever this globe spin-off, whatever this thing is of the globe, even if you believe their full story of this couple dudes in Greece saw some boats over horizon and then they forgot about it until Copernicus, and then all of a sudden Copernicus wrote some shit, and then Newton. Like even if you believe that story, it's still a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. So to say the Earth is planar and stationary, etc., it's not really a conspiracy theory. It's not like this ultimate looking crazy. I mean, I get that certain people will think that because they're so indoctrinated with this deception, the Copernican quote unquote revolution. So I get that people have that response, but in ultimately, dude, like it's actually just very grounded, and especially when all the ancients have known this, and yeah, it is going against the mainstream thing, but it's just being like a naturalist ultimately.
So is Anunnaki human origin. It can be seen.
Yeah, but dude,
I get it.
I mean, that's just one idea and one lineage of one thing. That's not like anything that's nearly as tangible as the actual Earth we live on.
Well, I think it's more believable than flat Earth, but it doesn't matter. We can disagree.
You don't have to
That's
believe.
my linchpin. My linchpin is Abrahamic secret society, dark occultists with power from the blood of Anunnaki.
Dude. Now, see, that's where you get your tinfoil hat shit because, you're making a statement that you have just all speculation. There's like, we have scientific evidence that you can go confirm for yourself. None of us can go confirm what you're saying.
We've got different areas of research, so I know my thing, you know your thing.
I can't walk outside and confirm that 100%.
You can go look at the text and the pictures and work it out for yourself.
Okay, but I can't confirm that text is legitimate.
It's not all about confirming; it's about knowing.
Okay, but I don't have that text, and I can't hold it, and I can't study to see if it's a forgery or if it even exists at all.
You won't be able to trust me because I'm a globe, obviously. But we can,
No,
at
I can't
least
trust
you've heard
anybody.
the information, so you can think about it yourself.
I can't trust any information that I can't confirm firsthand. I can confirm the Earth is not moving.
Oh
now,
no,
see,
you're fucked then.
hold on, quit butting in. I'm trying to finish my sentence. I can confirm the Earth is not moving, and I can confirm that it's level. That's all I need to do, and then the globe is.
Okay, how did you confirm it's not moving?
You can confirm it's not moving by your senses, and you can compare it against the motion of the North Star.
Holy shit, you're fucked.
The Earth and the North Star are stationary relative to each other. The only star that doesn't move relative to the Earth.
The Earth's not moving because I can't feel it moving. That's
not only because you can't
Epistemology is
feel it.
totally broken in the bin.
Not only because you can't feel it, because it's in perfect alignment with the North Star, and it has been forever. And they
No,
don't
it
move
hasn't.
relative to each other. So if we're spiraling through space 500,000 miles per hour, yet one star is stationary at its pivot point for as
No, it's
far as
not.
human
It could still be
existence has
spinning.
recorded it.
It's not. It's not stationary. It's just
It'd
not.
still be spinning on
Okay,
its
if we're
axis
moving a
with
half a
Polaris in the
million
middle.
miles an hour and it's never moving out of position, so what's your
It is
excuse?
moving. It is
No,
moving.
relative
There
to
you
the
go.
Earth,
Check
it's
the
at
chat.
90 degrees. What do you
No,
mean?
it's not at 90 degrees. It's 3/4 of a degree off, and its declination has been moving
No,
over the last several
from
hundred
the
years.
North Pole. It is 90 to the North Pole. From the
No, it's
North
not.
You
Pole
haven't
to the pole
confirmed that.
stop.
Polaris is
Never
not at the
went.
North Pole.
You didn't confirm it.
Polaris is not at the North Pole. Check the chat. You've been tagged in the chat.
Wolfgang,
The
thank
angle?
you for being honest, but there's no way I could use your logic to know things. I can't do it like
Yeah.
that.
Because you don't have
You said you need to confirm it, and
You
then you
don't
based it
have
on an
deductive
assumption about the
reasoning.
North Pole.
Well, Don, let me ask you this. Let's say at a time in the future, I'm just going to use the if, and I'll just giving your globe idea, you know, the if. So if the Earth is not the globe and it is stationary, it's not moving, and et cetera, and that's what it is in the future. Can you see how if you were to look back on this time, if you're in that future where that's been established even more fully and so on, look back on this time for you guys to like mock and laugh at Ron for saying that, can't you see that, you know, if it's true, just using the if to give you whatever you want, you know, if it's true, him saying that is actually very, very sane, logical, grounded, and solid. The fact that even those things, which are just the beginnings of the discussion, not moving. Yeah, that he is, you know, if you were to listen to this back, which I mean, this is all being saved, so this is all going into the history books every moment on these live streams. So, I mean, you know, if you were to look back on this time, for you guys to be like, ha ha ha, when he's actually just stating like very basic physical facts of reality.
If it turns out it's flat, I will say to Wolfgang, sorry, you were right. But I don't think it's logical to say I need to confirm things for myself, but I've assumed Polaris is 90 degrees above the North Pole, even though I've never been there. Because that is a contradiction in terms of
Well, that's the
how to know things.
navigation. The navigation to the north assumes a 90 degrees with the plane. With
So that's
the
you
plane here.
assuming it, not confirming.
No,
it,
no,
right?
no. It works. It works through navigation. You don't have to
Okay,
assume it. It only works at a 90.
You've called
Polaris
that
is
confirmation.
not at 90 degrees, Wolfgang. It's not at 90 degrees. Do you
It's
accept
bumped
that?
to the North Pole, the magnetic pole.
No, it's not. No, it's not the magnetic pole either. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on what you said as well. I think that although I've seen a lot of flat Earth pictures from the past, from religions, I think that's more of a religious worldview. And I think smart priests with tubes and lenses have known it was a globe for thousands of years, on and off, and kept it secret.
Jesuits.
The Jesuit Jews decided to make it mainstream and a model. And they've had to fudge the numbers. But it's not just a tiny period in time that this has popped out. It's thousands of years in the making of people working out what Earth was and keeping it a secret.
Now that's another narrative there. You're telling me that the globe was this, or they figured it out and they kept it secret and then it got out of the bag or something? I've never even heard that narrative.
No, they kept it as elite knowledge, not like a super secret we can't tell anyone. Just elite knowledge. They don't need to tell anyone. If people think the Earth's going to end and they're going to fall off, they won't go sailing, and we can go sailing and we can own the Earth. So they kept it a secret, even though they knew it was blatantly, obviously, a globe for thousands of years, for aeons.
That is.
I don't accept the straw man that globe is new and flat Earth is the original model.
Dude, the globe is new, though. I mean, the state. Well, okay, so going back, like, even in the shamanic traditions, like shamanism is like the world's most ancient set of tools and practices, etc. Like on the spiritual level, like I'm not trying to go on a long thing about it, but it predates any concept of even any religious type system, and it's like going back to like the roots of humanity in those senses, and none of them have any globular anything. Like they specifically have. Like they have like the three layers of the realm. There's the upper world, the middle world, and the lower world. It's very specific in their cosmologies, and the layers of the spirit levels of the upper, lower, and middle. Of course, you have that like Middle Earth and Lord of the Rings and so on. So I'm just saying that's going as deep there. Then when you look at like the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Norse, and you know the list goes on and on and on, that don't have any globular anything. And then
no,
you even look at the
no.
history of heliocentrism. It's, you know, quite shady in that way as well, just in terms of the history of it.
No, I don't
100%.
accept any of that. I don't
No,
agree with
all
any
the
of that.
African
Sorry.
religions believed. All the African religions believed in a flat Earth as well. Everything predates the globe, mate.
You're basing this
Flat.
on pictures, what some people did, and you're not accepting my point that the elites knew it with telescopes. And yeah, shamans are doctors and witches. They're not scientists with telescopes. They're not the same type of priest.
No, I'm not talking about witches. That's something different.
Shamanism.
That's not witchery.
Doctors who use magic from
No,
nature.
that's
Yes,
not what shamanism
that's
is.
literally what it is. Fucking hell.
No, it's not. Not what I'm. If you're using some different term or different idea, but no, I'm not talking about anything linked with those concepts, with magic or witchery.
You think shamanists didn't do any magic?
No. Sorcerers do magic, which can be a black form of fake shamanism, but that's sorcery.
Fuck, man. You need to go back and research what a shaman is.
Dude, he's finding some shit, dude.
I receive your projection and support you to do what you need to do to research whatever you'd like. And I don't know. I mean, that just, you know, yeah. If you came upon information where people were linking that with the word shamanism, then perhaps you may have been.
If you can show me a shaman that used plants as medicine without magic,
no, it's not magic.
Tell you you won the internet.
It's not. I don't want that. It's not magic. There's nothing that involves magic.
Are they using the gods and belief to make their plants work, help it work? Are they using ritual?
Not in those terminologies, no.
Yes, they are.
Dude, just because you say yes, they are, or just because you say stuff doesn't mean what you're saying is true.
Anyway,
half of the stuff you've said is completely wrong, mate.
You pick me out on one. Tell me one thing. Yeah, I don't mind you calling them shamans, but they're not scientists, so they're not looking at what the globe is. They're seeing it symbolically, as in hell, where you die in the dirt.
I think what you're kind of
the sky realm, which is heaven, the mystical realm, and earth, where they live, the middle plane.
When you look into ancient cosmologies, you'll learn about something called the cosmic egg theory. You'll learn about the seven heavens. You'll learn about the seven netters. If you really do the research and don't just arrogantly claim that you know all ancients were globers or whatever,
I didn't say
you would
that.
actually find out. You would find out the truth that all of the ancients were flat earthers.
I'm telling
the globe is a new idea.
I believe some of the ancients, the very clever ones, knew it was a globe. That's what I'm telling you, I believe, from my research.
No.
You can say no, but that's what I think.
They concocted the globe to deceive humanity. They knew it was flat from the get-go, and this has been a relatively recent phenomenon, the whole globe invention.
Yeah, the globe never came from scientists originally. It came from the Catholic Church, and then scientists were getting involved. But the original idea came from the Jesuit Church.
I mean, people that study reality like a scientist, rather than sit in a shack with drugs and pot like a shaman.
But those who do measure, try to measure the Earth and try to measure the rotation, like Michelson Morley, all come up with a flat, stationary, motionless plane, and this has been verified by the best scientists in the world.
Talking about Mike Morley.
But you cannot detect any motion, yet you want to believe you're moving. All of your senses tell you you're not. All of your scientists tell you you cannot feel or detect any motion, yet you want to believe you're spinning.
It's not true. My vision does not tell me I'm not moving. Sorry. My smell does not tell me I'm not moving. My taste does not tell me I'm not moving. I don't know why you say such things.
Of course it
does. You have
no, it doesn't, Gio. Right? My taste, my smell, and my vision does not tell me I'm not moving.
Nobody said you're the one that said your taste, your smell, your vision. You're putting a straw man in there. I'm talking about your senses.
What would you
Your
expect
sense
to
of
feel
balance, your
if the
sense
Earth's
of
rotating?
motion.
Okay. So yeah, I give you that. My sense of balance doesn't tell me I'm rotating around on a planet. But the other
It would
senses
if you
have
was.
nothing to
If you
do with
really
it, I'm
was,
afraid.
it would.
So you're saying you would and should feel the rotation?
No, I'm telling you, you believe in something you can't sense, you can't detect, and cannot
I can
be
detect it.
proven.
I can see
I can
movement.
detect it.
I see movement all day long, all night long.
No, the weight of
Can
an
you?
object correlates with latitude, as you would expect on a rotating globe.
There's 5 motions. It's not just rotation. You're excluding all the other movements. The
If you can
corkscrewing,
calculate
many
the
motions at once.
acceleration, what's the expected acceleration from those other movements?
If you were accelerating even around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, there's
Right.
no way you could withstand those G-forces. The amount
How
we're
much?
going at all these fantastic speeds. It's like
How
25
much? What's the G-force at
25 times
66,000
the
miles an
speed
hour?
of the 25 times the speed of high explosive is the
Right.
speed.
What is the G-force
Yeah.
at moving 66,000 miles an hour?
Hey Ron, check this out. I pulled this screenshot from this was like the little this extra footage from I think the clip that Santos did for that new Level With Me movie. And
I
this is-
seen this. Yeah, the G-forces, the Mach number.
Yeah. Did you see this video? Yeah, I grabbed a screenshot.
Yeah.
870,000 Mach.
Yeah. Now go calculate the G-forces for 8.
No, you calculate the G-force, because I'm going to tell you the
I
G-force
don't
is
need to go
0
that
by
high.
traveling at a
Nothing
million
goes
miles an
that
hour.
high. Nothing goes that high.
What is the G-force? What is the acceleration at moving however fast you're moving?
Look at the chart
Do
that
some
Geo
math.
just posted.
What? Yeah, that's speed. What is the G-force? G-force is a measure of acceleration, not speed. What is
I
the
don't even care what it is.
acceleration?
Calculable. You don't know what it is either because it's fucking. It's an absurd number.
No, it's 0. The answer is 0.
The Mach number, Mach 810,000.
Yes. The
Yeah.
acceleration
What kind of
from
crushing?
traveling at Mach 870,000 is 0.
No, because it's not
Yes.
linear. It's not linear.
Okay.
There's a
Then
change in.
okay. So it's not linear, so there is
No,
acceleration. What is it?
They say we're orbiting around the sun, right? The Earth is orbiting it, so it's not a linear motion, is it?
Okay. So how much are we we orbiting then? What's the acceleration?
Dude, I don't even want to argue with you. I can't argue with
because you have
fucking
no
idiot.
idea.
Okay.
You have absolutely no idea.
Look at these Mach numbers, right? Nothing could
I can
exist
see the
at
Mach
anywhere
numbers.
approaching that. No. If the Earth was moving that fast, what was that number, Geo? He said once you get to a certain level, everything disintegrates, even like bullets. You can't accelerate.
Yeah, I think
Fast.
he's like Mach 27.
Mach 27. Okay. That's 27 times faster than sound.
Things
what's the
things
acceleration traveling Mach 27?
disintegrate at Mach 27. Like physical matter just explodes,
Yeah.
erupts.
Disintegration
acceleration?
velocity. It's
Right, what's-
disintegration velocity.
Rue,
What
if
is
you
the acceleration going Mach 27?
if you have something to say, just say your thing. Because doing this
Okay.
endless random question to do a bait, it's just kind of a lame tactic. So just say your points.
Okay.
If you have something that you want to share that we can glean or consider, then just share the information. Just say whatever you want
Yes.
to say.
The acceleration from these enormous speeds is basically 0. The acceleration we can measure through the centrifugal force, we can measure that by testing the weight of an object at different latitudes. So you can't feel speed, you feel acceleration. The end.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Nice.
Why do things disintegrate when they're going at Mach 27?
Yeah, that's a good question as well, Jimbo.
I'm not disagreeing that it happens, but I am asking why.
Because there's pressure in the medium at that extreme rate. But to then claim that the globe
In the what? Sorry.
globe
In the
is, are you interrupting? What's going on?
Oh, sorry. I just want to clarify what word you said. Pressure in the what?
Well, we should just let each other go one at a time because when everyone's being clipped and interrupted, it's like likely to get people more frustrated. So let's just give each other time to speak. What I was going to say is that there's immense there's pressure because of the air and the medium itself that is beyond the capacity for the physical matter to stay compiled because the speed is so dramatic. The pressure of the air, the medium, the viscosity of the medium, of the fluidity of the medium becomes too much of a blockage and applies pressure to that physical matter, which causes it to erupt and departicleize. Whereas,
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
yeah, and I was just going to say, the thing is, though, like in general, like if you then have this globe that has this atmosphere, okay, the gravity and everything's clinging to it, to just claim that like the globe could be going through this like conceptual vacuum thing, and somehow the atmosphere and the gravity is going to like block it from that immense amount of particleization is a huge leap.
Well, the reason that like it's a problem for like, I don't know, a bullet or whatever going at Mach 27 is it's going through the air, right? Moving through space doesn't have that resistive effect, which is why the ball, the giant space ball that is Earth doesn't disintegrate because it's going so fast. There's nothing pressing on it.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Infinite speeds, but it just does it easily. What an amazing spaceship we live on.
Yeah, it's just pseudophysics and conceptual frameworks used to deceive the masses.
No, well, it works fine according to
It also explains where we are and what's happening and what the sky is, which is cool.
Also, how do you have gas in a vacuum? He said these are gas giant planets, right? Like
Gravity.
certain gravity, right?
The G word.
Things like to coalesce in the void.
Okay, yeah. So they created a vacuum. The Big Bang, there was a vacuum. So like it exploded into a vacuum, and then it coalesced around nothing. Nothing
Vacuum.
exploded, created everything, and then gravity coalesced gas into solid material.
Vacuum is just a word for nothing. And
a void, yes, zero.
Things
Well,
exploded in nothing, and then
vacuum's
they're
empty
on one of the
space.
things.
It's space. Vacuum is
So
empty
nothing
space.
created
There's no
everything.
space,
That's
there's
the
no vacuum.
that's the
Yeah,
root
that's
of
what we
belief.
call God, Wolfgang.
Well, God is not nothing. God is everything.
It was
God is
nothing before,
ubiquitous.
just before.
I would check. I don't think that the Big Bang theory is that there was nothing and then there was a bunch of
No,
stuff.
that's my theory.
I don't think that's what it is. I know. I'm talking about Wolfgang.
From nothing, everything was created. Everything was sucked into one point, and then it exploded.
No, not
At first,
so.
it contracted. Nothing contracted, and then it exploded.
I exploded
Don't
out of a
think that's
point.
what
I
it
don't know
is.
why.
Yeah, a few of those details were added
do you-
in by you, Wolf.
Understand how nonsensical that sounds to just any
Wait,
reasonable person. It's like, okay,
It
and you're going to believe
does
that.
when you
You're gonna
present it
say,
that
Everything's
way, yeah.
nonsensical. Existing as a naked human monkey alien that's
Nobody,
unbelievable, isn't it? But it still is.
anybody equating humans and monkeys, that's nonsensical.
Okay, a human creature naked, a bit like a monkey, possibly alien, possibly breathed from God. That's fucking insane, right? But it's real.
No, from a creator, who's to say the creator? You know, I'm not claiming the creator is like a man with a long white beard. I'm just saying there's an entity that shows that everything around us, from every blade of grass to to an ant to a single-celled organism, has a design to it. It's an intelligent design. It's unique.
Yeah.
That it couldn't be the act of randomness.
My point is that everything on Earth's nonsensical. So the fact there's nonsensical things in the sky as a
No,
theory,
that's not true.
isn't
That's not
far
true.
out.
There is
It's just part
order.
of the
There's
same model.
order. There's order in this. If you look at everything the way it's constructed, there's Fibonacci sequence
the
in all
same in
through
the sky,
nature.
bro.
It's
It's all the
not
same.
nonsensical.
It's all the
Would you
same
quit
in
over
cosmology.
talking me? Does
Yeah,
anyone ever
guys,
teach you
both of you
manners?
guys. Yeah, guys, both of you guys got to stop over
No,
talking.
I was in the mid sentence and he keeps over
I
talking.
know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Don, you do this thing where you do that, man. You just jump in. Why don't you just wait till they're done, man, and then respond? Because if you do that, it just gets tensions high. It's frustrating. You really do it a lot. If you try
I
to
have
be
my reasons why I have my reasons why I accidentally do it, but I still shouldn't.
well, just try. Just think about it. Think about when you're talking. You don't want someone just to blast and clip you off. Like you want to say your thing because you want everyone. You know what I mean? So just imagine it from the other side. So
I speak on my side of it quickly. The reason I can't stop myself from jumping in is because people say wrong things, and I want to disagree before they say 20 more things, so I forget what the wrong thing was.
Well, that's right, but that's cognitive dissonance.
No,
Your head,
it's flat earthers rambling about stuff they don't understand.
yeah, but dude, just because you don't agree with them, if everybody did that all the time, then everyone would be interrupting every single time, and we would never even have to be able to have a cohesive conversation because somebody probably disagrees with just about, someone probably disagrees with what someone's saying. So we have to be respectful. I mean, just be patient. Even if you disagree, let people say their thing and then respond. It's really rude. I mean, and what I was saying is it might be a cognitive dissonance thing, meaning it's like the dissonance of being able to handle the fact that they're saying something that you don't agree with, and you just have to blurt out and interrupt them instead of just, that's what I'm saying could be cognitive dissonance, that inability to just let someone have their thing without having to have some tension, and in this case, interrupting.
Okay, but also I want to make my point. Try to say true things for yourself to not trigger Dawn.
Now, you know what Jen taught me? That sometimes, you do want to say something, and especially if someone's saying 15,000 things, you want to respond to the first thing. Sometimes it's good to have a pen and paper next to you that we can write down, what you were going to say, or the first part of it. That way, when they get to the end of their thing, you didn't forget totally what you were going to say.
Yeah, the other piece of this is not monologuing for everybody, because that's the other thing. If somebody tends to go on and they don't really stop, then there's more of a tendency. So ideally, we just say one point and pass the mic. That's the best, because then the person can respond directly. Because I agree with you. And someone says 8 points, and it's like, oh my God, where am I even supposed to begin? And there might have been a point that, like, for example, I'll just say this briefly. Sorry, if Don says a point to me, I respond to him. In the first part of what I say, I responded to him, but then I went off on 10 other things. That is challenging, because then he may have wanted to respond to that initial point, and then I've said 10 more things. So when I'm done, he then has to be like, okay, well, now we got to go back to the first thing. Or like you said, taking notes. So ideally, not monologuing and not interrupting. It's the smoothest. Then we can actually,
That actually does happen when I talk to you. You say one straw man that I find incredibly triggering and frustrating, because I know it's probably not true and you don't think it. You're just laying it out. And then you say your point and 3 other things. And I think, oh, come on, how dare you say that first thing? That was totally wrong. And then I can't address anything because you straw man me.
All right. I don't know if you're talking about me or just in general.
I'm talking about you then. That's often happens when you make a point back to me. You insult or straw man me, and then you go on a monologue.
I don't do those things, so I don't know why.
He's accusing you. Yeah.
You have to look at yourself as well.
All right. Well, if you're just making things up to accuse instead of taking responsibility for what we're talking about.
I don't do that. I'm telling you what I see.
Well, I don't monologue, and I generally don't do that. I usually, whatever point I'm making is one general point. I might elucidate a little bit further on it, and then
I'll give you an example. You start your point by saying, well, we all know the globe is not based on any real stuff, and the flat earth is the original cosmological model. And then you'll go on to make 3 other points, and I'll be triggered over that first sentence being totally untrue.
All right. Well, if you're triggered, I hear you. But the thing is, dude, at the end of the day, like, ideally we don't monologue and go on and on and on, because then it is hard for anyone to respond. But dude, we all get like our at least 20, 30 seconds, maybe 40, 45 to lay something out. Especially if it's a more heated back and forth. If it's a longer thing, then yeah, people can go longer. But if it's more of like a podcast style, but at the end of the day, dude, we have to give each other our 20 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever, and let each other speak. So at the end, ultimately,
I did break that.
I know he can't even wait that. He can't even wait. Like, I was like 5 seconds in, and he's monologuing over the top of me. It's like, dude, can I finish one sentence? I do breathe between my sentences.
No, it wasn't that you monologue. It was that I disagreed with the first thing, and I couldn't stop myself. That's what happened.
That's what Rumpus does, dude. That's why Rumpus is so unbelievable, because you can't do a thing. Like, you'll start saying something. Like, you'll say, well, the thing about gas pressure is, you'll just say one little thing and he'll go, no, that's not what it is. And he'll just start screaming over you. And just like, he has no ability to just let someone say something that maybe he thinks is wrong, or maybe he doesn't disagree with or doesn't agree with. So, I mean, we all have that to some extent, dude. But I mean, we have to be patient and like let each other speak, man, at the end of the day.
Yo, Ron, I turned that video into a reel on Instagram. I posted it 5 minutes ago, and it already has 100 views. I think it's gonna go viral. People like
Nice.
it. Yeah, dude, we're gonna get the word out about these dudes.
Did you chop up that
dudes.
cartoon, the cartoon video, and then you play it side by side with reality?
No, but I'm working on that right now. I'm chopping up the cartoon video so that I can play it next with the wildfire clips.
You're doing that on your phone?
Yeah, I don't own a laptop.
Nice. Dude, Carnivore is some kind of AI, man. He is pulling these video clips. How the fuck is he finding them so fast? You know that fire that I showed you from the hotel? He's got like different angles of views and shit. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck I found all that so fast.
Also, Ron, I was thinking, like, what if you took like images from Judy Wood's book that shows the actual evidence of a lot of these effects, and then like layer those with like from all these other events, you know, from the wildfires, and that'd be pretty sweet.
She doesn't like that. She doesn't like speaking on the suspicious fires. She's like, she can't acknowledge them because of reasons.
Like a really good pictorial series of pictures that would show 9/11, the Oklahoma City bombing, the quote unquote wildfires, you know, a lot of these other events that you've researched. Remember the other night we were looking at these toasted cards from like the 1920s and shit. Like, dude, that'd be cool to see all of those images put together.
Yeah, right. If we put all this in one video, just clipped it, and you know, different eras, time periods. It's like, wait, what do all these have in common? But you're thinking, you know, when they show them side by side, there was a guy. He was showing fossilized trees. There were like half of it was stone, and then you pull off a chunk of it, and it was still like regular wood underneath in the core. It hadn't completely fossilized. It was really crazy shit. And these were giant, huge, thick trees. I don't know if you've seen that clip. I just seen bits and pieces of it, but it's like, holy shit. It was in the process of fossilization, the tree. But yeah, if you could do
Dude, my
pattern
feed is filling up
recognition,
right now. Yeah, dude.
your view count's blowing up.
And the likes, my feed is just filling up with people saying that they're liking it. You know, take a screenshot.
Nice.
Yeah, I just got another follower from it too.
You put that together fast, Platypus.
Bro, when I get into my little flow state of memes and I know like, okay, this is how it should look, this is how I present it. Oh, I have like I'll watch other people's reels and I'll save the sound bites. And usually within about 24 hours of me saving a sound bite, I find the perfect imagery for it.
All done on a
Yeah,
phone.
dude.
Are you using iPhone? I heard iPhone has good video editing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need much. There are some like little tricky things just about like getting the picture just right so that it's like filling the screen properly. People want to see things horizontally. They don't really like looking at the vertical shit or they want to see things vertically, not horizontally.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
I think the TikTok ones, but I like to see the panoramic. I like a wide view.
I do too.
To me,
I don't know
it's
what's up
like
with people.
straw. When I hold my phone upright, it's like a straw view. I like to see the wide angle view.
Some people get confused turning their phone, so they like to just keep it one way, vertical.
Yeah, because that's how you hold it. That's how you hold a phone. If you're going to put it on TikTok, then that's the way you got to format it. But YouTube, people prefer a widescreen because they're most likely on a computer.
Yeah, I changed my phone to widescreen to watch YouTube.
I just turn my tablet. I watch it sideways. So
I don't know why I got so excited to overtalk you, Wolfgang. I just disagreed with you about something.
that's all right. We don't need to talk about that.
All right.
Because we'll never agree. We can agree to disagree. There's no sense
That's
arguing.
always just thinking if Earth is flat and the globe is fake, then it would be a linchpin.
Well, you can go do your own observations and you can come up with a pretty simple conclusion. I mean, one side you have to trust in the government CGI photographs that are really composite images. You have to trust that that's legit. And the other side you can confirm with your own skills, your own reasoning.
No,
That's
I
where
disagree
yours is
with that.
broken.
I think you can confirm either yourself by
No,
using
you can't.
other people's evidence and your own.
You can't. That's the thing. There is no evidence for a globe. None. So
Yeah,
you
but we've
come up
agreed to disagree,
empty-handed.
haven't we? So we both think
Where
different.
is the one piece? Where is the one piece?
Not one piece. There's like 5.
I just want one because it all comes from NASA. All of it.
2 celestial poles.
There's no 2 celestial poles. What are you talking about?
Yes, there is.
I confirmed it by seeing pictures of them and
Oh, you
talking to a few
confirmed it.
people who live in the south.
Do you want me to go set up my like telescope outside and show you the celestial
Your
poles
Sigma
rotation?
Octane? No, no. That's not a pole star.
Oh,
It's
a
the
pole
closest,
position in space.
highest
Wow.
lowest magnitude star near the pole.
Yeah, there are rotational, like, okay, so if you were on a stationary Earth, a flat baseline, well, planar, and you're in a huge room or warehouse or whatever you want to say, you could have rotations in any way you want that would look like they're doing anything, technically. So the fact that you go in the north and we see that Polaris thing up there, that's like the ceiling over there. If you go to an area in the south and see those star fields making that rotation, I understand the explanation of why that fits to a globe model, because I do think the sky has a spherical. I think we're surrounded by a sphere. We're on a planar surface we're in a toroidal field. So we are surrounded by a sphere. We're in a sphere. We're in a torus field, etc. So there is that component to it. However, so I understand why the globe model, why somebody would cling to that as being something. And I even give that to the globe, like, pretty much. I mean, in terms of that basic concept of the two things. There's other issues with the rotation, though, which is a separate thing. But let's just say the basic part of it. That still doesn't isolate that it is a globe, though, because you can have that over a planar surface as well with no problem.
Yeah.
That's my one
I've
thing.
never seen it done.
What he asked for one thing, that's my one thing. Wolfgang isn't even sure there is a second rotation. So maybe you could teach him about that.
The curved sky. No, the rotation is the sky, not the Earth. The sky, the stars, the luminaries rotate, and we can observe that. But relative to the Earth, Polaris doesn't move relative to the Earth. They're in lock. They're in lock position to each other.
What I'm telling you is the 2 celestial poles, as in 2 points of
There's
rotation.
not 2.
Hang on.
There's not 2.
Well, Geo thinks there's 2.
Well, Ron, he knows about that, though. He knows about the clockwise and counterclockwise. He knows that, obviously.
He's saying there isn't 2.
Well, then you have to ask him further what he's trying to describe. I mean, Ron,
when you transition the equator, no, he's saying that you can navigate. They're saying, the Southern Cross and the Sigma Octane. What are you talking about?
In the south, all different stars go around a second point of rotation, not round a certain
You're seeing
star.
a reflection of the north in the south, is what you're seeing.
Okay, that's fair enough.
A big mirror.
The mirror image in reverse.
What's it reflecting on?
No, it's not. Where's the North Cross then?
North of the equator.
Where's the Northern Cross?
You're seeing when you cross over, you're getting a mirror image, and you're getting distortions. What happens when you go past the center? You get distorted. Go look at the star trails at the equator. Go look what happens. Go look at the pattern.
The reason it proves a globe to me is because it denotes sphere spinning. So it could be
Why
the
do you
sky.
look to
Hang
the
on,
sky
it could be
to
the sky
determine the
spinning around
floor?
a globe, but I think
Because
it's
you
the
can.
globe spinning inside.
Let me ask you a reasonable question. Why are you looking at the sky to determine if the floor is curving?
Because I want to know
you can.
where I live.
You know what? My house has a flat floor, but a vaulted ceiling. I could look at the ceiling and it's vaulted, but the floor is flat. So what does one have to do with the other?
You'll find out that you're in a room by looking at the ceiling, won't you?
No. If I want to determine if my floor is flat, I look at the floor.
No,
You always look to the sky to determine the shape of the floor. So
Right,
I don't
because it
get
works.
your logic. It works. The sky is curved, therefore the Earth I'm standing on is
I mean,
curved.
the sky is. I don't
and
even
you're
know what you
like-
mean by the sky is curved.
That's not what I think. I think
No.
what we see in the sky suggests a curved Earth being round.
The luminaries follow
inside
path.
You don't have to agree. That's what I think. That's my one thing. You wanted one, but I actually say there's 5 or 6 or 10.
You know, one way it breaks down, Don, with the rotational thing, though. If you haven't heard this, I'll try to. I'm still practicing on, not really actually practicing, but I am still kind of. Well, it's not even really practicing. In terms of wording it, you know, just trying to word it in the most effective way. All right, so I'll post this one image, for example. All right, so in one position on the Earth, let's say you're north of the equator. You're a little north of the equator. It is possible to see what I just posted, where you have like you can see the 2 rotations and the equator center line. Do you see that?
What's the field of view in that photo? Yeah.
Well, let me just lay it out first, and then Okay. Well, there's many different shots with many different fields of views, etc. So there is a position at which you can see a blending of the north and south rotations. Okay? And you can see them simultaneously from one position on Earth. Let's say you're north of the equator. You can be seeing the one rotation, the equator line center, and then where it starts, you know, diverging off the other one. Okay, now, on a globe Earth, I agree. If you were at, let's say, 10 degrees north of the equator or whatever, if you were on a globe with a huge star field with, you know, whatever you want to say, I mean, the light years and stuff, there's problems with all that, but let's just accept that for the moment. With the stars way out there, if you're on that globe, remember, you're at 10 degrees north of the equator. Now, if you're looking at this globe from above and you're looking down at the dude who's 10 degrees north of the equator, he's like a merry-go-round. He's spinning around on the globe at 10 degrees north. And if you look from above the globe, from the North Pole or whatever, you would see him like, you know, like a merry-go-round. He's going around. Now, his stars will look like circles. I agree. It would look, you know, there would be the circular star rotation because he's on a sphere. The reason they would be making those circles is because he's on a sphere making that circle. Again, if you're looking at it from above the North Pole, you're seeing that dude go in that circle. So that circle that he's making is reflected in the stars. So he's making the circle and he's on the globe spinning. Therefore, the stars look like they're spinning to him. I understand that concept, you know, that we'll go with that. He's on that position. Okay. And he would see the rotation and so on in the north. Now, if he was at the equator, he would see, you know, the stars all going straight, because at that point, in the same way that when you go at the equator, if you're going to circumnavigate the Earth, if you were in a car, you would just put your wheels straight and you would never have to turn your wheels at the equator. But if you're north of the equator, you have to turn your wheel a little bit to the right to circumnavigate the globe. So that same concept is reflected in the way the stars move, because so if you're at the equator, you don't have to turn your wheel in your car. Well, that's related to the stars that would be making straight lines because you're making a straight path. And if you go to the south, you would start to see the southern rotation. Now, the final thing to all this is that if you were on a globe and you were 10 degrees north, you would not be able to see all 3 rotations simultaneously if it were a globe. However, if we're on a stationary Earth and the sky is doing that, it's the sky field that's actually doing that, you would see those multiple rotations from one position.
That's why I believe you can't see all 3 unless you look left and look right, or get a very wide angle lens or a panoramic camera.
The fact that you can pick it up on that one location, wherever you're at, your sky field, the fact that it doesn't matter if it's wide angle or anything, you can only see in a local region. I mean, we can only see what we can see.
Not with a camera. You can see more than 180 degrees.
But that doesn't matter. My point is, it's happening in the sky. It doesn't matter if it's wide angle. It's happening in your sky, and it should because you're on the globe 10 degrees north, you shouldn't see all 3 rotations. You should just see one because you're 10 degrees north, and that's what the sky field would reflect.
No. Your point relies on looking only straight forward, like a horse with visors either side of your eyes. But you can actually turn your head and look left and right, or get a wide camera.
No, that's not what this is. If you're at 10 degrees north, the stars would only reflect your 10-degree north rotation. If you're 20 degrees north, it would reflect 20. If you're at the North Pole, it's going to reflect that. That is what it's actually reflecting. So it doesn't matter if it's wide angle or how big of anything like that. The fact that you're in one position on the globe, that you're physically on it, the fact you would only see the one rotation correlated to that. The only way to get all, and let me just finish and say this, and then I'll pass the mic because I've said a lot here. I'll just pass it after this. Lastly, in order on a globe to get all 3 rotations, you would have to be a dude 10 degrees north of the equator and take a video, and then you'd have to go. Then you'd have to go to the equator, take a video there, and then you'd have to go in the south, take a video there, and then you'd have to patch all those videos together. Would be the only way, because on a globe you wouldn't see all 3.
Do you think someone standing on the equator on a globe, if they looked to the right, they wouldn't see part of the southern rotation or the northern rotation? They'd only see straight lines across the whole sky, you're saying? Even if they look sideways.
I'm in Sydney. I look to my north. I can't see Polaris, but I can see northern rotations.
Right.
No one's going to see it if you're below the equator.
That isn't
exactly. I can't see Polaris, but I can see the northern
what you're
rotation.
seeing here, you're seeing the same stars in reverse on either side of these loops. You're seeing the stuff. You're seeing a copy of it.
You can't. They're not the same stars. You can't see both rotation points at one location unless you're at the equator.
It's
right?
a
Like
mirror
I said, I'm in
image.
Sydney. I can see the southern celestial pole. I can't see the north celestial pole, but I can see the outer rings of it. Like I can see the northern rotation, just not the pole. Does that make sense?
Without turning your head, Ruth.
Well, I got to turn my head, yeah.
You got to turn your head a bit.
Geo's got a massive wide angle lens here as well, so whatever.
Yep. Geo, you did understand how it suggests a globe, which I'm glad about. That is my one proof.
Yeah, do you even understand how star trails are filmed? It's a time lapse. So
I'm
in order
well
for
aware,
the time
Wolfgang.
lapse to work,
Well aware.
the camera has to be in a stationary position, right? Relative to the star.
It still can be a wide angle
let me
lens.
finish my sentence. Can I finish my sentence, dude? I got like 4 words out. So it's taking let's say it's taking a photo every 10 seconds, every 30 seconds, and then it makes them into a video. So if the camera is moving, right, the time lapse isn't going to work because they're making perfect circles. If you look at the luminaries, they trace a perfect circle, meaning that your camera is not moving relative to every single star you're filming.
Or the stars are a very long way away. That's another possibility, right?
They're moving in concentric circles. If the Earth is turning, right? How do you get concentric circles if your camera moves at all? If I move your camera 1 inch during the time lapse, the picture is completely ruined. It relies on a perfectly stationary camera and the stars moving in concentric circles for a long period of time. If we're moving just at all, your picture is ruined. You put that on the back of a snail and you do your time lapse for 8 hours or 10 hours or however long, you're not going to get a time lapse of concentric circles.
Or the stars are very far away.
No.
Yes.
Any
Don't
motion
move the
at
camera.
any motion at all ruins it. You're not going to see the same stars in 1 millisecond. You're not going to see the same stars.
Yes, you are, because they're very far away.
Because the ball is spinning. Your
Wolfgang,
camera spinning.
once I shot a time lapse video on my drone and it worked.
Yeah, sure.
I could still see all the separate shots, and I was flying
We'll do
40
some
miles an
star
hour.
trails on a
upside
drone.
down.
I'd like to see that.
It's from a GoPro special time lapse mode.
On star trails?
No, I'm saying
Trails kept-
I could still
okay.
see what was in the shot, even though my drone was flying around really fast, upside down and flipping and flopping. Time lapse still works.
You need it. You can't do a time lapse. If you're gonna go do what I specifically talked about with the star trails. That's what I was talking about. Star trails, nothing else. You're injecting other bullshit. I'm talking about star trails.
You're assuming moving a camera means all time.
If I have my camera aimed at a
they're not.
fixed, if I have my camera aimed at a fixed location, the North Star, right? I have the North Star centered in the center of my focus, right? And my camera in the center of the lens, and I'm watching the other stars turn. When I stitch the pictures together and create a video, you're going to see the one star remain stationary in the middle, and the other stars form concentric circles around it. That's only possible on a stationary Earth. Because as soon as I move my camera, guess what? The picture is fucking ruined.
All right, you're a flat earther for incredibly bad reasons. Incredibly.
That is a stationary Earth. That is not a flat
I'll
Earth.
be
That's
back.
a stationary Earth proof.
Yeah, you like I said, you are a flat earther because of incredibly bad reasons.
Okay,
I'll be
can
back
you
shortly.
prove the Earth is moving when I just gave you proof it's not?
Dude, Ruhiv, why are you just throwing ad homs, man? That's not productive. If you have a difference of thought, then share your thought. But are you just trying to instigate and just start shit? Like, that's not productive, man.
Wolfgang. Sorry, I'm gonna let. I thought Ruhiv was. I thought he left for a second.
Your logic is pretty bad, Wolfgang.
Well, no, but yeah, regardless.
No, he just made a good point, and then you guys didn't respond to it just through ad homs. That's just sad.
He's assuming
Well,
you can't do time lapse on a moving planet. Where did he get that information from?
Well, whatever it is, say your point and bring something of something of value to think about or for the audience to consider. Don't just like throw random ad homs and just. I mean, that just shows you don't even have a response. I guess like it's just.
Ruhiv did respond before, and then he just said.
Okay, well, there's here's something substantive, and maybe you can teach me how to say that word in a little bit. But Wolfgang, can you hear me? Because I had to whisper a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'll talk closer to the mic. Okay. Travis, Plain Truth. He requested that I do this for him one time, and actually I did it in my underwear and videotaped it. He wasn't supposed to know I was in my underwear, but I guess people freeze framed the time lapse or something. Anyway, the point is, what you said is true. Yeah, if you move with your camera, you'll fuck it up. This is true. Because that's too much movement. It's not what you're trying to capture. You're not trying to capture your movement. You're trying to capture, the sky's rotation, right? You can say it's the sky rotating, but the same observation would be made if you were rotating, not moving randomly like you're suggesting, but if you stood anywhere and rotated perfectly, you would end up with star trails. Like I know this
I'm
because
on
I
a
had.
turntable. Yeah, if the stars are fixed, then I'm on a turntable.
Yeah.
But that's not true, because if I take a record, like a record album, and I paint a dot anywhere on that album, and I place the camera there, and I look at a fixed location, it's going to look like what are those drawings where you take the pencil and you go around a gear and it makes this really weird pattern? It's going to look like that.
Why?
They're going to be elliptical, because you're looking at a
Yeah.
fixed location, and as it's going around, it's not going to be concentric circles.
Yeah, elliptical. What's wrong with that?
Because you're not going to get spirograph. That's what I'm.
Oh, spirograph. Okay, no, hold on.
Yeah.
I thought you said elliptical because spirograph
No,
is incorrect.
That's what I was thinking.
If you were on a record player and you put a light on the wall, and like I said, I did this. So I put a bunch of lights all over the walls, and I spun my GoPro around. But if you did this, there's no spirograph. The only reason a spirograph would be made is if that camera was turning around while the record was turning. But if the record's doing 360 degrees and the camera's fixed on it,
But you're saying the stars are not moving, like, because we know the stars are moving, right? They say the stars are moving, and so is the Earth.
Yeah, but in a
At least
given
that's the
day,
plan.
I know, but in a given day, are you going to observe a star moving? The answer is no.
The stars never move relative to each other. If you look at the position of their groupings, the constellations, They never change in distance relative to each other. They're in
They
the
do.
same. So if
Yes,
you
they
take
do.
a snapshot, let's say you take a snapshot every month, and you do this for 100 years, and you overlay them over each other, they don't move relative to each other. If you put them on
Yes,
a
they do.
transparency,
Oh,
no,
yes,
they
they
don't.
do. You're just
I can
denying data.
I
Hilarious.
can prove this to you, man.
Why are they still identifiable? You could name every one. You could start out and name every constellation, and you could still identify them by their location of the star
Right.
groupings.
They don't move very much, but they do move.
Yeah, it's
And
like if you
relative to each other. My point
Yes.
being that if we're moving at all these fantastic speeds at 500,000 miles per hour, right, through the corkscrewing through space, they're not going to be in the same relative positions after one day, even, or 1 hour.
Jesus, dude, do the math. Seriously.
They're infinite
Seriously, do the
distance,
math.
Do
remember.
it.
Things at infinite distance and usually pretty much where they were the day before.
Yeah, but it's not even that. The movement you're describing, like the sun, the stars, all these things, the movement that they're all doing is around the Milky Way, and it takes like 100 million years to go around one time. So if it takes 100 million years to go around one time, any given day, and we're all going around together in the same direction, more give or take, then yeah, I don't know what you'd expect to see different in one day.
You have to take a lot of leaps of faith, thinking that light can travel an indefinite distance. Like, right, there's a huge leap of faith right there. When we know it's not even true with the headlights on your car. You turn the headlights on. Can you see 10 miles away with your headlights? Can you see 20 miles? No,
Yeah.
light does not travel an indefinite distance. Neither does sound. If someone's doing fireworks in New York, can I hear them in Detroit? No, because sound does not travel in indefinite. Sound is a wave, just as light is a wave. Neither one of them travel forever.
You can see a car 10 miles away.
The sun is pretty bright.
Maybe so, but when you drive at night, how far can you see with your headlights?
How far can you see with
How
your
far in
headlights, or
front of you?
how far can you see the headlights?
How
'Cause
far
you
do
can
the
see
beam
headlights. You
travel?
can see
Like,
headlights from pretty far away.
looking the other way at the car, yeah, but they do extinguish where you don't even see them at a certain distance. You don't even see the lights
Why are you comparing stars with a headlight from a car?
because the light doesn't travel forever.
But the sun, why don't you compare it to the sun where that light
Did
does?
you know the sun doesn't either? The sun comes to a point where you don't see it as a ball anymore. It just extinguishes into the background. It just
Well,
diffuses.
I call that sunsets for a different reason.
Yeah,
but
yeah, but it hasn't went over anything. It just diffuses into light. It just it loses its distinct shape.
From my
Did you know?
experience, the sun shines for really far.
Yeah, did you know you can see a candle from an airplane if there was no other lights around it? Like if there wasn't light pollution, you can
When
see
you
a
say an
candle from an
airplane,
airplane.
what do you mean, a commercial airplane at 30,000 feet? Or are you saying an airplane flying 100 feet over your head
You know, yeah, that the second one. That's what I meant.
from a 30,000 foot view?
Yes, of course. I mean,
You're gonna see
why would
one
I?
candle. I don't think so.
Well, it's the truth.
I don't think so, dude.
Well, you can trust me.
I can trust you because there's a guy on the ground he lights a candle and you could see it from an airplane window, one candle.
If there's no light pollution, yes.
Well, that's a big hypothetical that no one's ever. Here, where's a place where there's total darkness? There's no light pollution. And here, go light a candle and let's get a commercial flight to go right up. Like, that's something we couldn't confirm.
I believe you, Kosher.
How about we do it this way on ground level? If I go like say 5 miles away and I light a candle, can you see it?
Oh, no, because then the horizon's in the way, isn't it?
What if I go 3 miles away and light one candle? Do you think you could see it? What if you have a completely dark cell phone except one pixel? One pixel is lit, and I walk a football field away. Do you think you can see it?
I just read Quora and it says you can see one photon from 30 miles.
You can see what from 30 miles?
One photon.
One photon. Do you know what visual acuity is?
I guess I'm just more confident in my eyes than you are.
I'm just asking you a question. Do you know what it is?
Does that mean how bad your sight's affected by things?
No, it's just a test of how well you see things. Like if I take an eye exam chart and you stand 20 feet away, can you read the bottom line of that chart?
No, I'm pretty short-sighted.
Okay. So what I'm saying is your eyes have a limitation. Even 20 feet away, there's a limitation to your eyes, right?
But if my eyes were perfect, maybe I could see a candle at
But
30
perfect,
miles.
it's not even perfect. It's just a measure of averages. It's like a bell curve, right? It's not,
I mean,
one's not.
If it was
So
perfectly average or
if
really
it's, yeah,
good.
in the average, right? So you would see at 20 feet what a normal person sees. You would have 20/20 vision. That's what you would expect the average of person in a belt. Say that's like the
Alright.
average IQ is 100, right? So you would
Like I
see
could
average.
see.
So some people see better. Some people see better than average, and some people see worse. But that's what I'm saying is there's even limitations on an eye chart. So even though you're 20 feet away, you can't read that bottom line of text. And the
Yeah,
further you get
we're just
away,
telling you that light travels far, and sometimes
well,
we
hold
still.
on.
That's all I'm
I was still making a point. I'm making a point. Does it disappear? Does the text disappear over the curve of the Earth, or is this the limitation of your eyeball?
Those are
Yeah,
two different
yeah,
things.
of course.
Those are two different things. Yeah.
No, but it's called visual acuity. So
Yeah,
things will
exactly.
disappear. You cannot distinguish them one from the other.
Yeah, that's different than light, though.
You'd agree.
No, I'm talking about the way you see things. You're saying that your eyeballs can see millions of light years away these stars. I'm saying you can't even see an eye chart 20 feet
You
away.
agree that even if the eye chart's blurry, I can still see stars. Would you agree?
No, what I'm saying, okay, the star is not that far away.
I know, but it's much
That's the point
further
I'm
than it's much further than the writing on the board, right?
Okay, and it's relative in size, the size being larger.
Exactly. Now
Meaning,
you're getting it.
what I'm saying is that the eye chart proves that your eyes have limitations, as well as the stars not being vast distances, because they're okay. If
The
they
stars
all
prove
look
we can see really
approximately
far.
the same size, if they look approximately the same size, you're looking at the stars in the sky and you measure their size, right? Say you had a set of
How far do
calipers.
you
And,
think? How far
hold
do you
on,
think the stars are?
let me finish my question here. Or I'm asking you a question. If you had a set of calipers and you set them, right? You went from one star to the next, and you set a set of calipers at arm's length. Or you could have a pinhole. Say you drill little holes, tiny holes in a sheet of metal, and you hold them up and you say, okay, this star is this size. And you go to the next one and the next one and the next one. They're all within a small degree of each other. They're all barely perceptible in different brightness, but they're all about the same size. There's not one that's 10 times bigger or 100 times bigger or 50 times bigger than
I'm
that.
nearly with you. Yeah.
So why is that? Why are they
not
approximately
true.
the same?
Well, yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I think some are slightly brighter, and I think
The brightness, but I'm saying apparent size. I'm saying why is not there not one 100 times bigger, one 50 times, one 10 times?
trying to
The
tell you,
moon and
dude.
sun.
What about the sun and
I'm
Venus?
trying
The
to
moon and
say the
sun are
answer
the
to you.
same. The moon and sun are the same apparent size.
They're not the
The
same
same.
apparent size.
Yes.
They look close to the same size. They're not the same size. Is one. Two is there's a difference between seeing light and your angular resolution, or the resolution of your optics. Okay.
Yes.
You can't resolve an image any longer.
I'm just asking a
But
simple
no,
question.
Ron, hold on. You can't resolve an image any longer. That doesn't mean you can't see light. It just so happens
That's
that
when you treat it
stars.
as a
go
point
ahead.
source. Point source.
Exactly.
Why are the
Stars.
point sources the same size?
I'm telling you, stars are too small to resolve. But
I
they're
know that.
light.
I know
But
that.
I know.
Listen,
So Don, or Ron. I was calling you Don. Sorry. But yeah, they're too small to resolve. But their lights are definitely bright enough to see because we see them. So for that reason, they show up like point sources, just like Griffith said. They're too.
Okay.
They're the angular size is too small to resolve, but the
Can I
the light
comment
is
on
bright
your
enough to see.
point? You've made a point. Let me comment on it. What I'm saying is the apparent brightness and the apparent size of each of them is uniform. They're a uniform size. The sun and the moon are pretty uniform in size, the two of them. Like, in other words, let's say you had a quarter and you held it at arm's length at high noon and at lunar noon, it would be approximately the same size. You would cover each one, right? I'm saying within reason, right? You could try and argue one is slightly larger or whatnot, but within reason, they're the same size. Same with all the stars. Some will be brighter, but there's not one single star. You could say, oh, there's Jupiter. Jupiter's 100 times larger than Saturn, than the Venus. Like, they're not any
Oh my
difference
God.
in the size.
You can resolve Venus. You can resolve Mars. You
I
can
can
resolve
resolve
Jupiter.
them. I'm saying, why are they the same apparent size?
They're not. You can see
They're not.
different in
To your
different
naked eye.
amount of light.
To your naked eye. Oh.
In that case, they're
Venus
not.
is much brighter and
I'm
rounder
saying,
than
why
other
isn't
stars
there a
for the
star?
naked eye.
Why isn't there a star half the size of the moon? Let's say
I
there's
just
one.
explained that. I just explained that to you, dude. I
It's
literally
a
just
point. I know what points are.
I cover both those.
I'm saying they're
In
all.
4
This is.
words.
They're all the same approximate distance from you to them.
No.
There's not
In
one is
4
not 100
words,
million light years away.
they're very far away. And they are point sources because they're very far away.
But
If you
light
had a
does not travel
telescope,
indefinitely. I do have one.
what stops the light from traveling?
The light is a wave. The wave, the medium stops the
Right?
light from
The
traveling.
medium. What if the medium is a vacuum?
There is a medium in a vacuum.
Does it stop light from traveling?
Yes, it stops sound
Okay.
and light.
Go and claim your Nobel Prize.
All you have to do is take a vacuum chamber, right? And when you evacuate the air, there's still ether inside the vacuum chamber. It's the same thing. If you had a vacuum of space, it doesn't mean it's absent of everything. There's something in that space that you want to call a vacuum. There's something still
When you pull
present.
the air out of a vacuum chamber, does it go dark?
There's still impedance. There's still impedance.
Is there?
Yep.
Can that be demonstrated?
More importantly, can it be demonstrated that slows light down?
Or attenuates light.
There's a guy, Cody's lab. He did experiments like this. He tried to see if a rocket engine could work in a vacuum, and he had a laser point, like a strong laser. It wasn't a laser pointer, but an intense laser that could cause things to ignite. Anyway, he aimed it at the solid rocket motor that has its own fuel, its oxidizer fuel mixed together. So in theory, it should operate in the presence of without oxygen, right, in a vacuum, because the oxidizer is a chemical oxidizer. But he couldn't get it to ignite in the vacuum, even though there's fuel and oxidizer mixed in the solid fuel. It would not ignite.
And he has video of this.
Yeah, it's called Cody's lab, and
Okay, so you can
he's a
fucking
Cody.
see it then.
Yeah.
Objection. Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. I think his question in Cody's lab, it looks like the video's called "Does Light Push?"
Will a rocket? Let me see. I'll find it. And he's a Globie, so like he's not coming at it from any kind of flat Earth angle.
Quickly, Ron, I just want to make sure that my point that I made sense, okay? Because what I said was that the stars, unlike the planets, they're so far away that they are below the angular resolution, the size of them, right? However, the brightness, the light, that doesn't stop the light. So they're going to show up, from our point of view, as different magnitudes of brightness, but point sources. Right?
Yeah, there are like a dozen stars that big telescopes can resolve as an angular size.
That just has to do with their brightness. It's not
No.
about. I could take
size.
I could take a different flashlight. Let's say I have 100 lumens, and then I have 1,000 lumen and a 10,000 lumen. They're gonna appear to be a different size. If I have a light from a lighthouse, it's gonna be different than that of a flashlight.
Okay.
Hey, Bruhiv.
Look larger.
What are some of those stars? Is Betelgeuse one of them?
I don't know. Hang on. Let me
Here's the
get the Googles.
rocket in a vacuum chamber.
Betelgeuse is probably one of them. Stars.
My point being that there are no stars larger, like 110 times or 50 or 100. If they're all random distances, random brightnesses, you would expect more difference, right? Like if you go through human populations, you could detect different ethnicities from one place to the other. You could say, oh, this guy's this as this guy's Italian or French or German.
Yeah, but I mean, do you understand what I said though? Before, like, did it make sense?
Beetlejuice is one.
I know the
Beetlejuice
light
is
is a
one.
point source.
No. I know. But I gave the reasoning for that. I'm saying, did the reasoning that I gave make sense?
Not so much, no.
Okay. So Rufus just said though there are 12 outliers. Like there are 12 stars that this doesn't apply to. However, all the rest of them, they're so far away that even though they're varying in size, they're still too far away to. They're below the angular resolution limit. So there's if they had no brightness at all, like if it was just a fucking rock, and I don't know, you could shine a light on it somehow. They're just too small to resolve.
They're uniform. Right? They're in uniform.
Yeah, I know because they show up as points. Because
right.
of the fact that
okay,
like you're not discerning their size. You're only seeing the brightness. They're too small to resolve.
Okay, hold on. Let's say I surrounded you with 12 people 1 mile away, right? Let's say you're right in this, and you have people positioned every like on an hour hand on a clock, every like 1 hour difference, right? So let's say I have one guy has 100 lumen flashlight, and then the next guy has 1,000, and then a 10,000, and you take a picture, and they're all 1 mile away from you. The one with the brighter flashlight is going to appear larger. The angular size is going to be larger. So I step it up to a 10,000. It's going to look like a bigger circle of light. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Even though they're all 1 mile away, one will appear much larger than the other.
Okay, check this out. At 3 miles away, you can't resolve 6 feet any longer.
No, I'm saying
like that's
1 mile. I didn't say 3.
No, I know. I'm saying 3 miles. I'm telling you that at 3.
You're muddying the water.
Telling you at 3. I'm making a point that's not your point, Ron. So I'm not using your numbers. I'm making a different point. But yeah, at 3 miles, you can't resolve 6 feet. That's the angular resolution limit of the eye. So if you had a mirror that was 5 feet, 3 miles away, and somebody was reflecting the sun light, like a glimmer of the sun onto it, you could still see that, even though you wouldn't have been able to see the mirror on its own because it's too small to resolve.
You can see it across the Salton Sea. They did that experiment. It's around 20 miles.
Yes, I know that. But even still, it's too small to resolve, but you can still see it. Okay.
You're contradicting yourself. It's too small to resolve, but you can still see it.
Because you see the light.
Do you understand what a point source is? Do you understand what a point source is?
Yes, I do.
Clearly you don't. Clearly you
don't. Well, my point that I just made to Kosho, if I had different brightness of lights, they would appear at a different size. Even though it's distance. That's not happening with the stars.
Okay, you said I can't resolve it, then how can I still see it?
You can't if you can't resolve it, it's invisible. It's beyond your resolution.
Incorrect. Just incorrect.
Ron, in my scenario, there wasn't just one mirror. There was another mirror 30 miles away, except for this one was 50 feet tall or something. Okay? So this is the same problem. 50 feet shouldn't be resolvable from 30 miles. But same situation. There's the 3 mile one, 5 feet tall, and there's a 30 mile one, 50 feet tall. Both are reflecting the sunlight, and I can see both, both reflections, right?
Geo.
Both glimmers, but I can't see the mirrors on their own.
Straw man, pivot. You don't answer a question.
It's not a straw man.
I made one example for you, right? I gave you one example, and then you change it to something else. Like you don't address the situation that I put to you. Like,
to be fair, I wasn't. I was preparing to tell you this before you were saying your example, and I don't. To be honest with you, I don't remember what your example was.
Okay. The stars are in the sky. There's no obstruction of the earth, right? You're looking into the heavens. There's no earth curvature to obstruct them unless you get beyond the equator, right? You're going to say that it gets obstructed. So, but I'm saying the luminaries that are visible, if you took a size of them, why are they so uniform? And a flashlight is a point source. Flashlight is a point source of light. So
Maybe it's not.
if I have one flashlight as point, of course it's a point source. If
Is
I
it?
have 100, it could be a laser beam or a flashlight. It doesn't matter. So if I have one that's 100 lumens, and then one is 1,000, and one is 10,000, and I keep stepping it up, they're going to appear as a larger point source, a larger parent size, just due to the brightness. It's not the distance. They're all 1 mile distance from you, but one appears larger than the next. That's what I'm saying. Like the stars being vast differences from each other and various sizes. They're giving you, oh, it must be this large and it's this many light years away, which is it's a bunch of nonsense, because what are the odds they'd be so uniform in brightness and apparent size if they were all vast distances away from each other? You wouldn't have this uniformity.
I mean, you do know that there's not a uniformity, right?
It
Like in
is.
brightness.
It is. It's like I
There's
could say
there's all different brightnesses.
Let's say I poured out some salt. I took a salt shaker and a pepper shaker. I could say that the granules of pepper and the granules are salt are about relative, or granulated sugar. They're about the same relative size. In other words, there's no granule in there that's the size of like a marble or a grape. They're all of the same relative size. They all pass through the holes on a salt shaker and a pepper shaker. They're uniform. There's no big chunks. There's no pepper kernel. That's my point.
You understand those mirrors that I said before? They would appear the same size to you too. The brightnesses would be different, or they could be different. Let's say they weren't all reflecting sunlight, but some of them were reflecting, different spotlights of different luminosity or whatever. You can make them appear different, magnitudes. But since they're all below the angular resolution, all those mirrors, if you had some way of sizing them, comparing their sizes, the only thing you'd be able to compare is the brightnesses. But their sizes are all below your angular resolution limit.
Yeah, but you're comparing something that's not a single point of light to a point source. You just said the stars are a point source, and then you compare them to a mirror. So it's like you're making apples and oranges comparisons.
Nobody said they were actually point sources, man. They appear
you
as
made
point
apples
sources.
and oranges
They
comparison.
appear as point sources. They're actually stars.
Well, you have to take a giant leap of faith to believe the story that there could be that much uniformity with that much randomness. All these random distances and sizes would be so uniform. That takes a huge leap of logic. It doesn't.
Ruhif just brought up that there's 12 stars. He brought up there's 12 stars that are not point sources. Not only that, there's the Andromeda Galaxy, which I forget how big it is, but it's fairly large. I think it's like 4 degrees or something.
Kosher, do you ever sleep, man? And what time is it by you?
I'm supposed to be in bed right now.
I should too. It's already 5:30. That I'm watching the crypto charts. I keep getting price alerts. I'm like, what the?
Yeah, if I keep arguing with you or my girlfriend wakes up, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble.
I know Skittles ain't gonna be happy.
Hey man,
Maybe it's
no,
a new
no
one. Maybe
joke.
Skittles was a bit crazy.
She passed away a couple weeks ago.
Oh, don't say that. Are you fucking with me?
I wish I was.
Oh, that's too bad. She was nice. I think she was a little bit had
She
anger
was,
management problems.
yeah, absolutely. She had her problems, but she
Yeah,
was one of
so
my
do
best
we
friends.
all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Aside from that, I think probably she was a nice person.
she was. Deep down, she was. Yeah.
That's sad, man. I'm sad to hear that.
That's so good. It's tough though, but yeah. But yeah, you didn't know, so no hard feelings.
Yeah, man. I was fucking. I thought it was funny when I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, when she came in.
Yeah, like get up, because I know you spend too much time. I'm like, okay, this guy can't have a girlfriend. I thought, no way does he have a girlfriend. He spends too many fucking hours. No girl would put up with that.
The
Lo and
funny thing
behold,
is,
it's like, well, you neglect your other obligations. You spend too much time fucking with flat earthers instead of living your life, man.
the funny thing is, my ex girlfriend was in there, and she was in there, and when she screamed at me, so like they were both in there listening to me for some reason.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, do you ever get out and live your life? Like, why are you here fucking with us? Like, I'm here because, like, the majority of people, there's, like, no one to really talk to about this shit. And you got to talk to other flat earthers because there's, like, the majority of people think, they're the way they were taught. And to get away from the fucking, all the craziness, you got to have some normal people to talk to. And that's why we hang out. People like me or Geo or everyone else here that's a flat earther, is that the other, the rest of society, the mainstream thinks that way, the way that you think.
What, have you not been arguing with Globus all night?
Only not too often, occasionally.
Oh.
Sometimes I'm in agreement, right? We're in agreement on some stuff. It's just about the larger picture, seeing the full picture, the full spectrum. You see part of it, you don't see that, you're blind to the rest. It's just like dogs, right? They say dogs are colorblind or whatever. You're color. You don't see all the colors.
That's insults, please. It's mutual, all of that.
Sure, but once you've seen the colors, they're there, and I've seen them. Like you don't see them. What's obviously there in front of your face, you can't see it.
There's some stuff I see that you don't see.
I don't think so. Well, no, you see delusion. There's called self-delusion, where you're deluding yourself to see something that's not there.
So now you came here to speak to flowers, but now you're insulting me at 5 in the morning. So something went wrong.
No, I'm speaking frankly. I'm just saying it's called self-delusion. If there's something that's right in front of your face.
Do you want me to call you deluded just before you go to bed in loads of different ways?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you can. I don't delude myself.
That's delusion. That you think you're above delusion, but everyone else is deluded. That's delusion.
On a specific topic of flat Earth.
Yeah, that's
you're
my
only
point.
deluding yourself.
There's loads of other topics that I see that you don't see, that you're deluding yourself.
Such as.
Well, let's see what we agree on. It's government bad and illegitimate.
Yeah, the government is literally, the word means mind control. So unless you think mind control is legitimate.
Is the Christian Bible also made up by Jews to brainwash Gentiles?
No, I don't think it is.
Oh no. Well, that's something I saw that you didn't see, right? You're just
What do you
deluded. You
think?
didn't get that. You didn't get that bit.
Okay, but that was silly what he said about the word government. That you're assuming that the ment at the end of government pertains to the mind, but
Yeah, that's the suffix for action
it's
of
a
the mind.
suffix. No, it's a suffix to turn a verb into a noun.
Yeah,
So
but the action.
I can give you 50 other examples where it doesn't have pertain to the mind.
I know, but they're all referencing the action of the mind.
Like
Do you know? Do you ever when you were a kid? You remember where's Waldo?
entertainment.
Oh, show. Remember what the Where's Waldo pictures? And
Entertaining of the mind.
he was right. He was right on the picture, right in front of your face. But you can't always find Waldo. You know he's there, right? So what I'm saying, let's just use him as an example. We know he's the artist painted him somewhere, but you can't find him. That's what I'm saying. It's right in front of your face, but you can't see it.
Do you believe in the Bible as the word of God?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there's certain aspects of the Bible that are provably true. Like the cosmology of the Bible, it picks a flat realm, a stationary realm, which I happen to agree with.
Would you give me some of it's written by the Jews to brainwash the Gentiles?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not saying it's 100%. There's parts in there that I mean, it could have been tampered with easily. I mean, it's been around a long time. You change a little bit here and a little bit there, and you reinterpret things. Yes, I could agree. There's some of it that could be mistranslated. I'm just saying, for the most part, if you take it in its whole, in its totality, it's an accurate depiction. Like it, you got to understand the way how it's written in metaphors, analogies, right? So you have to be able to decode somewhat what their meaning really was. Even Christians, there's arguments with Christians who are these globe-tart Christians, and they're very militant. And it's like, wait, you're reinterpreting what it says. You're at no liberty to, like, you could. I mean, I guess you could. There's certain things you can't read it other ways, like the Constitution. Like the Second Amendment is very blunt and it's very, brief. You can't really. There's no room for wiggle here. Like the word shall. The word shall, in the context of the Second Amendment, shall means must. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's it. Shall not. So that means it must not be infringed. It's pretty frank. So to try and reinterpret it, well, what could this possibly mean? It just told you. And some parts of the Bible, they're very frank and it's very obvious what they're saying.
Okay. If I told you these words: adjustment, announcement, assessment, attachment, assignment, attainment. You see what I'm saying? These words don't have anything to do with the mind.
They do. They're all the suffix of action of the mind.
Yeah, but it's the context of how it's used, right? If I said the word which and then if you don't understand the context where I placed it in the sentence, or if I said to, the word to, or TWO or TOO, it all depends on where it is used in context with the rest of it. The prefix.
It doesn't mean mind in every word now, but that's where it originally comes from, I believe.
It's not. So settle. You can settle something. You can settle down, right? And a settlement is the noun version of that word. It's a place where you settled.
Settlement.
It's a suffix. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is all something you can govern. You can govern people, and a government is the noun form of that word.
The act of controlling. Even if I give you that definition, that's still terrible.
Yeah, govern means to control. You have a governor on yeah.
Slavery, in other words.
So what are they talking about governing? The mind.
No, they're just talking about to govern.
What are they govern? What does it mean then? What are they governing?
To govern is to rule. So governing is like ruling or order. The person who's the order or whatever. The person who has the authority. And then there's the government, which is that entity, which is a noun version of that verb. It's the entity that describes that verb. It's like the same thing with payment or
The action of.
movement. No, it's not the action of. The verb is the action of. The noun is the like I said, the entity.
The suffix is turning the thing into the action.
Well, no, it's turning it into a noun.
That's the
It's turning
action.
an action. It's turning an action into a noun.
Oh yes, it's the entity. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
But so you think meant is a suffix for entity?
Well, it's a suffix that transforms the action into a noun. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm willing to go with that. So the entity of control. I think that's still bad.
Yeah, you can still say that, but I that meme that shows like, and I could see why you were agreeing at first, is because you know who used to post that meme all the time, Karen B. Used to be a huge Karen B fan.
No, I do agree that they're trying to govern the mind, so we're using this bad etymology to red pill people.
Fair enough.
I don't know why I liked Karen B. I liked her because she liked me and because she was a woman.
Karen B. Well, you guys like Karen B?
She thought you were Bigfoot.
Yeah, some Globers like Karen B because she's a woman.
I don't like Karen B.
Funnily
Got
enough,
a soothing voice. I'll give her that.
She does have a soothing voice.
She had a good voice, but I don't like her censorship.
Oh yeah, she did ASMR once, didn't she? When she was scratching
few
the mic.
times.
Yeah.
A few times, yeah.
I listened to that.
No, she's got a great voice for radio, and unfortunately, everything else for radio as well.
Whenever I test flat earthers on what shape does the moon look like, they always reference the famous Karen B video with the fake cardboard moons on the table.
Yeah, that was a good video, actually.
See?
Well, one is concave, one is convex, one is flat. So which is which? It's like,
Yeah, one's a ball. But
yeah, so they all look the same.
That suggests that you're thinking, oh no, God tricked me with a fake ball in the sky.
Well, the thing is, you can't see the depth perception. You're just seeing a two-dimensional view of it.
All that suggests is that God might lie to you and present fake balls, but we never see fake balls in real life, only in Karen B videos.
Do you want to know why that is? She's filming with a camera with a single lens. You have two eyeballs, at least most people do. You need like a binocular setup, like two eyeballs. That's why they had to judge depth, how far away something is. That's why they made their Lucifer telescope to judge distance. You can't tell if you close one eye. You can't tell how far away something is. Your depth perception goes away.
When we watch that video, there's two eyes watching.
Yeah, from a single lens. It was filmed with a single lens.
Oh my God! You think you can't see depth in photos?
If I look at it in real life, I could tell you which is the ball, which is concave. But through the camera, I can't perceive it.
Yeah,
in reality, if I
what
was there,
what you're suggesting is there might be a fake ball in the sky. And
no.
I think
What I'm
that's
saying
absurd.
is, if I was there, and she showed me all the objects and said, "Pick the ball, pick the flat one, I could pick which one is which. My eyeballs could discern which is which.
Yeah,
you can't do it from the camera.
The conclusion of that is, if we look at the moon through a camera, it might be a fake ball, right? That's the conclusion.
I don't think it is a ball. I mean, it could.
There you go. So you've actually fallen for it and thought it was something other than a ball, even though it looks like a ball, because it could be a fake ball.
What I'm saying is, we see it in a certain aspect. We can't really tell if it's three-dimensional.
I can easily.
You can. It does appear. It does appear as a ball because the craters and such. But
okay.
who's to
So
say?
why would you think it's not one if it's appearing as one?
I'm just saying that I can't confirm or deny which it is. Like if someone put a gun to your head,
You don't
what
trust
is it?
yourself on what a real ball is anymore.
It's not in front. Well, the thing is, if I have a ball in front of me, I could tell you the Earth is definitely not a ball. It's just because, even if it was, let's assume for a
I'm
minute.
talking about looking at a ball,
Hold on.
like a basketball.
Let's assume-
I show you a basketball, and you're not
Hold on.
sure if it's real.
I'm gonna
you
say
think,
the
oh, it could
moon
be
is a
fake.
ball. I'm going to say the moon is a ball. Let's say it's a ball, right? We both agree it's a ball. Does that mean the floor is a ball as well? Just because I have a light bulb on my ceiling in the shape of a ball, does that make my floor a ball? That's the logic.
It suggests space balls can exist, doesn't it?
It's not in space. It's in our own environment. It's in.
As in
you
a
can
ball in
see-
the sky.
You
Sky
could see
balls.
it on the clouds. You could see it illuminate the clouds. It's
Sky
local.
balls can exist. Can we agree?
The moon is local.
Balls in a sky can exist.
Yeah, the sun and the moon can exist in the sky.
Okay, there's two examples of balls in the skies. That's great. So maybe there's more.
Yeah, maybe there is, but does that mean that the Earth is a ball? That's your logic. That's your okay. Those are balls, so therefore this is a ball as well.
No. The logic is maybe it's balls all the way down if we've seen two.
Sounds like Kosho's weekend. Balls all the way down.
My God.
I don't want to go there, dude. I don't want to.
I had to say it.
Oh my God.
Are you saying Kosho was teabagging someone?
That's probably the best way to view what he said.
After Kosho's announcement today, I mean,
What was
I knew you were
Kosho's
gonna-
announcement today?
it's official.
I don't know.
I missed it.
I was trying to get everybody to shut up. And so I had to be I had to be what's the word? Flamboyant.
Evocative.
For it. Yeah.
He came out of the closet.
I had to. But I cleared it up after that. But just for the sake to get everybody to shut up. It worked.
Everyone's jaw dropped. No, I was not surprised. I mean,
Well, I used to tell people it was my birthday, but I did that so many times that it doesn't work anymore.
Gio, were you here when Kosho said, "You remember Skittles? She died." You remember her? She was like, she came in and yelled at Jeremy, "Get off Discord!" And it's like,
But she was really loud and angry when she did that.
oh, she was vicious. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might remember. I think I remember. Maybe her voice. Yeah, I remember that one time.
She came. Yeah, I didn't. And then he just told me she died. I was like, oh, sad.
She passed away a few weeks ago. Yeah.
It's sad. I don't like to hear anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Like if I came here and I said, no, Kosho died. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I would feel a soft spot for a lost troll.
Well,
you're not like. Here's the thing,
was-
Kosho. Like,
I was
we
real-
can
I
have
was
a
real close with her.
conversation, and you're not like annoying, like an annoying troll, because you could actually be reasonable and admit. Sometimes you could admit something that we could agree on, and even the other guy here, I guess we can agree on some stuff.
Yeah.
It's just the point of like something perfectly reasonable that that you dismiss something so obvious that there's a certain line in the sand where it's like, okay, I know this guy's he's just trolling for whatever reason. He spends a majority of his life here amongst flat earthers when he's like, you're preaching the official narrative that the rest of the world already buys, you know what I mean? Like 99.9%, maybe 95% now believe that. I think about 5% are flat earthers. But it seems like a lot of effort for something that's so widely believed. You know what I mean? It seems like it's not necessary.
Because punishment isn't an entity, is it? It doesn't work for all of them. Disappointment. It's not an entity, that's a state of mind.
Well, mental is a state. Yeah, mental is the well-being of your mind.
Also, Kosho, it's not just Caranby's meme, although that did help. It in Mark Passio's essay lectures, brings up a slide and he says, he asserts it, and then he said, "And yes, this is true, and yes, this is the etymology. Anyone who doesn't agree is just wrong."
Yeah, Santos Bonacci and Mark Passio, they don't get along. He hates Mark Passio.
Yeah.
He's a globe Todd. He's a Todd. He's another Aussie that I actually like, Santos, but I don't.
That
I
is
don't like.
because
I don't like his childish behavior, though. I don't think like screaming at people and calling them tards. I don't usually do that. Like only if they antagonize me. Sometimes I do.
totally agree. But Passio also shouts. It's just not insulting. But he's insulting
Right.
to religionists and other flat earthers. A few times he reacted in comment threads. So some of the flat earthers are angry with him.
Well, because he's a fraud, man. You can't, if you're going to disregard the truth, you can't be trusted. Like I said, it's a certain litmus test. Somebody like
Yeah, I
that
get
is
that.
someone like Mark Passio. He could be right about 99%, but I still can't trust the man.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel about Santos. Only I wouldn't give him 99%. Just because Mark Passio is a global, I managed to trust him. I realise flat earthers have a hard time because he doesn't pass the litmus test.
The thing is, you could be right about a lot of stuff, but that doesn't mean it's like rat poison is 99% food and 1% poison. So even though he's right 99%, I might be in agreement. He still has an agenda that's to poison me.
But he doesn't preach globe. He even when he presents aliens, he even says, "I don't want to get into the debate about if they're extraterrestrial or extra dimensional or demonic." Just explain.
Why not? Why not?
Because he doesn't mind. He can still present alien information on Earth, and you can decide where they came from.
I could decide if it's even real or not.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say as well, there's so small number of flat earthers that if you rule out all globers as possibly liars, then you're going to rule out most of the information that's available.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I could not trust someone 100%. It's not saying. I just said he could provide 99% truth. Even mainstream media presents some truth. They're not. They don't lie all the time about every single thing.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, if you hold that against people, that litmus test, and you rule out everything else, you won't have nothing left.
No, I do. I understand that 99% of people, or maybe 95%, are not flat earthers, and it's going to rule out a lot of information. That's where discernment comes in. Is this person like? There's a guy called Mud Fossil University. He's wrong about that, but he has some other good explanations. I think he gets out there on left field on some other theories, but he has a lot of good info on some really obscure topics like mud fossils. And there was even a boot found in it's from 1950s era, and it was fossilized. There was a part of a foot still in the boot. It was like somewhere in Arizona, buried in the dirt. And the foot and the boot, they both fossilized. What? In a relatively short time.
I tried to listen to Santos, even though he's a flat earther. I don't rule it out. I listen, but a lot of the time it's far out.
It is far out there, even for me. Like, some of his stuff is pretty weird. But it's just you could absorb things from a different angle and say, okay, let me think about that.
I like his, I don't know what to call it. Some people call it green language, where it's not etymology necessarily, but you are linking words and letters from words and saying this might be linked and it has the same energy or whatever.
He loves doing that. Yeah, he's finding he might stretch a bit, but he does. Yeah.
You have to stretch, but I believe in some of that, even if it's far out.
And as if everything is written in English. You know what I mean? There's things from the root is maybe from a different language like Greek or whatever, and he's like finding similarities where there might not be one, but maybe there is. Maybe there's overlap.
Well,
The
sometimes he's
languages,
right.
the languages do overlap, like agua, like that could be Spanish, it could be Italian, Latin. Like there's different
Yeah.
languages.
Very interesting. Not only do they overlap, but they've also been used to trick and hide meaning.
It's there, dude. If you want to dissect all your words, there's a lot of truth in just dissecting them like that, breaking down the words of everything.
And Passio isn't even against that. He does that a lot.
That's what I brought that up earlier, like a couple days ago, about the Victorians. Why did they call the Victorians? Who were they victorious over? That's what I think they were the civilization brought in after the one they erased. The old world order was erased. The new world order brought in. The Victorians brought in.
Yes. It would make sense that they chose that name because they
It's not
felt
random.
like they
Yeah.
were cool.
Why would you choose that name? That's a very specific name. The Victorians. Okay.
What?
Victoria, as a word, was given to females probably as a special magic name to make you powerful.
No, the victor, right? Who were they victorious over? I mean, the name, right? Why? It's just, I'm just saying that it's probably not randomly chosen for a period of time. Oh, these are Victorian. Okay.
Dude, it was named after Queen Victoria.
Yeah,
The
I'm
whole
just saying
period.
that family line
Yes.
would have chosen that name in the past for a reason.
No, that's a time period. Like we don't say
Yes.
this period of time named after a queen.
Yeah, they did. They did that more than once.
Yeah, that's common. But obviously the name does mean something, I agree.
Yeah, but that only applies to America. Like if it was like a worldwide thing, it would apply to Japan and China and all these other countries. It
It
applies
doesn't.
specifically to America.
No, it doesn't. I thought that
Sure,
applied.
the Victorians were like the people with the long dresses and the men with top hats and things.
I wasn't hearing for a second, so I didn't hear what you guys were talking about. I thought you were talking about the Victorian era.
No, in America, the Victorians, like the early period, like Coca-Cola, the woman with the hairdo, and the long dress with the down to her ankles and stuff. The Victorian time period. Like this is a Victorian house, right? You go through it's a style
Yeah,
of
yeah.
architecture.
They're talking about that era.
No, but it's specifically to America.
The time period
I think
based
so.
on a queen who that family might have chosen the name. What after they were victorious, maybe. Or it just comes from a family name that was victorious. It'll be a Roman family.
The Romanovs. See, I wonder if the Romanovs were of that bloodline. They were the Russians, the Romanovs, but I wonder if it was all the same bloodlines.
Well, you know, Nicholas, Tsar Nicholas, he was related to, like all there was several kings that were related. Like they were
That's what I mean.
cousins. Yeah, they were all
They
cousins during
inserted
World War One.
themselves. They inserted themselves as the ruler. Some time ago, that the real rulers of these countries, they I don't know, something happened,
Yeah,
and then the new people, the new world order popped up, and they assumed power over these nations, like Tsar Nicholas and.
Brings me back to the Anunnaki. That's the thing that happened. They asserted their power because they were given power by the bloodline.
There was some mass extinction event that you go underground in these catacombs, you find all these bones, like skulls and limbs, like it's like where did all these bones come from? There's millions of bones here. Why did they save them and stack them up? Like when somebody dies, they get an individual funeral. You don't put people. You don't wait till their bones are just bare and stack them in piles. Like that would take a long time. You know what I mean? Like
not really.
You do have tombs, and you just let the body dry in the sun, and then you move the bones afterwards to clean up to a nice cave.
Bodies are messy, man. Bodies don't decompose just like that, man. It's disgusting.
God, in the desert, they go well fast.
Before before Columbus got to America, like right around the time he got here, they had killed like 80,000 people in the course of a weekend. The Mexicans, they weren't Mexicans at the time; they were Aztecs. But they killed 80,000. They sacrificed 80,000 people.
Who did?
The
Columbus?
Aztecs. No, right. It was before Columbus got here. It was like right around the time Columbus
The
got here.
Aztecs killed 80,000 people.
In one day, in one weekend, yeah.
On their own? Motivated on their own? Ritualistically?
Ritualistically, yeah.
Okay, crazy.
Some
Probably-
bloodthirsty people, huh?
Numbers
If that's
are
true.
probably higher.
Other than that day was pretty deadly, and then also the Battle of Cannae in Rome with Hannibal. I think also 80,000 people, just about 80,000 people were killed that day as well.
Enough to fill a football stadium. Big one.
Probably more of a football stadium, yeah.
Yeah, football's well. The only bigger one is there's one in Michigan. They call it the Big House. It holds 105,000. Most of them are 50 or 60,000 seats for a football stadium. They're not as big as the Big House. That one goes sunk into the ground, so it's a little bigger than most of them. And the cheap seats go way high. That way they could fill it up and sell a lot of cheap seats. They're not necessarily inexpensive, but you know what I mean? The cheap seats are shitty view. Speaking of that, this guy was this older guy that knows my mom. Someone called him to get tickets to a Taylor Swift concert. And he's like, the only tickets I could find were like $13,000. And all the hotel rooms are selling for at least $500 a night. I'm like, who the fuck is buying those? Especially for that kind of money. Like, really? Anybody going to watch that for one ticket for that much money? It's out of their fucking mind. I wouldn't even pay that for like good music.
If I channel Santos Bonacci, I can link the Tower of Babel to Beltane, Bell's Wheel, which all links to Baal, which links to balls in space.
There was actually a bull, which is a Baphomet, which they did their offering.
Yeah,
The Vatican had that at the Colosseum. It was like a brass or bronze bull, where they said they would
Baal
place
bull.
the sacrifice. Yeah, they would sacrifice the children in this burning hot bull.
Yeah, so I think Bell is related to Baal and Bull.
Oh, Baal worship, yeah. There's a lot of bulls. There's Taurus, the bull.
Well, that fits the timeline for bull worship as well.
And then Taurus is also a Taurus field, which is the field of the earth.
Yeah, that's interesting why they called that Taurus. Or toroid. No, it's spelled differently, isn't it?
No, the etymology, though, the meaning, like, it might be, you do spell different words the same with the same sound, right? Because it does, but the root word of it you could still tell there's a root from that. Taurus, toroid. Even the word Tor,
Yes,
the word
Taurus.
Tor, right? The word Tor for the vacuum. They use the Tor reading.
Oh yeah. Taurus is the donut shape, so they have used that word.
Yeah, but
And
Tor.
right.
Sorry. But Tor is named after Torricelli. He's the guy who made the barometer. That's why they call him Tor. So that's different.
Is a Taurus field named after Torricelli as well? I mean, come on.
No, it's not.
I'm just saying,
Taurus.
maybe his name is a derivative of that, right? Maybe the people who
It
named
isn't.
him.
No, not sure now because Taurus is can't link it to the bull.
I mean, it can be by chance as well, right? As there are only like 4 or 5 letters in that word, and this makes a bigger probability for something like that appearing, but I'm not sure. But you know what I'm saying? It's not like a complex name with 20 letters, it's just 4.
I don't actually think bull is related to Baal. I don't know where the etymology of bull comes from.
From bullshit.
Do you think the ancients used to call the globe Earth a ball, like refer to it as a ball?
I think Earth is word art.
How ancient do we go, Don?
I normally use etymology.com or etymology online, but then I make my own extra on top of that, trying to follow it back. And you often have to add in your own thing on top of the etymology.
So which ancients would have thought it's a boy?
I'm thinking the Jesuits in Rome. I'm just saying, would they have used the term ball when talking about their Earth model, or not?
I mean, I read a bit of very old German stuff, and they say Kugel there, which basically means ball. So I think it's possible.
Okay.
What era was that? Because they all flipped around the same time.
That time they would have already had things such as balls in daily life, like footballs, right?
But okay, but the Germans flipped the same as the English, and they all flipped around the same time period.
Yeah, when everyone came on board with the Jesuits, that was like one period.
Yeah, I mean, it's not some ancient text I read, Wolfgang. It's just like, I think, 15th or 16th century, right?
Mm. They were working on it for a while, yeah, the Jesuits. And then they would get knocked out, and then they would try again. They're very persistent.
I mean, did you guys know that the Jesuits were at first opposed to heliocentrism?
So they say, right? And they had to keep it from the Pope. I don't believe that for a minute.
There are letters, etc., which you can read up.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I think it's a cover story. They're like, no, we had to keep this secret because the Pope would have us executed.
You know what? This etymology online linked it to Old Norse ball, before footballs to testicles. So I think it's easily possible that word ball comes from Baal.
Possibly. Yeah. Well, he has horns. The Baphomet has horns. It's a horned beast.
Yeah.
Just like a bull.
I am the science.
So you can imagine, Kosho, a couple of Greek Jesuits, or normal Greeks even, saying to themselves, the earth is a ball in Greek. Maybe they had the terminology for globe, but they still used the word ball as well.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Globe seems like a later word.
Maybe the word ball is the older word.
Some logic I use is that these horrible Vatican Luciferians and the rest of the elites, they're smart enough to entrap us all, but maybe they're smart enough to know what's true in some areas.
They definitely know what's true, dude. They just don't want you to know.
No, I'm saying maybe they express truth sometimes, like through the ball.
Yeah, that's the only lie.
Through the ball. Yeah, so I've just tried to link all the words. I think ball is related to ball and bolt. And bell.
I had that.
That's your boy.
I wonder if someone could find, is Carnivore still here? The AI. This dude is some kind of AI, man, because he's pulling up shit so fast. Like video clips that were like gone. I'm like, how did he find that? On the screenshot, found the fucking video clip.
You get Google has the ability that you can upload an image or a screenshot and it'll pull up where it's from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I forget what it's called. Yeah.
Dude, he found a video that I couldn't find. Remember, I think I was talking to you, or was it someone else? It was an explosion in Iraq, and I screenshotted it, and he found the fucking video. I'm like, dude. And he did it within seconds, man. Just boom, really quick. And the screenshots of that hotel that burned down, that Hilton Hotel, he found a video from another angle of a drone. I'm like, how is he finding this shit so fast? Hey, Geo. Get this pic from 9/11.
It's quite the shot.
Yeah, but look at the plume coming up. and then the dust, the heavy dust going down. This looks like a toroid almost. You got the toroid shape, and then you got a funnel cloud above it. See that how it's pinched in the middle, and you got like the funnel coming up, and then the donut shape.
The bit that I noticed from this is big pieces of material going upwards,
Right, right.
downwards.
Which
Excuse
they
me?
normally don't.
Kosher, are you there?
No, not that far up. A collapse could fire things out and a tiny bit up, but not like that. No way.
No. Something's. That's
Kosher,
not
are you there?
smoke. It's dust.
Okay. If I might read out something for a minute, real quick. It's from it's a letter from Galilei, which he wrote in 1633, allegedly. And he wrote to his friend who was called Elia Diodati, who was an advocate of him. And he wrote to him, I quote, that a Jesuit father in Rome recently printed that this opinion, the mobility of the earth, is so horrible, pernicious, and scandalous that even if it is allowed in the cathedrals, in the circles, in public disputes, and in the press, to bring arguments against the most important articles of faith, as against the immortality of the soul, creation, the incarnation, etc., however, it must not be permitted to dispute or argue against the stability of the earth, for this article alone is so certain above all others that no one can argue against it, not even by way of dispute and for its greater corroboration, quote end. Just what I said before in chat, right? I think this letter demonstrates that despite its proclamations and maybe often harsh language, that the censorship which the church did was not that bad, right? Because in that letter, Galileo admits that it's even allowed to question like main articles of faith, like immortality of the soul and creation, etc., right? Which I find pretty interesting, which I just wanted to add. Thanks.
That's pretty cool, man. Bunch of Edomites philosophizing.
I love hearing those letters between the supposed clever people.
They definitely work on a longer time scale than us. Our lives are cut short. That's why they don't really, we're not too much of a threat, because we don't live long enough to piece things together.
What do you mean? They had a larger time scale than us.
Well, these plans are laid out. They don't care if they implement it overnight. They have like hundreds of years for them to implement the globe lie and then go on to their ultimate goal. Their ultimate goal is not, this is a stepping stone on the way to their ultimate goal. And they play it out over a larger time scale than what our lifespan is. You know what I mean? It might they have a master plan. It might take 500 years, and for us, well, that's way too long for us to piece together.
Yeah,
you know.
I totally agree. They're taught to think on the long term. Also, maybe their bloodlines make them immortal in certain ways. The ideology gets passed down and carries on, whereas we're broken when we die and have another baby.
And here's like one reason, like, you know how the old saying, if you boil a frog slow, it doesn't jump out of the pot. But if you put the frog in boiling water, it jumps right out. It won't get boiled alive.
Yep.
So long as they're boiling us real slow, this whole globe thing, it's like we're boiling in the water, and most people don't realize it's boiling. They just keep cranking it up a little bit at a time, And over hundreds of years, it's like, how did we find ourselves in this situation? Well, it took hundreds of years, and it was so gradual we didn't notice it. And even if we did, like some of us did, we won't be around to warn the next generation. We'll be gone before then. We'll be gone in 50 years, whatever.
I think we can learn to do what they do. Pass our ideology onto our children and other people's children, so that our plans can become long term.
Well,
And
they
we
get to
also,
the children. Look at
also
what they
we
do.
go on.
I was just saying, they get to the children. Look at the way how they're brainwashing them into this filth. And once they gain the minds of the children, people send them to public school. They'll mold the children to distrust the parents, and it's a problem we have.
Yes, I'm scared of trying to get my kids on side when they're old enough to understand me. They might not believe me.
How old are they?
11 and 12.
Okay, so you haven't really went down the rabbit hole. They're too young for that.
Yeah, and they're my girlfriend's kids, so I haven't pressed it on them too early.
Yeah, wait till they're at least
waiting.
teens, older,
Yeah.
like 18, 17, 18. Then they'll be able to, maybe they'll come to you with these things. Hey, did you know this and this and this?
Yes, hopefully. But I agree. That's why we need to try and intercept the children before and after the indoctrination. But also, I was going to add, we need our own prophets. If we're following their prophets, we're inside their paradigm and their plan. So we need our own prophets to speak about true freedom in the future.
The problem is you won't find much truth out there. The mainstream that they own from the schools, they own the schools, they own all the media, the video, the mainstream media, the movies, television, all those networks, all the network stations are owned by them. We have no way to compete. We had YouTube where we could put videos out at a somewhat even format, but then the censorship rolled in, and it's like we can't even reach the public. Facebook, Twitter. I mean, I guess Twitter with Elon Musk, he said it's going to be more free speech, but I still see some restrictions going on where he's censoring people. It's not as bad. It's not as bad, but it's still there.
It's better in some ways, but it's worse in other ways.
It's still better than it was 30 years ago. Like, you could still access information, though. It's not completely censored.
Actually,
Like
even back then, it was pretty good. I heard TikTok is one of the freest ones for whatever reason.
TikTok and Instagram are pretty free, bro. Like, I see all kind of fringe stuff on there, like flat Earth and biblical stuff, biblical themed stuff, like things that you normally would never see ever, even on YouTube.
Well, YouTube is one of the worst, yeah.
Like on the main, when I'm talking about like YouTube, like on the main page when you first log into YouTube, what YouTube pushes out.
Oh,
well,
that's
TikTok pushes
nasty.
out, like their algorithm pushes out anything, like
whatever's actually trending, they push it.
Yeah.
See, that's how it used to be, and they were recommending Flat Earth to me, and I'm like, fuck these guys, I'm not giving them any clicks. You know what I mean? I thought it was some kind of infiltration scam. They're going to try and infiltrate the truth community with this bullshit, and then they're going to discredit the truthers. Someone's going to buy this stupid shit, and I'm like, I'm not giving these fuck any clicks. Fuck that.
But like,
yeah,
like before TV and the internet and all that, all you had were libraries, bro. And unless you went to the library and you checked out a certain book regarding, the shape of the earth or giants, nobody's going to tell you that stuff, bro. Most people they're too lazy to go check out a book, dude.
Yeah,
You know what I
if
mean?
you had encyclopedia set, my grandma had an encyclopedia set, and like they would put new ones every year or so, but it was like a lot of knowledge in one place. If you wanted to dig through books, like say it's raining or snowing and you're bored and you thumb through these books. Here, let me open the A, then the B, then you thumb through it. You see interesting shit. It's like a boiled down library, right? It gives you a brief explanation of a lot of stuff.
Like, I feel like the children now, even though with all this propaganda, they kind of have to have all this propaganda because the children are pretty woke. Dude. Like, they're awake. Like, we woke up. Like, our generation and the children after us are waking up pretty quick. You know what I mean? They had to put a stop to that somehow, and I think they flooded it with propaganda and stuff.
Well, half of Gen Z is pretty red pilled. I like Gen Z. They're more red pilled than the Gen Y, millennial Gen.
Like, my parents, bro, are like completely. Listen, they are like the hippies and like the baby boomers and the boomers. They're like asleep, bro. Like,
those are
they
lost cause.
They don't know what's going on at all.
They don't care neither.
They don't know how
They're
to.
apathetic.
A lot of them don't know how to access the information either. Like, they barely know
No.
how to send an email.
You know what it is? It's they don't even give a fuck either. They're too comfortable in their lifestyle. They're like, they're the me generation, me, and everything is about them. And as long as they got the entertainment and their sports and their wine and whatever they're taking, they're happy. They're okay with it. The problem is like how reaching the masses. I guess we're on the wrong place. We ain't reaching shit over here. We got like a handful of people in here, and half of them we're not going to reach these guys because they're like never, ever, ever going to concede, and the other half of us know. You know what I mean? So there's no new people coming in with a fresh mind without their open-mindedness, right? There's nobody rolling in here that's like on the fence. Everyone's already entrenched. So what's the sake of even arguing? You know what I mean?
It's a sport, dude. I think people like arguing. They're just like
out of boredom.
Intellectual prowess. Intellectual prowess and just like boosting your ego and like just showing people that you know how to argue and debate. I think that's why people like Discord. To be
I
honest.
don't even think it's that. I think it's out of boredom too. For me, it's I come here out of boredom. I don't even come here to argue, but like, just it happens. And if there was no globetards, we'd argue with ourselves. That's what I noticed. Like when it's just all flat earthers, we start arguing amongst ourselves. Because nobody's going to agree on everything. You know what I mean? Like 100%. We won't agree with each other. 100%. Like I might agree 99%, but the other 1%, a lot of times I won't even argue about it. Whatever. I don't care enough.
Look, a deer.
Good morning.
Hear
Who's
the
that
birds
that said? Who's the one that said baby boomers don't know how to use computers?
Well, I'm not all of them, right? Clearly, not all of them, but like in my
Because they
family,
invented computers, right?
yeah, there's always the intellectual elite, bro. But I'm talking about the majority of baby boomers, bro, don't even know how to send an email. I mean, maybe that's just my experience, but people in their 50s, bro, a lot of
Those
them
are
are
baby
like kind of,
boomers.
huh?
People in the 50s are Gen X.
What are you talking about, dude?
How
So you
do
had
think baby
50-year-old
boomers were born?
Gen X. Boomers would be
boomers were born in the 60s, bro, right? Or no, they weren't born in the 60s. Boomers were like the ones
40s,
that
1940s
yeah,
and
the
50s.
40s and World War II, and then they gave birth to the baby boomers, which are the hippies that were born in the 60s, 70s,
No, early.
right?
No, baby boomers 45.
Baby boomers were born in
Gen
the
X.
60s, bro. I'm Gen X, dude.
What's that?
I'm Gen X. I was born in
Yeah.
'89.
You're not Gen X, bud.
89 would be kind of millennial, like millennial, the tail end. Boomer, wait, Gen X was the tail end of the 80s, somewhere around 80s.
Yeah. All right.
So you're in
Well,
between. You're right in between Gen
I'm a
X and Gen
millennial.
Y. Yeah, millennial.
All right, cool.
They weird cycles. They don't cut it off at decades. You know what I mean? Like if it was this decade, right? The year 2000 is another decade. The 90, like if they were even, they're not like. It's more of a, I don't know. And after World War II had the baby boom, right? They came back and they had lots of babies, and then I guess they kind of went into the hippies. So that how big is the baby boomer era? 45 to 65, maybe it was that 45 to 60.
I don't think 45, bro. 45 is too early for baby boomer, in my opinion. This is
No,
what I
no, no,
recall learning
not their
in high
age,
school.
not their age, not their age. 45. I'm saying.
No, 1945.
Do you know
1945
why
is
they're?
too early.
Do you know why they're called baby boomers?
Because after the war,
Exactly, which ended when?
population boom. So 1945, the war was over.
Exactly. No, you're getting it right. It's the other guy.
Well, no, because like, okay, so after the war, America was like just coming out of the the recession and like all that. But that the effects that you see of like the laziness and drug use and sexual freedom didn't start in 1945, bro. That started in like the 1960s.
No, it was a tail end though. There was an era that started in 45 until 65, and then 65 is when it transitioned to Gen X, like 60, mid 60s, maybe 69 is when it transferred to Gen X. So when the baby boomers started having their own children, those were the next gen. So by the time they're in their 20s, so from 45 to 65, that would be their 20. So it bleeds a little bit into the next generation. You know what I mean? 20 is
Yeah.
kind of young to be having kids. But
So
the earliest
the borders are
boomers.
blurred, but basically like from the 60s and up is what I was saying. Like, yeah, 40, 45, you can include whatever baby boomers 45 because of the war ended. But like the problems that we see in America manifesting now was because of like the not the World War II parents, but the like you said, the hippies as parents were like shitty parents. Most of them, a lot of
For
broken
sure, yeah.
homes. That's when divorce skyrocketed. That's when like drug use skyrocketed. There was already drug use, but it wasn't like you had Vietnam and all the opium that came back, and then you had like LSD and the Beatles and Pink Floyd and all that, all the hippie shit, Woodstock and all that shit that came later.
That was introduced on the public, like all that, the music, all that era, even the hip hop, like gangster rap, that was introduced by the CIA and shit like that. They wanted to cause all this. Even the Crips and Bloods, if you look, they're Masonic colors, blue and red. It's the fucking Freemasons instigating these gang wars.
Yeah, man, hip hop is a big contributor to lawlessness and just complete rebellion. Like all these gang wars, people sagging their pants. Like if it wasn't for hip hop, you really think young adults would be sagging their pants? Probably not.
Dude, they're wearing skinny jeans now, man. They fucking went from the baggy sagging pants to skinny jeans.
They're still sagging the skinny jeans, some of them though.
Sagging skinny
It's
jeans.
even worse.
No, skinny jeans are worse. Yeah, I mean, they're both bad. They're both ridiculous. It's like, wear some damn pants that fit you, man. When you got your pants hanging off your ass, or you got tight ass jeans like a girl would wear. I wear baggy pants, but they fit me on the waist. I like my pants loose. I don't wear sag. I don't sag my pants. Never did that. That was so stupid.
You still there, Turtle? Oh, sorry. Was it not you talking?
No.
Sorry. Oh, that was lying. Are you still there, lying, or you?
I don't hear nobody.
No one was talking.
What's up, man?
No one was talking, man. Ah, I'm alright, man. How are you, bro?
I recognize your voice. I don't remember your name.
It's me, Smoke, bro.
Smoke. You changed your name again, or that's been your name?
Yeah, no, I changed it, bro. I couldn't get access to my old account. I don't know what happened. I forgot the password.
How's life under the dome?
Yeah, it's alright, man. Step by step.
Nice, nice.
How about you, bro? You good?
Yeah, good. Been an easy couple days for me at work.
What time is it over there?
It's 6:30.
In the morning?
Yeah, a.m.
Fuck
Yep.
hell, what are you doing up, bro?
Work.
Oh, what do you do? Oh, yeah, you work in construction, don't you, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you working at the moment? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you like what I'm trying to say is, are you building like homes, mall?
Well, we don't build like we get contracted to do parts of like homes and like foundations or walkways, stuff like that.
Oh, right. Like paving and stuff.
Uh,
Concrete.
concrete. Yeah.
Right. That's actually quite good business, I've heard.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know.
You smoking? You about to smoke a blunt?
I'm already doing one now.
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, man.
You're hurting.
Fucking back's hurting, man, and I've just started smoking this, and it's already working, man. It's already relaxing. I swear, cannabis is some magic shit. Yo, what you saying, Don?
Not much.
You're right.
I've not started work because my mate's supposed to be coming. So I can edit his fishing videos, but he's already over an hour and a half late. But the paradox is I need to get weed off him, so I have to tell him off for being late and ask for weed.
Come here, I'll get it for you. My mate just got some gelato 41 and biscotti from Cali, straight from Cali, man.
Can you post
Yeah, man.
Biscotti boys? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Are you in the UK?
Yeah.
Oh, can you post Cali weed?
Yeah, of course I can, bro. Of course I can.
You'll have to update me on what you get because sometimes
I can show
struggle.
you, yeah. I can show you. Remind me later on, and what I'll do is I'll DM you. And, I'll give you my Telegram or something like that. You got Telegram, haven't you?
No, I got WhatsApp.
Download Telegram. It's really good, man. Very good. It's encrypted as well. It's like WhatsApp, very similar. It's just more secure. And yeah, we can talk there, and yeah, can arrange something, of course. I mean, allegedly. What are you getting now? What's your mate got?
Well, I've got like 3 people, but the really nice Cali packs only come with one person, and he charges like 50 quid an eighth. So I'm trying to look for new places to get top weeds.
The thing is, it depends what Cali pack you get as well. Do you know what brand it is? Because if you get something like Jungle Boys brand, they go for like 70 to £100 each. You know, it depends what brand you get as well.
Yeah.
But then they blow your fucking head off. You put like a 0.2 in, and it blows your head off.
Yeah, I love that. I would pay up to 50.
Yeah, for an 8, yeah.
A lot of it is UK Cali, so we can't prove it's from Cali, but it's.
Oh no.
All
Like I
worth
can
50
get
quid.
proper Cali, proper Cali, not like that, not what they say, no proper imported Cali. And then my mate also got like obviously UK stuff. The UK stuff, bro, you could get you get an 8 for about 20 quid, and it's good as well. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd buy
but
all of that. I want
the
to
Cali
start
is
getting it
proper.
in the post, so I don't have to call people. I want to just get it in the post.
Yeah, it's easier, man. It's easier. I usually buy yards by the ounce. Yeah, I get an ounce of my mate for 150, 160.
Yeah, if I got it that cheap, I wouldn't be able to guarantee how good it is.
Very, very good stuff. Very good. I can show you later on. But you know the Calis, the Cali packs, they are proper Cali packs. They're actually packed and sealed.
Yeah, that's good.
I got one the other day. I think it was called Rainbow Cake from Jungle Boys, and I paid 75 quid for it for an 8. But mate, I only put like half a gram in, and I smoked it, and I got through about half of it when I realized I don't remember being this high off one spliff ever in my life. It almost felt like the first time I smoked, man. It was so strong. Yeah, it was really expensive though, 75 quid. But honestly, Dawn, you only needed like 0.2. That's all you needed, and it blown your head off.
I'm willing to pay 50 quid for an 8. I can't quite afford more than that.
Yeah, you can get really good UK strains, bro, for like fucking 50 quid. You get a quarter. Yeah, go on, bro.
How do you smoke a 0.2?
In a spliff.
All right, I see.
One
Yeah.
skin. I
Yeah.
smoke one skins with hardly any back, just a tiny bit of backy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or in pipe or in bong. But yeah, obviously, if you're gonna smoke a blunt, bro, you're talking about smoking a blunt. That's completely different, man. In a blunt, you need a fucking couple of grams at least.
Well, I smoked a 0.2 in a blunt. That's why I was asking. When you're hurting and you got nothing else, you roll up a blunt with a 0.2 in it. It's a pinner.
0.2 won't blow you out all day, but with the strong weeds, you can notice the buzz off a smaller amount, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, these Cali strains, some of them, man, that I've had, man, 0.2 is enough. Not enough to knock you out. And you know what is lying, by the way? In the UK, we don't really smoke that many blunts. That's more of an American thing. You won't barely find anyone around here who smokes blunts.
That was my favorite way to smoke when I used to smoke a lot, bro. I didn't really
same.
like joints, even raw papers and hemp papers. I don't really like because it's just not the same, though.
It's not. But if you're talking blunt, I like proper blunts. Get a proper cigar, cut it open, properly do it.
I smoke nearly blunts. I get rid of most of the tobacco. It's just like 5% of the spliff is tobacco.
Yeah. But what is nice to do though, Don, I don't know if you've tried it, to make proper blunts. So what you do is you get a good quality cigar, you get a razor blade, you cut it open, take all the contents out, and then you roll it in the actual tobacco leaves.
Yeah, I have had it. It's nice.
That's really nice, yeah.
Why don't you just buy special wheat plant paper?
Yeah, raw. You can get that too, but it's just not the same, is it?
It's way better, man. Better flavor,
No,
better
there's
burn.
perfume on that or
It's
not?
not.
It smells pretty crazy, and isn't it like perfumed?
Some of them are. Some
I
of the
agree with
papers are.
Well Reach. Some of those moist packet ones burn better and taste better.
They have
Yeah,
some
but-
of them have bleach in them as well. Like the white papers have the bleached.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, when I say blunts, I'm not talking about like the shitty blunt wraps that you get at the gas station. Like,
No, proper ones, cigars.
they got non-flavored, just like pure tobacco blunts, with no flavoring. They might
Phillies.
still be like, like pesticides in that shit because it wasn't grown organically, but whatever.
Are they Phillies? You're on about like Phillies, aren't you?
Really, vanilla Dutch Masters, or
Yeah, yeah,
they got
yeah,
plain,
yeah.
they got plain Dutch Masters with no flavoring, and then all you do is rip off the glue, and you rip off the cancer paper, and all you have is basically a tobacco leaf and a little
Yeah.
bit of a wrap. But it's reconstituted tobacco, but
Funnily enough, the first time I ever smoked weed, it was in Amsterdam. I was 16. I was transiting through Amsterdam and had like 12 hours there. So I went to a coffee shop and I had a Dutch Master. I ordered a Dutch Master. I never knew I didn't know what it was, nothing. And it comes out and it's like this little blunt. And I think it was like an 8 of weed in this blunt. And you have to remember, I've never smoked like in my life. And I'm sat there smoking. I could handle about, I don't know, maybe 20 puffs or something. And I got so stoned, I fell asleep on the bench near the canal. I don't know if you've ever been to Amsterdam, but they got like this canal going through the middle of the city. And they got, like, you can sit alongside the canal. And I just fell asleep.
So,
I don't know if you guys ever been to Amsterdam. It's really nice.
no,
Really.
man, I wish.
I'm from the Netherlands.
Before
I've been 3 times. I was a kid.
everybody wanted to go to Amsterdam before it was legalized in the States, before weed became popular amongst the
Yeah, no, everyone wanna go
politicians.
Cali.
Everybody wanted to. Now nobody wants to go to, and nobody cares anymore because it's legal here now.
Thailand as well. Lion, Thailand has legalized it as well. Now Thailand's become like the Amsterdam of Asia.
Oh, yeah, it's sick now. The coffee shops are sick in Thailand.
Yeah, I've heard.
It's almost worth moving to Thailand now.
That was my favorite weed, was from Thailand, bro. Hands down. I've tried so many different. I've grown so much weed, bro. Thailand by far has one of the world's best weeds, bro. I don't care.
One of the strains comes from Thailand originally, back in the ancient times.
I don't care, bro. Thailand has the best weed by far because I like the weed that makes me nervous, that makes me scared, that puts the fear of God in me, bro.
Yeah.
And Thailand weed will do that. If that's what
They
you
grow
want,
it
that's
outside as well. In Thailand, they grow outside as well. Like the climate is suitable to grow outside, and when you grow outside, you get a different balance of chemicals. Because what it is light has 7 different spectrums, and when you're growing with the high pressure sodium and metal halide lights, when you're growing inside, you can only simulate 5 or 6 of the spectrums. So what that does is it causes an imbalance between the CBD and THC. So it's quite funny actually, because THC is psychoactive and CBD is antipsychotic. So it balances itself out. However, when you're growing inside, because of those missing light spectrums, the plant doesn't develop high levels of enough of CBD. So you get them psychosis weeds, where you smoke and you pull a whitey, man, you start getting paranoid and stuff.
Thing is, smoke. After years, I've actually got addicted to the version that has low
I like that.
CBD.
Those are the ones I like.
In the UK, bro.
As well.
That's all we get in the UK, bro. All of these super strong, star dogs and all of these, man, that blow your head off. That's what they are, bro.
Some of them are very chemically when they get that strong. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
CBD is hard to get.
Yeah. Do you know how the best weed is grown? Is what they do is there's some people who do this, but it's a little bit more of a costly process. So what they do, they grow, and then they leave it out in the sun as well. They take the plants out and leave them out in the sun for 2-3 weeks as well. But you can only do this like in a place like California. Do you get me?
Got a friend who goes to Thailand for the women and the house parties. Anyway, he's recently showed pictures of him going in the cafes, and you can see like they've got 28%, 26%, all of these amazing weeds across the counter. Everyone's having a great time.
There's this strain that I remember smoking called Juicy Fruit, or they call it Fruity Juice, because I think there's a copyright in the name Juicy Fruit. but it tastes just like the gum juicy fruit, bro, and looks just like it too. Like it's yellow with pink hairs. And
Oh, that's nice.
but it's the craziest weed I ever tried because it literally tastes like the gum, but it hasn't been like altered. Like they didn't put drops of like some juicy fruit syrup on it or nothing like that. Like the shit really tastes like juicy fruit gum, but it came from Thailand. Insane.
If they could get one that tastes like cheese nachos or Doritos.
They probably have it, bro. Like it's insane. They have bud that tastes like chocolate, grapes, salt and pepper, cheese. Like they have all kinds of bud, bro. And I don't even know how they do it, but they're able to like genetically.
Alchemy shit, isn't it?
No, cultivation.
I'm
pretty sure in Thailand.
You can't do it with other plants, Chucky. You can't make a million varieties with a million magic properties with other plants.
Nah, only weed has that, bro.
Doesn't work.
Oh, I see. There's not thousands of varieties of water lilies.
No, they don't all have magic properties, and you can't breed them together to make new magic ones.
Water lilies actually relax you. You can actually smoke water lilies. The Egyptians used to do it.
You mean lotus?
Yeah, lotus. Sorry, lotus. Sorry, lotus.
No, but you're right. They have lotus type water lilies. They do. That are very psychoactive.
Are you sure in Thailand that they've legalized it? I thought they've just decriminalized it, and you can grow it, you can smoke it, but you're not allowed to sell it.
No, it's legal. Coffee shops. There are coffee shops and everything now. You have to apply for a license, and of course, I don't think you can stand on the street and sell like that. It's like California; you can apply for a license, but it's been legalized for recreational and medicinal use.
They will let you have a couple of plants at home if you ask nicely, probably. I don't know, but I assume when you've got loads of coffee shops popping up, people are starting to grow in their back room as well.
But willows too have healing properties. Aspirin.
Sure, you can find examples. I'm just saying weed is a special character of a plant that allows for infinite alchemies.
It's not alchemy. It's just selective breeding and cultivation.
Look at the reaction of turning one thing into a better thing.
That's what all cultivation tries to do.
Yeah, but cannabis is magic. It makes it
The flavor profiles, bro, are insane. The flavor profiles are insane. Like literally, like you can get weed that tastes like juicy fruit gum, and you can get weed that tastes like cat piss, bro. Train wreck.
Okay.
Or not.
Many different
I don't know,
flavors.
man. Like it doesn't even. I'm not even trying to argue with you. I'm just saying, like weed has like a crazy dynamic to it where you can like hybridize it, right, to the extent where you can pull out certain flavors and smells, and you can't do that with kiwi. You can't do that with oranges, but you can't have orange taste like gum. Like you can't do it, no matter how many times you try to hybridize it or selective genotyping, selective breeding.
We bought some grapes that tasted like cotton candy. Look at that.
Yeah, they sell them at the supermarket, but those are like genetically engineered.
Are they?
Well,
And they don't even taste like cotton candy like that.
They did to me. Did you have them?
Yeah, dude, they have them at every freaking grocery store in my area. I live in Math, bro. They have the cotton candy grapes all over the place. They're seedless.
I don't know why you guys think this is a new thing. Cultivation's
Sure, you can make loads of varieties of grape and loads of varieties of wine, but it's not quite as magical and healing or infinite like cannabis.
Infinite.
Yeah, wine hasn't got strong. Grapes haven't got stronger or tastier, have they, over the last 50 years, 100 years? But cannabis has.
Well, probably not, because they did that thousands of years ago, not in the last 50 years.
I don't think cannabis has ever been cultivated to the point it is now, where it's high science of medicine.
But grapes had been cultivated like that for thousands of years. So that's when they had their flavor explosion, if you will. Potency. And it's not potency of the grapes; it's the fermentation of the grapes.
I agree that
We agree. We agree with you, bro.
there's
But
sorts of infinite flavors with wine, but it's just not quite the same.
yeah, it's not the same though. It's not nearly the same, bro, as weed. Like the dynamic that weed has, bro. It seems infinitely. I'm not gonna say it's infinite, but
So what do you mean by the dynamic?
like you can have weed taste like chocolate, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how else to explain it. You can't get an orange to taste like chocolate, bro. Like what don't you get?
Okay. Can you get weed
That's
that
all,
tastes
bro.
like oranges?
It tastes like what?
Oranges?
Yes. Yep. It
I've
has to do
got
with the
one now that
terpenes,
tastes
bro.
like lemon. I've got right now one that tastes exactly like lemon and smells like lemon as well.
I wish my neighbors would smoke that.
Like the
Only when you smoke
terpene
it or
profile.
when you eat it?
Alcohol, it's a type of alchemy too. I'll give you that.
Is it when you smoke it or when you eat it?
Well, weed's good for both smoking and eating.
What I'm asking is, the one that tastes like chocolate, does it taste like chocolate when you eat it or when you smoke it or both?
No, weed tastes horrible when you eat it. When you smoke it, weed tastes absolutely horrible when you eat. THC has got horrible taste.
It's when you smoke it, the aroma and the flavor on your tongue from the smoke.
Now, what if you did find out it was GMO? Would that change your opinion?
Yeah, see, I think weed is genetically modified. I think that's what the alchemy is. That's what we're doing. I'm not against it. I'm a drug addict and I like to smoke it.
They do genetically modify weed. That's how they get feminized seeds. They spray them with particular chemicals and stuff.
So yeah, man, this is so yeah. We can't even tell anymore the weed in the market which one's been modified and which one hasn't. At least like in the lab, we can't tell. Mixed.
The thing is, they spray a lot of weed now as well. They spray the weed with a lot of chemicals now as well. So you sometimes I've got weed that is so strong that I'm thinking like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
When I smoke Stardog and some of the UK biscotti, I can taste the chemicals. It's not like it's not been flushed.
But what Smokes is talking about is like you can enhance natural weed by spraying it with synthetic cannabinoids. Just even like a little tiny little spray, not enough to actually
notice.
Yeah, noticeable difference, but you'll feel the noticeable difference. You won't taste it or smell it, but you'll feel it.
And then, as long as it doesn't send me insane, I don't mind a bit of science added to my weed.
Well, I guess I incorrectly assumed you guys were.
But obviously, there is weird processes on the really, really good, quite natural, nice weed. There is still mad processes they're doing by mixing flavors, plants, sprays, chemicals, steroids, all different stuff to make it strong.
Okay, but for years they just crossbred and picked out mutations that they wanted. So some of them could be that as well.
Yeah, so they got Panama Red, right, and Acapulco Gold, going back to the 80s and the hippies. There's these strains that were cultivated in South America for thousands of years, possibly, right by the Incas, the Mayans. Like you had people that were cultivating marijuana for generation after generation after generation, just selective breeding the best males, the best females, and they just kept the process going where eventually you end up with this crazy strain that's been developed over thousands of years, which was known as Panama Red and Acapulco Gold. But even those weeds pale in comparison to modern strains that have been genetically engineered in the lab.
Yep.
Because you have strains like G13, which is apparently a American government strain, and you got strains like MK Ultra, that is a mix of like G13 haze or whatever the hell it was. That it's been a long time since I've read about it. But like these strains were like admittedly grown in the lab, like they genetically engineered them in the lab, and then they got released into the wild or into the market, and people have been hybridizing them since they were first released. You know,
Actually, even if you're really obsessed with weed, it's hard to track what's gone on in the last 20 years with the hybridization. It's totally opened up from 3 strains to almost anything you want now. I've got a weird story about a scam. Once some people got some weed from London, brought it back to Norwich where I live, tried to sell it, and they called it Misty. And we were pulling the buds apart, and I think now, looking back, it was dipped in flour or some white powder that could burn, similar to the plant. And some people believed they were smoking a weed called Misty. But it was actually just dipped in white powder, and I was suspicious the whole time, but I did smoke some of it.
Did it taste like, was it harsh?
It tasted like shit, like utter shit.
That's what I was. That's what I was talking about in the chat.
Misty?
No, these chemicals like JWH18 and shit like that. Here at the smoke shops in America, they would sell that legally.
They do that here too.
Yeah, it's just potpourri with that white powder on it.
The cannabinoids, yeah. There's one called AM2201. That's I think that's the one that's 2,000 times stronger than THC. I have seen this myself. I have seen a person take one puff off a spliff of spice. It was just like a gram of spice, just pure spice in it. He took one puff, his eyes rolled up in his head, and he just fell over. I've seen this myself. Crazy shit.
I used to smoke that stuff, bro. I used to smoke all that.
I've tried it. We found hash that was made with this chemical that they called spice, and it blew our fucking minds. It was like inhaling petrol.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Nothing like cannabis.
When I was
crack.
When I was younger, bro, we were like, "Oh, it's legal weed. Who cares? It's legal," and we'd buy it, bro, because we were like, "Well, we're not doing anything wrong. It's legal, right?"
I had
this smoke the shit out of that stuff.
I had this, like I had to do as part of a sentence that I got. I had to attend this rehab thing for 3 months, and to avoid going prison, I had to go to like meetings and stuff. And one of the guys there, he was a former heroin and cocaine addict. He used to like inject speedball, basically, coke and heroin together. And he said to me, he goes, "Lad, I have been doing heroin and coke for 25 years, and I can tell you that the worst thing I've ever seen is spice." Now that should tell you something.
Yeah. Do you remember that people were, because like bath salts, it's like the same thing.
Yeah.
And you remember people were ripping people's faces off in Florida and shit?
Yeah.
It's another chemical that just breaks the brain and breaks reality.
I was forced to smoke spice because I was in the military and they would drug test me, and spice wouldn't come up. And also, like I've seen some of my friends smoke spice for the first time that were like veteran smokers, and they got a panic attack, or they looked like they seen the devil and they started running away. Like, dude, what the hell? What just happened to that dude? You know what I mean? Like crazy stuff I used to see.
It
What, you
reminds
serve?
me
you
of
consider that
PPP.
being
Spice
forced
reminds
to
me of
smoke spice?
PPP.
Well, I wasn't forced, but the nature of my reality at the time, spice was like this thing that was legal, and I was in the military where they
They can't
drug
test
test me
for it.
once a month.
Well, they can't. They couldn't test for it back then. What branch was you serving?
I was in the Army National Guard.
My girlfriend was in the National Guard, but I was in the Navy, and same here. I smoked spice for a few months, but it was addictive though. That's why I had to stop.
Did you like the buzz, you guys? Like, was it worth it for the 10 minutes where your head felt different?
It wasn't 10 minutes, man. It was
hours.
Yeah. And you can get strong ass shit.
Did it help you escape from being in the military, like cannabis
Well,
would?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, bro. After a couple months of smoking that shit, bro, you start everything's like literally. I felt like my whole world was turning black and white. Like it sucked the emotion out of everything. Like the reality became extremely dull and boring and depressing. It was like everything just got dark, bro. Like your will to live kind of started getting weaker and weaker. And like I had to stop smoking it.
You want another one?
I had to stop
Gotcha.
too.
You felt like you wanted another one. Oh, I've got to go and have my.
I got addicted. That's why I stopped. But then I learned how to easily smoke weed in the Navy.
Yeah.
People, yeah, it's pretty easy to because everyone's following the rules, so it's easy to trick those people, I guess.
Yes. I was about to tell Matthew learned that he didn't need to wear a mask in college just because everyone else was. He could have used your logic. He didn't.
What do you mean?
He could have tricked all the people that are following the rules just by saying, "I'm different. I'm confident.
Oh.
I don't wear one." But he didn't. He went along with it all.
Yeah, when I was on the Air Force base, you could trick them. You could trick them into anything. But even in the Navy, I just signed out of the urinalysis because like there's a thing like you're supposed to sign out when you leave the command. So I just signed out like way early, like a year early. So I wasn't even on the list for urinalysis.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, the only thing I hated about the military was shaving, but then I got a no shave shit.
What I thought about the other day. Have you heard druggies call crack and smack light and dark? I'm just gonna go sort the light and dark out. When I hear that term now, I think of duality and symbolism. Like they're lost in the yin yang of drugs, bouncing backwards and forwards in their brain.
I mean, there's something about weed that makes it extremely introspective. That's reflecting on decisions you've made and how you treated people.
But that's why I only smoke like once a month now.
Yeah,
because
the introspection goes if you smoke all the time.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. When you smoke every day like I used to, you don't even. There's no difference between being sober and smoking.
Yeah, I totally agree. That the benefits disappear over time, and you're just left with the one benefit of medicine.
Yeah, but if you stop smoking for a few weeks, and then only smoke once a month, every time you smoke, it's like like the first time again.
Like a revelation, you confirm stuff to yourself and think, "Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah."
I get
You
like
get
mad
accurate
good
information.
ideas.
You're saying it feels like the first time? Feels like the very first time?
Yeah, just like Madonna, like a virgin.
Oh, no, that's Foreigner.
Oh. Probably pretty loose.
Yeah, your song was Foreigner.
Like Cold as Ice, it's a good song.
If you want to go Madonna instead of Foreigner, Kosho, you do you.
Kosho's mom get five.
Same idea. A what? A fivener?
Fivener. Not foreigner, but fivener. Sorry.
That reminds me. How does it go? All right. John said, "Come forth and enjoy eternal salvation." And Joseph came in fifth and only won a toaster.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I know. You have to wait for somebody else to tell that joke.
Yeah, I think a better joke is just going to be about eternal salivation.
What would I say?
Salvation.
Oh.
I mean, salivation, like mouth-watering. Okay. I'm going to have some coffee. I'm obviously fucking still asleep.
It's funny. I butcher even my own jokes.
Yeah, spice tastes nasty though. It smells nasty. Like, ugh. Looking back now, I'm like, I can't believe I did that shit.
I've got a friend who I used to know from years ago. I've been messaging him, and he's starting to wake up. So he's found all the Gnostic Gospels. He's thinks he's making connections between all the different gods, and he thinks there's a mysterious meaning to Jesus and all of that. I'm glad for him to at least start looking at it all.
Yeah, I've been seeing this pattern lately where they break down the Gospels into like just pure symbolism.
Yeah. No, I think he wants there to be a benevolent God. He keeps suggesting that to me, so that's nice. And he's trying to name the malevolent God. I was going to tie it into the drugs. He told me that star food, some people talk about, is opium, and I had to tell him, although opium is a great medicine, very strong painkiller, and slightly psychoactive, and it relaxes you, it might not be the star food, like the special star thing. Might just be another plant that's useful.